Chapter 681. The Method of Distinguishing Thoughts. Bottle Universe. Hwalala. A slightly chilly wind blew across the land. The sky was clear, and the clouds were blue. In the empty courtyard, Medusa curled up on the edge of a chair at the door and slowly opened her eyes. The god of creation still hasn't created the origin of all things in this courtyard, the dimensional courtyard of dreams and reality. She looked around with some regret. Her long hair slowly fluttered in the wind as she stood up from the chair beside her. He then looked at the evolving plants and animals in the courtyard. They were still evolving and evolving, revealing the ultimate miracle of life with every minute and second. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen it, they were still intoxicated by the grand and original scenery. This place was the origin of the world. I also need to hurry up. She slowly closed her eyes, intending to adjust and evolve her body as usual. She did not have much time left. To open the door of truth and make a request to the existence in the dark, one had to be prepared for a huge price. At this time, he had to try his best to absorb the huge benefits that this would bring. Otherwise, when the time came for an equivalent exchange, he didn't know if he could deal with it. To obtain means to pay. All things in the heavens are equal and balanced. She focused her mind and put on a serious expression of a person seeking knowledge. She was solemn and dignified as she began to perform it seriously like before. However, she suddenly felt that something was not right. A little. An inexplicable sense of disharmony. He opened his eyes again. She looked at everything around her, the rapidly evolving species and trees. Is it an illusion? There wasn't anything wrong with it. It just felt like it had changed into a different species, not the previous one. They're not as lively as the last batch. The species was still alive, and they were still evolving. But there was a strange feeling of disharmony, as if it was unreal. She suddenly stopped cultivating and quietly stared at the evolved species. At her transcendent level, she had a terrifying instinct like a wild beast. Her gaze did not move as she carefully observed the surrounding scenery, the entire latitude courtyard. After a while, her eyes suddenly trembled as she recalled the words of the Master of Creation. What's real and what's fake? She was in a daze for a moment, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Boom! All of a sudden, like a piece of paper, the surrounding area cracked and was blown apart, setting off huge ripples. Break! She shouted softly and opened her eyes again. She found herself in an extremely small frame of the world. She was hugging her legs and curled up in a pool of water. There were all kinds of plants and animals climbing on her body and playing. It was as if she was a huge continent. These species were still evolving crazily. Even the characteristics of their souls felt like they were the same kind of living creatures that he had seen in the courtyard earlier. The body of the evil god, the Arli continent? She was stunned and looked around the bottle in confusion. When did I come to this land? In the study room. My spiritual universe has still been pierced through. Su Ji sat on a chair and sipped on a steaming hot tea. He looked at the study and the huge girl curled up in a glass bottle. Her body was as large as a continent, with tiny plants and animals crawling all over her body. But of course, the spiritual universe can't hide from ancient existences of this level. Their ancient eternal lifespans are close to 10,000 years. However, I didn't intend to hide it from you. It's unrealistic to trap such a terrifying existence with my temporary and simple universe in a bottle. Su Ji sat in his chair, took a sip of tea, and smiled. Naturally, she could not see the outside. As he had also isolated her from the land, she could only move around in the bottle that was so small that she couldn't even move her body. The world was a circle. The wizard's sandbox was a limited circle, but this bottle was an even smaller circle. In the future, Medusa will be kept in this bottle in the study next to my room. Su Ji sat in his chair and suddenly stood up. He stared at Medusa with a serious look on his face. Right now, she's also using another method to transform into a small person in a bottle. He could already imagine the days to come. He would leisurely drink tea in his study, research various experiments, and occasionally turn his head to look at the glass bottle's movements. Even though it felt like a crime. In fact, there's no difference. It's just that it was put into a big bottle in the study from the small pond in my yard. Su Ji looked at the snake-haired Medusa, who was looking around and studying the bottle with a half smile. However, I've also started to get started on it. I've completely assigned her some positions. At this very moment. Hwalala! Medusa shook off some of the evolved animals and plants from the glass bottle. Like shaking off some small bugs, they quickly fell into the ocean below like raindrops. She kept touching the entire glass bottle and stroked every glass wall curiously. Another new world. She was filled with curiosity. She loved new things and even the arrival of a new civilization because she could often obtain unimaginable knowledge and gains. In the ancient legends, Deo-lords split the heavens and earth apart. The world was as chaotic as a chicken's egg, and with an angry roar, it split the heavens and the earth. Right now, I feel like I'm in a tiny eggshell. Don't tell me that I've already started my mission? To descend to a world and take on some kind of responsibility, to open up the world and establish a system. Then, how do I split the heavens and earth? Her petite body couldn't help but gently turn around in the small glass bottle. She curiously touched the walls everywhere, as if she was exploring the structure of the prison cage. This posture was actually somewhat attractive and cute. From his appearance alone, it was impossible to tell that he was a violent battle maniac who either cultivated in seclusion or went out to find people to fight. But it also feels different from a Deo-lord's. Don't think need to open the miniature world in this egg. The world is limited. This feeling is the same as the ancient world and the sorcerer world. But was a world really that small? It's so small that even I can only hug my legs and roll up. Pfft. Her eyes were glued to the transparent glass wall, and her entire face was squeezed out of shape. She wanted to see the outside world like crazy. It seemed that souls could pass through walls. The outside world seems to be connected to two spiritual worlds. There's no rush. She was not in a hurry to explore it, and her soul spread into another world. The rules of this world are strange. It doesn't seem that simple. The material level is weak, but what about the spiritual world? Could it be that the spiritual and soul level is a huge inner world? What about the land on the soul? She recalled the scene she had just seen. The dimensional courtyard of the god of creation was also a spiritual world. Is this world a world of souls? She had completely realized something and discovered the second suspicious point. If that was the case, then the thousands of universes of the world, the myriad heavens and realms, were really too gorgeous. There were really all kinds of wonders. She had been ordered to open up a soul world. However, she was still not in a hurry to explore. She returned to the soul world that she had just broken through. The god of creation had a deeper meaning and suddenly asked her to come here. She continued to touch the glass wall and kept raising her head to measure the contents of the bottle. This world is in the shape of a cuboid with the golden ratio. It was like a rectangular bottle. It even seems to be alive. Suddenly, her eyes were glued to the wall again, and her face was squeezed until it was deformed. Yes, under the extremely microscopic view, I can indeed see that it's a cell wall. The world is alive. Su Ji was speechless. These people were ruthless. It was only a small bottle, but he had found 3 suspicious points. First, it was connected to other worlds. Second, it was the soul world. Third, this small world was a living thing. Of course, it was alive. The magic nucleus was a living thing, not to mention that it was a brain. Furthermore, it was made from the cells of an entire race, so how could it not be a living thing? It was a living bottle. It's a good thing I'm quick-witted. Su Ji cupped his chin in his hand and sat on the chair, drinking tea with a calm expression. He looked at Medusa, who was exploring the bottle with a curious look on her face. Let her study it for a while, grope for a while, and check for any gaps. She was not in a hurry, and neither was he. It mainly depended on her performance. There was a saying in military tactics, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. In the study, Medusa was still curled up in the bottle. It was a very small space, but he had explored it more than a dozen times. His mind was spinning like a middle school girl playing in a glass cage. The walls of this rectangular world don't have a soul no matter how I try to probe it. It's a living thing without a will. Then why is it a living thing without a soul? She could not help but hesitate. This was the 4th question. All the other living beings she had seen before had souls. This living wall of flesh and blood, however, had no soul. The walking dead. No soul. Could it be for me? Medusa's body trembled, and she said in a low voice, first, living beings. Second, No soul. Isn't my evil god's convergence body the one that fulfills these characteristics? Especially in front of us, where we're still evolving at a terrifying speed. Could it be that I'm going to let the 173 types of tissues in my body join this bottle and become the 174th type of organization? Su Ji cupped his chin in his hands and fell into deep thought. But is that possible? Medusa was still mumbling, thinking that this was incredible. Such a large cubic wall had become a part of her own convergence creature, and it had been integrated into her body? With such a size, it would be better to say that he had merged himself into the other party's body. According to common sense, I'm a fusion creature. It's impossible for me to integrate into a world as a part of my body. It's too unbelievable and almost impossible because the world is too huge. Even if I'm a giant, I'm still pitifully small in comparison to the vastness of the world. However, in this world, physical objects are so small that they can only wrap me up and use it as a point of thought to expand into a spiritual world. It's possible. After all, physical objects were very small. Her eyes gradually brightened, and her breathing quickened. Her eyes were burning, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Indeed. It was very possible. Such a bold move. No, it's such an incredible and strange move, as expected of the Creator. This is simply a dream-like innovative idea. This way, it's completely reasonable. I clearly still have half of the evolution time left. How did it end all of a sudden? Coming here to create a world is clearly not the end. It's for me to use the remaining half of the time to integrate the new 174th organization. Then, we will use this world to create a civilization. That is the most logical logic. She became more and more excited as she thought about it. It was a living thing without a soul. It must have been given to her as a body. She began to excitedly use the speed of creation to continue her evolution and tried to turn the entire bottle around her into a part of her body. Evolve, speed up the evolution. She closed her eyes in the bottle. Su Ji was confused. Looking at Medusa's excited face, his face darkened. That's my bottle, not for you. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Also, why the hell did you turn the entire bottle into a part of your evil god's body? Are you planning to become one with this bottle in the future? Should he learn from the alchemy emperor and be a petty man? Su Ji did not feel good at all. He felt that only people like Medusa would have such thoughts. I've seen wild things. But Ve never seen such wild things. Using this world to become my 174th organization. He imagined fighting in the future. As his number one fighter, the first war god had completely integrated with the bottle. The origin demon god curled up in the bottle was like a figurine in an exquisite plastic bag in a candy store. He shouted arrogantly through the bottle and then hit someone with the bottle? Just thinking about it made him feel that something was wrong. First of all, his aura was much weaker. No, don't tell me he walked out of the bottle and raised it with both hands, as if he was holding a gas can as a weapon? The more Su Ji thought about it, the more his expression changed. It was quite in line. After all, he was a battle maniac, and his imposing manner was immediately restored. Su Ji thought about it for a moment but did not stop her. He looked at the snake-haired Medusa fumbling around in the glass bottle and said, "You're still a bold fellow. However, since you want to possess this bottle and make it a part of your body, then I'll give it to you, if you can eat it." As the strongest late stage, he was still thinking of becoming a late-stage player. He was also a ruthless person. However, Medusa wanted to evolve the entire bottle and use the speed of creation to adjust the structure of the entire bottle and make it part of her own tissue. It was not an ordinary difficulty. If he succeeded, it would be a huge surprise. The bottle would become a part of the Thulhu evil god, the 174th organization. The body of a Thulhu evil god was connected to a crystal wall system universe. Just thinking about it gave off a high-dimensional magical feeling. This would allow the entire crystal wall system universe to have greater potential. It seems like I'll have to change my plan. Sitting in the study, he looked at Medusa, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Wait, if Medusa's idea can succeed, I also have a bold idea to make the crystal wall system universe unbelievable and become an infinite multiverse that can truly transform and grow on its own. Chapter 682. The structure of the quantum mirror universe. The plan had indeed changed. In Su Ji's mind, these bottles would not have developed any consciousness. Although they were brains, the entire world in their brains was just a fantasy universe in their minds. The entire world was just a dream to them. However, if the owner of the dream had a consciousness, it would be the so-called heavenly Deo. Perhaps, he would also be one of the three pillar gods in the future. It was not that Su Ji could not tolerate the birth of a heavenly axiom similar to the three pillar gods, but it was definitely not born in the early stages. This was because the accumulation and development of the early primitive civilization had been severely restricted, and there was not enough freedom and unlimited potential. Even if it was born, it would be a later civilization era, whether it was the bottle itself for some reason or the worship of all living beings to give birth to its consciousness. Or was it someone from another world who saw through the illusion and chose to merge with the Deo, replacing the bottle? These were Su Ji's two assumptions. But now, the core bottle still has its own consciousness. Su Ji's expression became strange. He looked at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle in the study. But, can you really do it? To transform the original form of the bottle and make it a part of you? Su Ji muttered to himself. What was this equivalent to? It was equivalent to transforming into a new species. It was just like how Su Ji had taken away the system chip species back then and continued to recultivate until he finally became a magic core lineage. After going through countless generations of evolution, in addition to the countless modifications made by the ancient lava land, even Carolyn could no longer tell that the original form of a magic nucleus was a system chip. She only thought that it was some kind of similar, but extremely primitive creation of the same kind. It's just like how I personally turned the system chip into a magic core back then. What kind of new existence will the magic core bottle evolve into now? Su Ji was looking forward to it. If he transformed into his original form, even the alchemy emperor wouldn't be able to tell that this was his idea. What kind of new species would appear? Per capita Emperor Qi, learn to improve, push out the old and come up with new. Su Ji took a sip of his spirit tea and sat on a chair in the laboratory, constantly observing the snake-haired fiend in the glass cage. He stood up and went to the living room to pour tea. After having a meal, he returned to the laboratory in the study and sat down. After all, this was his daily activity place. Time continued to pass. Very soon, Su Ji saw Medusa. She had already turned the bottle into an indescribable part of her body. It was gradually emitting the strange, brutal aura of an evil god, which could not be looked at directly. I've finally succeeded. Medusa curled up in the glass bottle and took a deep breath. She gently touched the wall of the bottle with her hand. As expected, I guessed right. This is what the Creator wanted me to do, soulless flesh and blood. Did he give me a terrifying primordial origin, eternal spiritual treasure, and let me create a world? Wait, what is this? She stretched out her hand and pointed. PFFF. A light blue control interface appeared before his eyes. This meant that she had completely taken control of the world bottle. Hwalala. Lying in the bottle, she stretched out her long and white fingers and slowly fiddled with the data panel. Running the program? Gravity? Gravity? Particle structure? Molecular structure? Is this similar to the system-assisted cultivation tool in Wushan Palace? She had also seen that kind of portable system. However, that cheat that could assist her in cultivation was no longer useful to her. This is so interesting. This is so interesting. Medusa was overjoyed, and her heart was pounding. The circuit patterns on it mean the patterns of the world. The rules of the Great Deo? Was this the setting of the parameters of the entire spiritual world? It can be controlled at will. She was suddenly in high spirits and excited. How could he not know? The potential of this operation was too great, and it was almost infinite. Next, I'll modify the shape of this new organization world, completely fitting and fusing with my evil god body, and even make me more fitting to my body. I have two missions. The first is to evolve my evil god body. The second is to merge this world into my body. The two were actually the same thing. Improve my body. Her eyes were burning with excitement as she used the terrifying speed of creation to modify her body. The days continued to pass. It was like the primal chaos in a muddle-headed state, with no concept of time. After another whole day, the entire bottle had been completely turned into a part of her body. It was a complete body of the evil god, even though this last body of the evil god's tissue was not perfectly fused with her own flesh and blood. The entire glass bottle also became indescribable. I've succeeded. She murmured. The bottle was still a bottle, and its shape was the same as before. The transparent glass bottle gave people a completely different feeling. Just by looking at it, there was a sense of sharpness that could pierce through the skin. This is my main core. She continued to curl up in the glass bottle, like a cute doll in the glass wishing bottle, and continued to touch the glass wall with her slender hands. However, I won't create a new world civilization here. The spiritual space here is my training ground. Instead, I'll create a civilization in the subsidiary world. Her eyes flashed, and she began to enter her spiritual universe. It was still the same dimensional courtyard, with countless creatures evolving here. Modify it a little. This place doesn't have the right to be the same as the land of the origin of the great Dao. She reached out her hand and changed the parameters of the land. In the blink of an eye, the whole yard gradually disappeared, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, turning into a sea that he was most familiar with. In the center was the Gorgon Alchemy Island that had been sealed in the past. Whoosh! All sorts of buildings appeared on the island. We can continue to expand, but there's no need. She glanced around. She was a simple and practical person who did not like fancy things. Next, I'm going to see the other two spiritual universes that are connected externally. Did I really succeed? Su Ji was slightly surprised and looked at Medusa. She had really done it. In Su Ji's opinion, this was unbelievable. He turned a bottle into a part of Thulhu's body. It was undeniable that Medusa was now very capable. Hard work could make up for her lack of talent, and with the continuous development of her intelligence and research, she could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. She really did it. Her bold idea succeeded. In that case, I have an even bolder idea that might be able to be realized. Su Ji began to think. The real-world view of the multiverse, the crystal wall system universe, the infinite civilizations, the infinite future. Perhaps this is the real framework of the universe. Su Ji had a really bold and earth-shattering idea. Parallel universe said. Yes. Since it is a high and low-dimensional world in the first place, and we have done enough simulations, let's try to simulate the real model of the entire universe. Medusa has already finished filling in the blanks in her head. It's my turn now. In fact, Medusa cannot deny that she is very powerful, but she is ultimately limited by her own knowledge, vision, and world. She can't see how terrifying the possibility of her world bottle, coupled with her Thulhu evil god power, is. Because she doesn't know about the world line hypothesis of the lava land. Su Ji's eyes flickered, and he went directly into the two bottles that were connected externally and placed on the bookshelf, intending to talk to Medusa about the introduction to the new universe. I want to talk to her about the structure of the quantum mirror multiverse. Chapter 683. Dao discussion, tree diagram with linear constraint. What was the structure of the universe? Su Ji's real body was still standing by the window of the study, looking up at the vast blue sky. This was the ultimate mystery of the world. Su Ji had known for a long time what his fundamental goal was. He had created the sandbox in order to deduce the civilization system, find the true meaning of the world, and simulate the true laws of the entire universe. Just as he had said. Knowledge was the power of all. Throughout the history of civilization, the inheritance of civilization was the inheritance of knowledge, and the greatness of civilization was the greatness of knowledge. It was the same for the super incredible civilizations in the universe. If their knowledge accumulated to a certain extent, which could last for billions of years, such terrifying ancient beings might be able to create an entire universe out of thin air. The universe was so big that it had infinite possibilities. Based on Su Ji's current knowledge, his observation of the entire world was very limited. He could only observe some fragments of the 8th or even 9th level, just like how he could not see anything beyond a glass fish tank. Is our universe the only one? It was not certain. Due to the discovery of quantum mechanics, people in modern times found that the universe was likely not unique, but made up of countless universes, just like bubbles stacked together, just like a crystal wall. This was the famous hypothesis in physics, the theory of parallel universes. As early as the 1950s, some physicists proposed this concept while observing quantum. The countless versions of himself in the parallel universes were really something to look forward to. Many people said that the famous Mandela effect and group memory disorder were the déjà vu of another self in the parallel universe. Many people clearly had no impression of this place, but they felt that they had been here before. According to this theory of infinite possibilities, if you, in a parallel universe, did not have a girlfriend in this universe, you would be a single dog. In that case, there was no need to worry. In the quantum entanglement in another universe, you would likely be an enviable live-in, and you would likely have a boyfriend who loved you. Perhaps, according to this hypothesis, it was entirely possible to believe that the other you in the other universe was doing things that the current you didn't dare to do, living an unimaginably wonderful life, and realizing the dreams you had already given up. You failed in this world, but you must have succeeded in a parallel universe. Parallel universe, quantum entanglement, eternal life of the death god. Su Ji let out a sigh. All sorts of high-dimensional and transcendent concept theories. It looks like I really have to try them out. The infinite setting of the multiverse parallel universes is so close to the cultivation path where opening and closing one's eyes is the destruction of a cosmic era. Whoosh! Medusa's mental strength poured into one of the bottle worlds. It was empty, and the surroundings were white. Are you going to create a primitive civilization here? Medusa stopped in her tracks. She was well aware of the process of creating a civilization, kill the living beings and place their souls into this spiritual world. Naturally, souls could reproduce. In the words of the great Zhou dynasty, it was similar to a ghost's child, a ghost fetus. Therefore, he only needed to kill those species and place them here. In this spiritual universe, they wouldn't think that they were fake. Generation after generation, civilization was advancing and evolving. No one knew that they were living in a dream. He wouldn't know that he was dead, and he would live as if he was in the real world. In reality, this was precisely Carolyn's god of death's immortality. True and false are relative. Medusa smiled and sighed with emotion. The evolutionary species I brought outside can be made into the first batch of primitive creatures. Kill them and toss them in. She pondered seriously. As for the soul, it's a special type of spiritual body. There's no racial segregation. This is very unrealistic. People will find out that this is a fake universe. In that case, let's add a rule in this world. Only souls of the same race can reproduce. She pondered for a moment and then smiled. It's very good. She planned to kill these souls and then project them into the entire world to conduct experiments and guide the progress of a civilization. This was also her mission. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the distance. Medusa's eyes dimmed, and her face was filled with joy. As expected, what he did was right. This was indeed a new demon god organization for him, and he had successfully integrated into it. He had met the test and requirements, and the creator had come again because of this. You've already seen the truth. The blurry existence stopped in his tracks and smiled. Yes, in this world, all living beings are living in dreams. Medusa's expression turned serious, and she began to seriously talk about her imagination, followed by her thoughts on the construction of the entire civilization. Her words were originally Su Ji's idea for the construction. Medusa's bottle served as the core of the crystal wall world, sending some souls to the crystal wall world bottles in all directions to build a civilization. It was a fake origin of all things, transporting species. This was an infinite possibility. But now, Su Ji's thinking was different. He had discovered a way with more infinite possibilities. Your way of thinking is wrong. Su Ji said indifferently. Medusa's body trembled, and she exclaimed, wrong. You think that everything you've done is a path of infinite potential for the entire civilization. But is there really no limit? The voice seemed to come from another dimension. Was it really infinite? Naturally. It was not truly infinite. Medusa was silent for a moment. She clearly understood that no matter how many bottles there were, they were still a limited civilization. Because she was not infinite, the civilization she created could not be infinite. The current method was the best way she could understand. It was to create as many possibilities as possible. Did the concept of infinity really exist in this world? The Great Lord, the God of the origin of all things, what? Is it infinite? Medusa could not help but ask. Su Ji laughed and said, the Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, evolving into a myriad of things, and that is infinite. Medusa's body trembled. She also came to a realization that this was the origin of the universe. The Big Bang of the universe evolved into all things from one and continued to spread outwards. It's just an appearance. The voice spoke again. Medusa's mind was completely confused. One turning into all things, such a terrifying scene of the universe's original heavens, was only an appearance? What exactly was that infinite inner world? Then, what is the true infinity? A stone was thrown into the air. Pa-ta! The stones fell to the ground and turned into thousands of gravel, covering the earth like fireworks. This is the infinite. Medusa was slightly taken aback when she heard that. This was what it meant to be limitless. Pfft! In the air, a second stone that was exactly the same fell to the ground from a different angle. Pa-ta! The stones fell to the ground and turned into thousands of gravel, covering the earth. However, even though it was the same stone in front of him, the direction of the explosion was different because he had thrown it in a different direction. This is also infinite. Medusa's body trembled when she heard this. This was also infinite? She didn't really understand, but she felt like she had touched something. Infinite, is it a choice? Medusa's breathing suddenly quickened as she looked at the stone. The results would be different if the angle of the throw was different. She suddenly shouted at the figure, the first is primitive. Through constant selection, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and finally, it becomes all living things. So, the infinite is choice, and not everything. Medusa was almost intoxicated. What did this mean? It was almost self-evident. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all living things. This is infinite. But it was only an infinite appearance. What was the true infinity? It was a choice. It was one and Deo. The choice to split was the choice of the God of creation. What kind of things would he split into, and what shape would he take? What kind of special characteristics did all living things have, that they were the choices of constantly splitting up a second time? Just like now. The primitive symbol of 1. On a split, he had chosen himself. This was also infinity. He had become a split node on the infinity of the universe and was about to open up a new world. This was also the choice the Deo made for itself. Su Ji said lightly. The world is a tree full of branches. Every choice has infinite possibilities. If you throw a stone to the east or south, it will split into the future of 2 worlds. Medusa closed her eyes, her face full of shock as she carefully mulled over the meaning behind it. The world is a line that is constantly splitting, and every choice means that another universe is being split. The concept of world lines came from the ancient land of lava. But what Su Ji was going to talk about at this time was the upgraded version of the world line, the world tree. In other words, parallel universes. In the concept of world lines, no matter how the world changed its direction or choice, there would always be only one world, and it was unique. This was because there was only one ancient land of lava in reality. And the world tree? It was truly splitting the multiverse apart. The most primitive line would split into 2 orbits, turning into 2 separate universes of choice, both existing at the same time. There were countless chosen universes. This was the multiverse. The world is not a single, twisted line, but a tree. Su Ji said indifferently. Boom! Medusa's mind exploded. The world was not a twisted line, but a big tree? She suddenly saw a tree-shaped diagram in her mind. The universe of every world, due to different choices, split into 2 universes. The universe was multiverse, and the universe was infinite. Multiverse theory? It was as if she had just opened a new door. This was a bold and unbelievable idea. According to this concept, was there another parallel universe in her life, a universe where she had not become the origin demon god? This concept had a huge impact on her. The concept of world lines was already very touching to those who had never heard of it, not to mention the theory of a higher dimension, the world tree. Multiverse theory? This. Her eyes were almost wide open. Her heart was like a dead leaf on a tree, blown by the wind in a storm. She suddenly fell silent. She hesitated. The god of creation didn't speak. His figure became faint and blurry as he disappeared from where he was and gradually moved further away. The multiverse, is that really possible? In reality, I can't find a way to achieve it. She suddenly mumbled and shouted loudly, but I'm not you. I can't have the infinite power to create the multiverse. But this isn't reality, it's a dream. A voice came from afar. A dream? Her entire person was stunned on the spot. It was as if she had been enlightened, and she was suddenly ecstatic. Chapter 684 The abyss of origin. That's right. This is a dream. As long as he was in a dream. In the real world, it was impossible for multiple copies of himself to appear at the same time. However, in the soul world. At that moment, Medusa was almost intoxicated, as if she could already see a beautiful future. Everything she wanted seemed to be within reach and within reach. I can create the multiverse. I can create the world tree. She paused for a moment, her face burning with excitement and a sickly blush. Her mind was filled with such a shocking and unbelievable thought. It was extremely bold, but she felt that it was a strong idea that had a certain degree of possibility. Because she was living in a dream. Infinity. The infinity of the creation of one. She kept mumbling this sentence and immediately returned to her own main universe. Voila! His mind flickered. He returned to the extremely small glass bottle and touched the surrounding walls. There's still some time to evolve. I have to quickly make a second adjustment and form a real crystal wall system of the multiverse. Medusa's entire body and the structure of the bottle had undergone subtle changes. Time passed. Is it finally done? Medusa took a deep breath. Her current appearance was already somewhat different. Her snake-like hair was more fine and dense. He was like a terrifying ancient evil god in the vast void and the dark universe. His hair was dancing wildly like snakes of the world. They danced back and forth and connected the endless void worlds. It has begun, a new civilization. She smiled and shattered the two glass bottles outside. She murmured, those two worlds can be abandoned. Where I am is one, and I can give life to all living things. Her spirit sank slightly and entered the spiritual universe that she was in. The small world I'm in can't even stretch my body. The universe where my spirit originated from is called the abyss of origin, I guess. To create a civilization, as the center of the world, he had to give it a name. Voila! In the abyss of origin, which was the spiritual world of the big glass bottle, countless species were reproducing on a vast land. The species here are the ones that I brought in. Although I didn't intentionally reproduce, the fact that they can grow near my body, evolve, and adapt means that they have terrifying polluting magic abilities. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the development of the entire spiritual land. They are all natural monsters that have been spiritually contaminated by me. These creatures did not realize that they were dead and were still reproducing in the soul world. Their bodies emitted a brutal demonic aura. Soon, the entire land gradually turned black, as if it was an abyss. All kinds of squirming monsters lived there. They were fighting. Brutal, combative, and bloody. In less than a few years, the first war broke out in the abyss. It was a terrifying battle between a group of black worms and a group of black praying mantis. The leader of the depths worm was a fat mother worm, and the magic mantis was a tall mutant mantis leader. The two sides began a 7-year-long battle. The entire land was stained with blood. The magic mantis race moved quickly. Although they were few in number, they were born to be assassins. The entire black worm was in danger. No matter how fast they reproduced, their overall strength was too weak. Under the pitch-black sky. In the cave. Woo-woo-woo. Goo goo goo. The leader of the depths worm's mother worm roared and mumbled to the ground. In the face of disaster, it was faced with a huge race choice. It could choose to assassinate the leader of the devil mantis race or escape completely. It was extremely hesitant as it concerned the fate of its race. It's starting, the note of the soul universe. The splitting of fate, also known as the splitting of the soul. Medusa stood on a high spot and looked down at the scene with great interest. This abyssal queen bug is hesitating, but it's only natural. It's a matter of life and death, so it's inevitable that it'll hesitate. In that case, let history split from here to the first node. She smiled and raised her hands high. Boom! The world began to split. Voila! In the study room. Su Ji saw Medusa's hair tentacles wriggle through the pipes on the rectangular bookshelf next to the big bottle, and two small bottles suddenly appeared on the bookshelf. Medusa still gets it with just one hint, and a branch universe has begun to appear? After all, the space he had given her was only the glass bottle for her to live in and the bookshelf beside the parallel universe bottle. Although it was called a small bottle, it could no longer be called a bottle. Instead, it was two beautiful glass diamonds the size of a carrot, quietly placed on the top shelf of the bookshelf. The two exquisite diamonds stuck together like a crystal wall. Medusa had already turned the glass magic core bottle into a part of the evil god organization and made it her own cell, so she could naturally produce small bottle cells. These are the first two crystal walls. But, what about the two bottles? Su Ji's face darkened. How did it become such a small diamond? However, he was too lazy to care about it. After all, plans could not keep up with changes, and he was not doing it himself. Medusa's deduction of this structure was naturally more suitable. It's really starting to split and create a parallel universe? Su Ji looked curious and picked up the magnifying glass. He stood in front of the bookshelf, lowered his head, and enlarged the two diamonds to look at the internal structure. The choice of the historical node, one crystal wall world is the universe that the abyssal queen bug chose to escape to, and the other is the universe that the abyssal queen bug chose to fight with its life on the line. The two worlds had started a different process. This wasn't a calculated virtual world line's future, but a real parallel world of souls. If this situation continues and the multiverse continues to split, the future will be like a bubble and a crystal wall. Diamonds will be stacked together, and they will be beautiful big diamonds. And why would there be identical creatures in two worlds? Could it be that their souls could really split? Split into two and thrown into two worlds, becoming another him in a parallel universe? It really was. The corners of Su Ji's mouth curled up into a smile. Medusa is very smart. She understood what I meant in an instant. It's because it's the spiritual universe that separates the mark of the soul's true source. A human's soul was mostly made up of soul energy. A small part of it was the core of the soul, which was also the soul brand or the true source of the soul. Splitting the soul was a simple task for the origin demon god, who was good at playing with souls. He could even set the world rule parameters of the entire soul world and naturally do it. Under certain circumstances, he could split his universe. Moreover, this was a type of 9th rank cultivation path to begin with. A type 9 soul could split a person's soul into 100 trillion pieces and fuse them into 100 trillion cells, transforming them into a transcendent being. This was the principle behind it. In reality, his soul essence had been split. It was a good idea. It was just like Su Ji's 3-body slash. But what was the problem? There were 2 points. First, as the parallel universes continued to split, the flaws in the true source of the soul would be filled up by other ordinary energy and soul matter. However, one's own soul consciousness would continue to weaken until it was no longer one's own soul. It was as if they had been disassembled into a few parts and cultivated separately. The brothers were originally one, but after they separated, it was likely that they could not go back. Everyone was disabled. If one's soul was incomplete, one's combat strength would naturally be weak. At the same time, the form of a remnant soul would greatly increase the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm. However, it didn't matter in terms of combat strength. The entire world was filled with disabled people. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. One wouldn't discover this unless they became a top-tier, terrifying expert. If the entire world was filled with people with disabilities, no one would think of themselves as disabled. If they had never seen a complete soul, they would think that their soul was complete. As for splitting up too much and losing oneself, it didn't matter. After all, the more parallel universes there were, the more different their personalities would be from their original universe. It could even be perfectly explained that their personalities were completely different. The multiverse. Wasn't it normal for there to be different personalities among so many of them? Furthermore, how many nodes of fate and parallel universes could one experience in 1,000 years? There wouldn't be many splits in the first place, so the actual impact would be much, much smaller. The second point. He was unable to break through to the 9th step, as his soul was incomplete. Of course, a level 9 world? It was too long, far beyond what he could think of now. Perhaps, for an ancient existence at that level, the only way to step onto the path of rank 9 is to cross through parallel universes and find myself in each universe. I'll be a student, an arcanist, a sorcerer, a beggar. Only when all of them are fused together will one become the true self and be able to break through, becoming the only rank 9 world true god that can cross the multiverse. Integrate and eliminate the entire multiverse and your own parallel space-time. Only by achieving the unification of the true self can you completely transcend. Su Ji laughed. The only true self in the universe. There is only one me in the entire multiverse. This setting is super cool. He kept thinking, and the more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. If the two universes happen to become experts and are both very powerful, neither of them will submit to the other and both want to merge and swallow the other to become their true selves. It will be even more interesting. That scene was very exciting just thinking about it. As for when he became a supreme existence in this world and possessed the ability to cross the multiverse, what if his other self in another parallel universe would have died long ago? He was going to find the abyss of origins, where the demonic god of origins was. Over there will be a soul quintessential essence from your parallel universe that will contain it, and you will have to pay a huge price to exchange for it. Unless all of you in the parallel universes die, the origin demonic god will not completely devour your soul. In fact, in Su Ji's opinion, the multiverse theory was the greatest shortcut to breaking through to level 9. Why was it a shortcut? In the first 8 realms, the cultivation speed would be greatly reduced in the form of a remnant soul. But what about the moment of the 9th rank? The number of breakthroughs had decreased instead. According to Su Ji's deduction, in the multi-dimensional universe, powerhouses who had become high-level 8th grade gods would understand the truth of the entire universe. They would pray to the origin demon god for a real physical body, cultivate the unity of soul and body, and begin to walk the path of 9th grade gods. It was very difficult for a person to walk the path of the 9th step. But what about me in 10 parallel universes? Everyone has a part of the soul. We should split up, take 1/10 of the path, and then fight to the death? A grand unification. Su Ji muttered. Although it was unorthodox and this type of 9th rank method was a little crooked, it was still an excellent method. In theory, he could break through to the 9th rank, but as for the specific situation, he had to try it out. And the next problem was, what if he discovered that his other universe wasn't an expert? Secretly nurturing and guiding them to become stronger. He was raising himself in another universe like a pig. Therefore, this was Su Ji's bold idea for a rank 9. For him, the multiverse theory might really be in accordance with the laws of the universe. In the early stage, the remnant soul's cultivation speed was slightly slower, but it could be exchanged for the possibility of reaching level 9. This was simply a huge benefit, one of the great advantages of this parallel multiverse world. At the same time, the evil god of the multiverse, who devours all souls in the multiverse within this world of the multiverse's crystal wall system. Medusa herself was extremely fat, but she had earned much more than the land of magic medicine eating the death of an entire professional. Otherwise, this strongest late stage. It's taking too long. In the study, Su Ji licked his lips and looked at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle. She was touching the glass wall with her hands, her face full of gratitude to the Creator. She was also very excited to face a parallel universe. I still have to work hard to fatten it up. Chapter 685. The Alliance of the Mother Stream of the Universe, the Tragic Fate in the Bottle. Hwalala. Due to the choice of the Depths Worm Queen Mother, 2 crystal wall branches appeared in the entire universe. 2 parallel universes were truly born, just like 2 high-speed trains on the railway, moving side by side. This scene made people gasp in amazement. The rules and parameters of the soul universe can be personally customized by one. Medusa continued to whisper. Since it's a dream and not reality, any fantasy can be realized. For example, I can set it. At a certain point in time, the universe will sense it and split up to increase in value, creating parallel universes. And this rule brings about infinity. Because it's a choice, it's infinite. Medusa exclaimed loudly, as if she was the most devout seeker. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she continued to think about it, understanding the subtle meaning more and more. There was a limit to how much she could guide civilization. This was because her knowledge was limited. Therefore, she would inevitably guide the civilization to impose its own subjective knowledge on them. It was better to not guide them at all, using the rules of infinity to let them choose on their own. Survival of the fittest. Her face was full of admiration. Its infinite possibilities, followed by limited eliminations, survival of the fittest. Races in parallel universes that were not suitable and chose the wrong way to develop would head towards destruction. In fact, the entire parallel universe might even be destroyed. It was removed from the entire crystal wall system in the multiverse. Choosing the right civilization would lead to glory. This was the cycle of the crystal wall universe, self-destruction and birth. Is this the true face of the universe? Is this the true appearance of the courtyard of the origin of dimensions? Medusa was almost intoxicated. She thought of that mysterious courtyard. The universe as big as the universe and the creatures as small as the living things are constantly evolving under the rules of the unseen world. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Just like what was shown in the land of origin, living beings are evolving, from fish to beasts, from beasts to birds. She lowered her head and looked at the two new parallel universes of the entire crystal wall system. It seems that it is going to split again. In the world line where the abyssal Zerg chose to fight to the death, there were two situations. The first choice was to launch a sneak attack in the Great Canyon, but they were discovered by the other side and were ambushed. The entire abyssal magic bug became a prisoner and lost. The second choice was to attack the central plains, and the result was that he happened to hit the leader of the other side. The beheading plan was successful, and the situation was reversed. The abyssal magic bug won. Pucci. Two parallel universes had appeared. It split again on that tree branch that had its back to the water. The parallel universe of victory and defeat. Medusa watched helplessly as a bubble slowly rose on the diamond wall, like a cell proliferation. In a short while, a new diamond was grown. The natural creation of parallel universes. What about the other side? She then looked at the universe where the abyssal magic bug had chosen to escape with great interest. It actually had 3 branches. During his escape, he was chased by the magic mantis race. He made the right decision and successfully escaped from a parallel universe. There were also parallel universes that made wrong decisions, failed to escape, and were completely captured. There was also another universe that was bathed in blood and fighting. In the end, only the abyssal mother empress gave birth to a child. The child was then secretly sent away to become the future of the race. Too many, too many. Medusa was in high spirits. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Countless parallel universes of wars between two races. Split, quickly continue splitting. This will become the real Big Bang. Ha 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 ha. Pucci. Pucci. Su Ji was dressed in a black scientific robe and looking at the bookshelf. Bubbles were rising from the 2 diamond-shaped crystal walls, and a few more diamonds were gradually growing. A pile of small diamond glass was perfectly stacked together, forming an even bigger incomplete diamond. It's so beautiful, the bubbles of the multiverse. He picked up an energy magnifying glass made by the people of Isodar and studied the crystal wall particle universe inside like a scholar in the library. It seems like No, it's US. We really did make an amazing new sandbox model. This isn't a virtual future deduction like the pillar god of the ancient lava land, Carolyn. This is a real existence in every split universe. This feeling was full of satisfaction. Pleasure. This was the great joy brought by the results of research. In the long years, this was the only way to bring joy to these eternal and ancient existences. The virtual world line had become a physical world tree. Compared to other physical universes, life was not brought along, and death was not taken away. This was the true infinite possibilities. The world is a tree, and the tree is constantly splitting into universes, shaking the prosperous and green branches. Su Ji held a magnifying glass and kept looking at the self-splitting universe. It was like cell division. The multi-parallel universe had actually been completed in his own laboratory in Tongcheng. If it were to be put out there and announced to the public, not to mention the Nobel Prize, it would directly elevate the entire human civilization to a higher dimension out of thin air, turning it into an ancient space giant, observing the infinite development of the entire multi-crystal wall system universe. It was a big step for humans, and even for Su Ji, it was a big step. It could be said that his civilization deduction sandbox had been elevated by a large dimension out of thin air. Of course, this in itself also meant that Su Ji's knowledge had accumulated to a certain extent before he could start a higher and more terrifying sandbox civilization. In the past, he had felt that the small universe was very fragrant. Wasn't he fragrant with such a large piece of land? Now, it didn't smell good anymore. No matter how big the land was, it was just that. The universe didn't lack land. Previously, was so pleased with myself after getting a piece of real land. Now that, think about it, I've been poisoned by the traditional way of buying house. Now, this is what I call truly rich. Su Ji took a deep breath and said, in an instant, a poor farmer has become a rich farmer. This is like a spontaneous high-power harvest of rice, separating a person into several people to cultivate at the same time in various parallel universes. It's just like my 3 incarnations, where one person can take on several people. It's like several times the tax is several times the happiness. The destruction and rise of this crystal wall system universe was estimated to be 100 times larger than Mercury's power station. My orchard. The multiverse. Suji lowered his head and felt that he was really going to carry on the name of the god of creation of the orchard in the countryside. In the few minutes that he was in a daze, he had split into several more parallel universes, which were almost multiplying exponentially. This is the Big Bang in the early stages. The growth is the fastest in the early stages because the civilization is extremely primitive. In the later stages, the more mature a civilization is, the longer the interval between the changes of the era, and the slower the splitting of the parallel universe. Suji kept looking at the bookshelves with a look of joy on his face as he continued to observe. As usual, it was only lunchtime, but decades had passed for the entire crystal wall system universe. The initial development was too fast. In Suji's eyes, the first crystal wall system universe was soon destroyed on the bookshelves in the study. It was a parallel universe that the Abyssal Queen Mother had defeated. A terrible internal strife had broken out between them, destroying their entire race and civilization. In the end, it had led to their own self-destruction. The terrifying energy weapons had turned the entire world into ruins. Pucci. They're all dead, so it's my turn now. The small diamond was broken. In the center, the origin demon god pierced one of his long hair into the void and stirred it gently, forcibly retrieving the entire broken multiverse. In an instant, her face was flushed red. It was obvious that even in the early development and rapid destruction of the universe, the energy inside was not too low. After the first universe was destroyed, the rest of the universes were destroyed one after another. There was destruction, and there was rebirth. More than 10 hours had passed in the evening. The crystal wall system universe had already proliferated to 143. Due to the chaos of war, there were more than 10 parallel universes that had headed towards death and extinction, perishing together. And at this moment, even if it was just a diamond the size of a carrot, the 143 of them were piled up in an extremely dazzling manner. They looked extremely gorgeous when placed on Suji's shelf. She was simply too beautiful. It might really be a micro-model of the multiverse. At the same time, there were both strong and weak universes. In the strongest universe, an unimaginable technological civilization had already appeared. Compared to the slow extraordinary civilizations, the explosive speed of technological civilizations was the fastest. We grow, we conquer. Roar. A deformed mantis stood on the podium, and a bright grey flag fluttered. He looked down at the people below and said in high spirits, "The era will open a new chapter." This was the strongest demon mantis race in a certain universe. They had gradually become an extraordinary race with technology. After self-cultivation, their bodies would change, turning into humanoid sickle mantis that were more suitable for combat. They were a special type of assassin who called themselves the Iron Blood Warriors. The strongest had reached the 6th rank. Reproduction. Quantity will obtain quality. In another universe, the most powerful abyssal magic bug race had given birth to many technological magic bug soldiers with their powerful reproductive ability and population base. This is all in reality. It's something that the virtual world line deduction doesn't have. Their deduction is, after all, combined with the brain of the entire world to carry out the calculation, based on the existing civilization as the foundation. Therefore, the civilization they created was not as groundbreaking as the one in reality. It was impossible for an incredible civilization to appear. Suji's eyes were burning. Only reality can create miracles. Reality itself was a huge miracle. This guy, he's locked up in my study room and entertained himself. He's quite happy. Suji glanced at the snake-haired Medusa in the glass bottle and found that she looked very excited and had a lot of fun. She was squirming in the glass bottle like she had ADHD, like an internet-addicted girl who was entertaining herself. Suji finished his delicious dinner and browsed through the forum on his phone. After checking to see if the players had come up with any strange conspiracies, he returned to his study. Time passed again. That group of predators had already begun to try to break through the world barrier and cross the space civilization. Finally, they achieved a miracle. Using some kind of world-breaking joint oscillation device, they broke through the crystal wall with great difficulty and entered a nearby universe. In a field of green trees. The abyssal magic bug of this world is still alive. A powerful predator took off his mask, revealing a black face with hideous and disgusting tentacles. The radar kept scanning. Didn't this hostile race in our civilization go extinct decades ago? We've destroyed it. The surrounding people were discussing in disbelief. A real parallel universe. Our race was defeated in this universe? How was that possible? The honor of the iron-blooded mantis has not been lost. They hid in the town and studied the history. In history, there have been people who are the same as us. It's just that the turning point 17 years ago was different, and we lost. My other self in a parallel universe? It's no wonder that I often have a special sense of déjà vu. I've been to this place before, and I've worked here before. I'm afraid that I, who is a parallel universe, have unintentionally transmitted data and memories in some way. The surrounding people were discussing. The iron-blooded leader couldn't help but warn the people around him, if the US in this universe really exist, we can try to find them. Search. The surrounding iron-blood warriors shuddered. Searching for their own selves in this parallel universe? This was an unbelievable move. But they still chose to search for it. 3 days later, this iron-blooded leader saw himself in this universe. He was a pitiful beggar wandering on the streets as a slave, which gave him a strange feeling. At the same time, the other team members also found their own selves. The me in this world has grown up like me, but we have a different fate. In the turning point of the 17 years, I didn't become a second lieutenant in the army. Instead, because of the defeat, I became a captive and died 3 years ago. Someone said bitterly. The me in this world is still alive. But in order to survive, I underwent a gender change operation 7 years ago. I sold my body in a civilian courtyard to survive. A tall and strong soldier said. When he saw that he was living such a miserable life in another time and space without food, he was at a loss. He even had the urge to take her away to redeem himself and save himself from the sea of suffering. Multiverse, parallel time and space, infinite possibilities. They stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with fear and confusion. For the first time, the era had a complete understanding of the entire multiverse. Several years later, they continued to travel across parallel universes and wage war, even helping themselves in another dimension to win wars. The Abyssal Zerg on the other side also discovered this and retaliated. The era had completely entered the era of war between the multiverses. Countless abyssal magic bugs and magic mantises of the multiverse formed an alliance of 2 mother stream universes to help the other side of the multiverse to win the battle. A multi-dimensional war had erupted. The 2 terrifying alliances fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. In almost every world, even if the 2 great races had already perished, the ordinary worlds where the other races lived had also been descended by them. They had secretly killed each other, causing many strange stories. Gradually, the void war between the 2 mother streams crossed dimensions, time and space, and the universe, erupting in every place at the same time, helping the other self of the multiverse to win. This battle was extremely brutal. One after another, the multiverse was destroyed and shattered. As their technology developed during the war, countless scientists from the multiverse discussed with themselves in another space-time, constantly erupting and replacing each other. A terrifying technological explosion appeared, and all kinds of high-level weapons emerged in an endless stream, directly reaching the combat power of a celestial emperor. However, the war was getting more and more intense. The enmity between both sides had almost extended from the most primitive civilization to today. The 2 great mother stream civilizations finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. They had exhausted all the resources of the civilization, and the land had become a desert. One universe after another had become dead silent, and the powerhouses had died one after another. In the end, the entire universe had become a pitiful battlefield of ruins. They had welcomed the end of their own world. The world is destroyed. This is a storm that will engulf the entire universe. The eternal chaos will attack us. I don't know what the future of the entire supernormal universe will be like, but I don't think we'll be there. Will the universe of light completely disappear? I don't know. The experts from the 2 major alliances looked up at the sky in a daze. This was a war, which couldn't be controlled. In the end, both parties had already been driven mad and didn't care about the outcome. There was no possibility for them to stop. Therefore, the inevitable result was mutual destruction. This was fate, and it had continued from the beginning to the end. No matter how many parallel universes there were, they would eventually converge into the same general trend. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim. "Wait, what's that?" Boom! The dark brown sky that extended to countless parallel universes almost turned milky white. The vast milk-like sky was breaking continuously. They saw a vast universe demon god with long hair dancing in the wind. His pupils were 10,000 times larger than a parallel universe. He was like an infinite, eternal existence. She seemed to be the source of the entire world. Her entire body was filled with an indescribable evil chaos. Her pair of vast palms were far larger than the world, as if they could hold up the endless universe. One of her eyes suddenly pressed against a crystal wall and looked at the living beings in the endless universe. She was like a giant staring at the pitiful ant in the glass bottle. The most ancient final descent. "You guys!" A rumbling sound was heard. It was like the only true word of the multi-dimensional universe, and all the civilizations in the parallel universe could somehow understand it. Virtual survival has been tested. Little guys in the closed beta, are you ready to face your fate? Chapter 686. A little familiar. This is... what? The entire world was in shock. They looked at the countless bodies of the demonic gods in the universe. They were shrouded in mist and were barely visible. In front of him, the world seemed to be smaller than a marble. The size of this existence could no longer be calculated with units. Its whole body was surrounded by ancient chaotic airflow, and a huge and vast aura came from it. This was the absolute suppression of a higher dimensional life form over a lower dimensional life form. All the predators in the universe were instantly shrouded in despair. The highest rulers fell on their chairs, their eyes full of decadence and endless despair. What's that? According to our guess, the source of the multi-dimensional universe, the origin universe? The original dark universe? The only chaos demonic god in the entire multiverse? At this moment, in the Supreme Council of the Predator Mother Stream Alliance in the entire multiverse, the king of the predators, Willidion, the Eternal Magellan, who came from the same ruler who ruled the multiverse, slowly stood up. Iron-blooded romance, the honor of a gentleman, is to accept death calmly. The sins we have created should be punished. The Willidions in the countless universes no longer spoke. They were dressed in bright red suits, looking like gentlemen at a wine party. They slowly sheathed their glowing energy swords, picked up a glass of red wine, and looked straight at the existence that was approaching from the sky. He didn't resist, as if he wanted to see his own death. On the other side, among the Mother Stream Alliance of the Abyssal Magic Bugs, the Abyssal Mother Empresses of the Supreme Council that came from the multiverse, Helen Lucia, who was covered in black armor and spitting out her tentacles, looked at each other. What is this? The truth of the universe. Because of our excessive destruction, a negative universe has appeared. Bastard from the 7th universe. It should be the dark universe. They're going to judge us. Is your brain filled with shit? How could it be the dark universe? Such an ancient creature that lives outside the universe is likely to be the origin of the universe. Cough, cough, cough. Let me think. Outside the universe? Perhaps it could be called outer God. Was it the materialization of the universe's power? It's a powerful and ancient existence in the universe, made up of unknown materials far beyond the mortal world. Who cares, just kill her. Let's kill her together. Ha 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 ha, we're going to kill a god today. They all had the same face and came from different universes. They roared and laughed wildly as they rushed straight into the sky. A mad roar pierced through time and space. Even if you're an outer god, I'll still bend your back. Comma. He is approaching. In all the multiverses, different dimensions, space, and distance, they all saw the same strange scene at the same time, as if they were looking directly at death. Boom. When everyone saw Chaos's true face, their minds were on the verge of collapse. Mortals, an indescribable god that could not be looked at directly. He couldn't be truly looked at directly. His essence was so high that living beings couldn't understand it. They would collapse with just one look. This collapse came from the self-destruction of the low-dimensional creatures when a large amount of indescribable and incomprehensible high-dimensional information flowed into their souls. It's over. Medusa grabbed it gently, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Prehistoric multiverse civilization. Due to the war, a large number of parallel universes had been destroyed and killed, and the remaining remnants were quickly eliminated by Medusa. Out of the 149 parallel universes, a total of 137 were eliminated. They were all crushed. After the Big Bang of the Crystal Wall multiverse, it began its first collapse and returned to its original state. There were only 12 survivor universes left, and they were almost completely unaffected by the war. At the same time, the two most technologically advanced races in the universe no longer existed. Only a few ordinary species were left, and they were still reproducing. Hehe, kill to your heart's content. The early stage of the simulation is over. In the study, Medusa grinned and sneered. Her mouth was very cruel, but at this time, she was squatting obediently in the big glass bottle as if she was going to the toilet. She had been holding her cheek with one hand. After all, no one could see her. There are two major benefits to this closed beta simulation. First, we have to eliminate the loopholes in the rules of the parallel world, the physical parameters, and the space particles. We have to see if a civilization can rise up. If we don't carry out virtual deductions, the real civilization will have too many flaws and loopholes. By then, it will be impossible to fix them. If they didn't do the virtual closed beta and a real loophole appeared, the consequences would be very serious. But fortunately, there were no loopholes in the physical parameters, and things developed as she had expected. It's just that the rules of the world wall have to be set higher. I've underestimated the progress of civilization. As expected of the little guys who multiplied in my body, they are violent and dark. They're only rank 6, but they found a way to break through the world wall and started the Latitude War. Next time, when it's really opened, I still have to adjust it to the God realm to cross the universe. Even a true god has to pay a huge price to reach the parallel space-time in the dark. She kept thinking. In fact, she had also deliberately lowered the threshold for breaking through the world wall so that she could see the trajectory of the entire Big Bang as soon as possible, so that the civilizations of the world could quickly go to war and collapse. Hurry up and return to the collapse. Second, there must be a prehistoric civilization to have a foundation and be interesting, right? When the creatures of the next universe era discover the ancient war between two dimensions and the Mother Stream Alliance civilization that transcended the multiverse, their jaws would definitely drop. To be honest, everyone had the heart to farm. He was passionate about farming and wanted to be perfect. At the same time, I have a very, very interesting backup plan. Medusa laughed and had a lot of fun. Soon, a new space civilization was born. The remaining 12 primal universes were squeezed together again to form a crystal wall diamond. Time continued to pass. According to some ancient science and technology, the new creatures did not develop from the beginning. They successfully and quickly crossed the boundaries of the high-speed train civilization. In a certain plane parallel universe. In the countryside, a young man picked up a strange insect. He touched it gently. Voila! In an instant, his mind was sucked into the black shell of the insect, bringing him into a vast history of the race. It was a long history of the rise of the abyssal magic bugs. They were an ancient bug that had appeared since ancient times. They had their own intelligence, developed technology, and fought against their enemies. They were crazy and violent. When technology reached its peak, the abyssal magic bug knew that it was living in a barren low-dimensional world. In the end, they broke through a certain dimension and entered an even higher level of an unfathomable fantasy world. They saw that unfathomable high-dimensional existence. The young man finally saw the Mother Stream's supreme conference in the multiverse. He saw the group of Abyssal Mother Empress Helen Lucia from every universe. She laughed wildly and kicked away the weakest one. After that, they became the remnants of the great destruction of the universe and escaped to the next era. They came here, but their true spirits were already shattered and they did not have long to live. We've lost. No matter who has seen my memories and taken control of our abyssal devil bugs, fight with me to that unbelievable higher dimension world again and see the truth of the entire universe. The young man was stunned and didn't react. Medusa, who was in the dark, smiled and found it interesting. With this as the prime universe, it will continue to split. In the end, there will be countless of my own parallel worlds, each with the weakest Helen and Lucia, and they will kill each other. It'll be a beautiful scene. Su Ji was speechless. This person was truly poisonous. He must have felt that the Abyssal Queen Mother's words were unpleasant and wanted to take revenge. He sat in the study, holding his chin in the pose of a thinker sculpture. But, why do I feel like I've seen him before? Chapter 687. The Destruction of Civilization. Su Ji sat in the study with his chin on his hand. Why did Medusa's tricks seem so familiar? He reacted and actually laughed. Isn't this just like my past self? He was quite direct, and couldn't help but tease himself. Cough, cough. Based on the current situation, could it be that the Zerg Queen back then was also the weakest in the vast multiverse, Helen Lucia? At that time, when she was holding the Supreme Council of the Universe, she was forcefully rescued by the Zerg Empresses of countless parallel universes. Thinking about it carefully, was there such a thing? Su Ji suddenly found it very interesting. Everything seemed to be fate. Could the world really be a circle? Who knows? However, he felt that such a guess was quite interesting. On a patch of green grass. In the grasslands of the farmers and herdsmen, there was a poor thatched house structure that looked like a yurt. The wind blew on the earth, rolling up orderly waves of wheat. The sky, the earth, the wind, the rain, the thunder, and the lightning were all tangible sensations. There was not a trace of falseness. Hualala! This is your power. A young shepherd was holding a black beetle the size of a basin in his hands. He stared at the neat and fine circle pattern of the wheat field in the distance. Soon, more than a month had passed. The building in the inner space was a pyramid made of pure gold. It was luxurious and gorgeous, which was the architectural style of the abyssal demon insect race. This place was filled with knowledge and all sorts of ancient murals. They were the historical legends of the entire distant civilization. Are you going to die? The shepherd boy muttered. The beetle let out a weak cry. Yes, I'm going to die. No matter how great the ancient life form of the universe is, no matter how invincible the overlord of the universe is, there will be a day when they will decay. At the last moment of my life, all I can leave you is my body and my last civilization. The entire Golden Tower, and the history of the universe we once existed in. The interior of the Golden Tower was bright and resplendent. There were lights lit up one after another, and the slanted walls were filled with ancient murals. The Abyssal Zergs reproduced in large numbers, but in fact, they were divided into many sub-races. Above were the histories of several main tribes, although most of them had already transformed into humanoid deformed creatures. However, most of them still had strange and deformed forms similar to human bodies and animal heads. Golden murals and slash and burn cultivation continued to appear on them. As a super-civilization that had descended to other universes, they were worshipped as ancient gods in the primitive world. They had human bodies and animal heads, and they stood on high ground to accept the faith. Our civilization is good at using gold weapons, so we often organize gold-digging teams to go to various low-leveled civilizations in the parallel universe to dig gold. She looked at the murals and explained, some native civilizations call our civilization Nibilu, some call it Anunnaki, some call it Nephilim, and some even call us alchemy warlocks. Alchemy, digging for gold, is gold really that useful? The shepherd asked curiously. The value of gold is greater than you can imagine. Then gold is fine, but what about copper? The shepherd could not contain his curiosity. Refining copper is a very vulgar existence. It's strictly forbidden. She replied, in the civilized view of our race, this is a sentence. What a strange civilization! The shepherd boy replied. From the endless questioning, it was enough to tell that this was a glorious race that had spanned across countless civilizations and had strange social concepts. In the boy's narrow vision, this seemed very fake and empty. It was hard to imagine that his world was a few nearby countryside towns, a few wooden road signs, the pungent smell of cow and sheep dung, a few freckled village women who bought goat's milk, and the landlords and nobles who scolded him harshly all day but were not willing to give more law coins. You guys are really great. The shepherd said it, but he didn't know how great it was. It was like a physicist discussing quantum collisions with a farmer in the countryside. Great? But today, our civilization has done our best, and what we can leave in the universe is only a small footprint. At the end of her life, Helen Lucia painted murals with pure gold and told the young man about the glory of her life. She was just the weakest Helen Lucia in the universe. She was an abyssal mother empress from a parallel universe. Helen Lucia had changed her fate. He could no longer remember which Helen and Lucia were the beginning. In short, the moment the first Helen Lucia crossed the multiverse, she began to help herself in the other universe to rise, struggle, and stand at the peak of that universe. In the end, every Helen Lucia in the multiverse became the Mother Empress of the Abyss in that universe. The shepherd boy cried out in shock, even though he still found the concept of the multiverse difficult to understand. Yup, I know. You must know that every universe's Helen Lucia is an absolute powerhouse. She has great talent. The beetle muttered, at the same time, they are definitely hot-tempered, and they are the kind of people who can't get along with themselves. People of the same sex repel each other, and they quarrel with themselves all day long. But in the countless multiverses, her personality was an exception. She had a weak personality, which led to the other irascible Helen Lucia to treat her better than expected and treat her as a cute little sister. And so, she was thrown out. Her eyes revealed a trace of emotion as she said to the teenager, "By the way, you don't deserve a name as a low-class person, do you? Otherwise, he would be called Magellan." This is a phrase from the Predators, Magellan, which means infinite rebirth. At that time, their king of predators, Willie Dion, was called by the predators of the entire multiverse as the Eternal Magellan. The meaning was eternal and infinite rebirth? The shepherd boy was silent. He must be a heroic figure. Just like Helen Lucia, this name resounded throughout every parallel universe and multi-dimensional space. These two ancient races that transcended dimensions would have definitely struck fear into the hearts of countless civilizations in the Crystal Wall system universe of that era. They symbolized supremacy, and it was their war that destroyed the entire multiverse. In the last moment of my life, let me quietly stay in this golden tower of the prehistoric civilization. She said, after I die, I can use my body to help you grow. The young man pursed his lips and left. Whoosh! Helen Lucia was in the pyramid, quietly looking at the murals. From the rise to glory, and then to the final war. There was also the appearance of a certain terrifying ancient existence that destroyed the universe. The figure of that existence was very vague on the mural because it could not be described or named. Moreover, she had barely looked at him directly at that time, which was why she had successfully survived. We destroyed the entire era because we were irrational. Her consciousness was getting more and more blurry. In a daze, she seemed to see an iron-blood warrior walking out of the pyramid, the old enemy of her race. From the initial enmity in the universe to the multiverse, the accumulation of hatred had almost crushed both sides. The grudges between the races from generation to generation were too huge. Even in their era, it was almost impossible for them to stop. What are you thinking about? Helen Lucia turned her head, and her pupils contracted slightly. She looked at the hazy and faint radiant figure in disbelief as he spoke to her. The shadow was talking? It was just a shadow, like a reflection, without a physical body embedded on the ground. You, what kind of creature are you? The fact that the other party knew him meant that it was very likely that the other party did not die during the great destruction of the universe, or he was an indescribable outer god, the ruler of the ancient universe? Was it the same existence as the ancient giant god who destroyed the multiverse before? The one whose size could not be measured by the universe? But no matter what the reason was, it surpassed the endless shock and fear in her heart. The two races that had transcended the mortal world had gone extinct. They couldn't survive the collapse of the great quietness of the universe. However, who knew that there was a mysterious and unknown existence that had caused all this? He saw everything. At the same time, he even came here personally. What does the ancient demonic god that symbolizes the origin and destruction of the universe have to do with you? Her eyes suddenly lost the deathly stillness as she excitedly shouted. Because she had seen that terrifying, blurry scene with her own eyes, a scene that she had never told the young man. It was a pair of vast hands, the entire multiverse in her palm. She slowly clenched it, and carried out a corresponding big bang. The great universe compression. The entire universe was like a ball of paper, crumpled into a ball by her palm, and then returned into a point. That scene was too terrifying. It was a vast and mighty power that was unimaginable to high-dimensional life forms. It was believed that no life form in the entire universe could understand the concept of that kind of existence. Antimatter universe? The original dark universe particle? It had simply torn apart all the ideas in her life. Could it be that you're also one of those ancient existences that have surpassed the universe? She almost lost her voice. Su Ji did not respond. He quietly watched her lose her composure, nervousness, breakdown, despair, and helplessness. Even a former overlord of the multiverse, one of the great existences of the crystal wall bookshelves in his own study, was no different from an ordinary person before his death. In the face of fear and the fear of death, he was madly squeezed. Although, just as she had guessed, she was an existence beyond the universe, even higher than Medusa. From a certain perspective, she was an existence of a super high dimension, 2 dimensions higher than Medusa. What are you? What is this world? Dimension? Could it be that we're just pitiful low-dimensional creatures? She kept asking and suddenly roared. Say something. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, she sobbed, her voice filled with helplessness and heartache. Give me an answer. Helen Lucia looked at the hazy reflection and shakily stretched out her beetle's tentacles. She almost cried and angrily shouted, Our civilization. Our entire universe. What did it mean? What are we? Su Ji fell silent. A moment later, he looked up at the ancient universe painting of the pyramid and smiled. I don't know what you mean, just like I don't know what I mean. The world is too vast, and it has infinite possibilities. You're so powerful, yet you don't know. Helen Lucia's voice trembled. Yes, I don't know either. Su Ji's face was calm, and he did not really think too much about it. He had only come here out of curiosity. As for the nesting doll's speculation, whether it was also a terrifying high-dimensional creator who created the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, and even the universe with a lifespan of 13.7 billion years, was it important? In the vast universe, were there really level 12 or even level 13 ancient eternal existences? They can interfere with the laws of the entire physical universe? Who knows? In fact, Su Ji did not even know if there was a realm beyond level 9. He felt that there was a 10th level, but 11th level? His current vision was far from it. Su Ji did not know what rank the Zerg empresses were at back then. Who knew if he was killed by the enemy or by the enemy? In any case, it was just a wave. In fact, the short civilization of mankind, or even the short civilization of the entire Earth, was only a blink of an eye compared to the entire universe. Just as countless scientists have said, we are like fish in glass bottles. We may not be able to see the truth of the vast universe even if we try our best to develop our entire civilization. This was because the universe was simply too vast. That was why Su Ji was searching and was now building a sandbox to deduce the path to grade 9. The future was very long. He believed that he would find the end. You don't know either. Helen Lucia growled in a low voice, almost turning into a lunatic. Her face was full of anger and suppressed emotions, but they gradually weakened. Yeah, I don't know either. Su Ji lowered his head and gently used the shadow's hand, as if he was caressing the beetle's shell. But not knowing is the best, isn't it? The world is too big. It has endless possibilities and endless beauty. Perhaps this is what is truly worth looking forward to. Helen Lucia suddenly fell silent. The world, the world. Yes, it's too beautiful, it's worth pursuing. Her breathing gradually weakened. Su Ji's shadow stared at her quietly and slowly became hazy. The Zergs will find it. The Zergs will find it. She exclaimed. Su Ji did not say anything else. It was the Zergs, and they were also Zergs. This sentence seemed to be a regret that the Bug Tribe Queen Mother did not say back then. Everything was quiet. The shadow on the ground gradually disappeared. After a while, the shepherd boy slowly walked in. He saw that the beetle had lost all signs of life. Her listless eyes were fixed on a mural in the distance. On it was an ancient, blurry snake-haired demon god standing in the vast universe. In her left hand was a big bang, and the universe expanded like stars. In her right hand was a great compression, and the entire universe was squeezed into a ball by her palm. They represented the beginning and the end of the multiverse. Death. In the end, he still died. The shepherd's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. He suddenly followed her gaze and looked at the mural. I seemed to feel that she died without regret. Chapter 688. Whoosh. Su Ji slowly opened his eyes and looked at the crystal wall system diamond. He put down the magnifying glass next to him. He wanted to enter the crystal wall system universe, and Medusa would naturally not be able to detect it. This was because this was not the world of the three-pillar gods that could monitor every corner. In fact, because it was too large and too diverse, it was even more difficult to monitor than other extraordinary worlds. She was unable to discover him. However, there's something interesting happening in front of me. It gave me some new ideas. Su Ji sat in his study with a serious look on his face. He took another sip of tea and said thoughtfully, "This multiverse is a model I've created in the first place, to deduce the endless possibilities of the world's laws in my study. What's before me is one of those countless possibilities. What was the reason for the Zerg Empress's deaths? Who knows? However, this was indeed a possibility. Although Su Ji did not care how that fellow had died, he still had to be on guard in case other enemies came looking for him. After all, he was wearing the skin of the Zerg Queen Mother." Su Ji narrowed his eyes and looked at Medusa, who was having fun. This guy was so arrogant that he restarted the universe and started a new Big Bang, which kept splitting and spreading. Su Ji could clearly see the resplendent little diamonds on the entire crystal wall bookshelf. The smaller diamonds grew on the diamond wall like the crystals of salt water, and the salt grains were arranged in a well-arranged order. It increased rapidly in the early stages with hours as the unit. However, the crystal wall system universe has developed to the celestial emperor realm in just a few decades. It can be said to be a great leap, proving the potential of this world. It is enough to surpass the Isodar civilization of the past. After all, it took the Isodarian civilization more than 100 years to reach the celestial emperor realm, even though their development was interrupted by a virus and they were destroyed in more than 200 years. The era of the sandbox was advancing. He became the Heavenly Emperor for more than 100 years, and then he became the Heavenly Emperor for decades. This meant that the sandbox's rule model was constantly being perfected and matured, and it had more potential. This time, Medusa started with 12 primal universes and split them up. She's really going to play a big game. Su Ji cast another glance at the teenager that Medusa had been teasing. After obtaining the resources of the ancient civilization, it had already begun to grow in the fourth universe and was using the prehistoric abyssal magic bug space technology. In the internal space of a piece of paper, the abyssal Zerg would be reproduced and the arsenal would be built. The parallel universe had already begun to split. Puff! Puff! The crystal walls were like bubbles. A teenager had walked the path of technology and continued the development of the abyssal magic bug civilization. A teenager chose to walk the path of the supernatural, using biological modification to demonize worms in real time, creating an ancient abyss, devouring and evolving like rearing venomous insects. At the same time, they were faced with two options. There was one who chose to directly announce his ability, occupy the entire land, and become the king of the people. One chose to lurk in the city and become a scumbag, quietly developing the technology in the painting. It looks very interesting. Su Ji cast a glance at it, but he did not have the intention to continue looking at it in detail. This time, he did not observe the progress of civilization in detail like the other sandbags. Because there was no need. What was the multiverse? It was because its development was too diverse, so many that it was difficult to observe carefully. The initial process was too huge, and there were a lot of useless failed universes. The best way was to wait for the middle period, when the waves washed away the sand, and then carry out actual observations. This was different from the world line. It was the world tree, a vast and eternal giant tree, so a large number of branches would wither, and most of them would be useless universes heading toward destruction. Only a few would grow beautiful fruits. And the multiverse was infinite, but also limited. In the middle and late stages of the world, the parallel universes that had failed countless times would head towards destruction. The number of mature transcendent universes that could successfully survive and be hung on trees for eternity could be counted with a finger. Su Ji ordered. Sub-brain, keep an eye on the progress of this universe. He glanced at the girl in the glass bottle who was addicted to the internet. She was still squatting in the toilet with her chin on her hand, and her eyes were squeezed on the glass wall, constantly observing her, just like those people who were squatting in the toilet and scrolling through Weibo like crazy, thinking that no one could see her. I'm addicted to it. This made Su Ji a little speechless, and his face darkened. This world is like a dream for someone like her. She can't wait to stay in the glass bottle in my study for tens of millions of years. Fortunately, the demon did not need to eat, drink, or shit. Otherwise, Su Ji would have thought that she was going to be in a bottle. Cacat. This scene is too funny. It's simply a dark history. Su Ji took out his new magic core ceramic phone and could not help but take a picture. This is one of the greatest joys in my study. When I'm free, I'll drink tea in the study, look at the posture, and take a few photos. He felt that his life was getting more and more comfortable. He left the study and went to the living room. He took a look at the development of Buddhism in the world of the 6 realms of samsara, then looked at the war between the 6 realms and the ancient land of lava. Su Ji was certain that nothing too important had happened. The placement of Medusa has been completed in advance, but 3 days have almost passed for my little phoenix. I have to make arrangements for her as well. Su Ji took a deep breath. The phoenix was the most important thing. After all, the 3 days that he had spent studying the new crystal wall world with Medusa were almost up. The sky was about to turn dark, and he needed to sleep. And where would the phoenix be placed? It was very difficult to decide in a short period of time. But at this time, Su Ji had also made a decision. I found Medusa's favorite and happiest place, and at the same time, I also thought of the place where Phoenix was the happiest. It's right by my bed. Thinking of this, he strode to the living room and looked at the results of Phoenix's evolution. Plop! Plop! A phoenix egg with a faint holy white light was slowly beating. Obviously, in addition to the great leap in the evil god of Medusa, Thulhu, the phoenix had also absorbed a large amount of original substance that it had provided, as well as heavenly and earthly treasures from various worlds. After a huge amount of effort, there had also been great changes. The phoenix that emitted golden flames before is now emitting platinum. Su Ji's eyes widened in surprise. So you've successfully changed your skin after spending so much money? Sub-brain, get the phoenix's genes. Ding! Ding! Transferring. Name, Phoenix. Attributes, energy manipulation, energy poison, energy immunity, rising from the ashes. Su Ji was slightly shocked. The 4 great talents had changed? From fire to energy? But it's only natural. Flames are a type of energy. Su Ji's eyes gradually brightened. She used to have 3 useless talents, but now they've finally come in handy. Energy control was to strengthen the fine ability of energy control. What did this mean? It meant that the path of the 9th step had a huge advantage. This was because the path to 100 trillion cells was originally a test of controlling one's spiritual power. When the fire poison turned into an energy poison, it was obviously more terrifying. It was a poison attack. In fact, these 2 were considered normal universal talents. They were not too strong, but they had a wide range of uses. As for energy immunity, it was a little strong. This was similar to Emperor Yun's. She was largely immune to magic energy damage. Only powerful energy attacks that exceeded her resistance would cause her harm. Magic immunity. This is the legendary phoenix. Su Ji muttered. Now, it's time to get to work. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ji carefully opened the white oven and took out the phoenix egg that was still warm. He returned to his room and put it on his bed. Chapter 689. The 4 Elemental Planes. The sky outside the house gradually turned dark, and the stars outside the window twinkled. The sky in the countryside was fresher than the city, which was full of exhaust, and many bright stars could still be seen. It's getting dark, it's time to sleep. Su Ji retracted his gaze from outside the window and placed the phoenix egg on the bed against the night sky. He sat by the bed and stared at the phoenix egg seriously for a while. Time was indeed running out. By the time he reacted from the multiverse in that study, he would immediately fall into a deep sleep. The method of settling down the phoenix. He closed his eyes, having thought of a way. He reached out and took out the special material of the alchemy emperor that he had prepared in the laboratory just now to prevent the worms from melting. He suddenly ordered the sub-brain. Reproduction parasite. Ding! Ding! Transferring genovault. It's reproducing. It's consuming a lot of energy. Su Ji was not surprised. He could only watch helplessly as the stored energy resources of his mercury power plant were consumed on a large scale. It should be known that a life could only produce a little bit of substance. It was clear how much energy it would take to produce a complete parasite. Voila! More than 5,000 parasites appeared in the glass petri dish. It must be known that the wave of quality that Hermes had conned before was only about 800, which was equivalent to the energy of a god becoming a god. The number of 5,000 in front of them was terrifying. Ever since Su Ji had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm, the energy he had naturally received every day from the sandbags of countless worlds was the death energy of 8 or 9 gods. If a war broke out, it could be greatly doubled. However, his heart still ached. Su Ji took a deep breath and said, "I've lost too much blood recently. First, I overused my resources to cultivate my physical cultivation. Now, I've produced a bunch of hostages. I'm really worried sick about my little phoenix." At that moment, Su Ji had made so many requests. Naturally, he had to use the forbidden alchemy soul bestowment. In other words, giving a dead object a soul. Logically speaking, the more impossible it is for dead object to naturally produce life and become demon, the more quality it needs, such as water, fire. Su Ji stared at the more than 5,000 larvae in the petri dish. I don't know if it's enough. He wanted to create a terrifying super life form that could become a demon. It was many times more powerful than fire and water. According to the player's theory. Su Ji took a deep breath. His eyes were burning and full of anticipation. If the alchemy door, the essence of the truth in the legends of alchemists, is quality. In that case, the gate of Buddhism, the legendary essence of truth among the Buddhist cultivators, the ancient god of the beginning of everything, is you. Su Ji stretched out his palm, and a highly condensed, round, and highly concentrated relic smaller than an ant was slowly suspended above his palm. If you can gain intelligence. It was revived from the ancient myths and legends. Endless radiance was emitted from it. It was like a 5-colored glaze, dazzling and eye-catching, like the most eye-catching crystal. Huaxia Divine System. Su Ji stared at the relic, which was emitting endless radiation. The spirit of all radiation, the source of all things. Buddha. Ancestor. Hu. Hu. A transparent substance that was like water slowly fused into the relic. It melted silently as if it was nourishing the relic. It was like a bottomless pit as a large amount of substance disappeared within. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. The substance that could allow countless elemental spirits to be born seemed to have disappeared, unable to fill up this seemingly tiny particle that could not be any smaller. Finally, after more than 4,300 pieces of substance had melted into it, a muddled and hazy consciousness sprouted from it. A Buddha elemental being. Su Ji immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient Buddha source. Has he finally appeared? It was less than expected. Although it was a huge loss, it was not a fatal loss. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the remaining materials. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I can't waste the rest. I might as well make up for a few hundred more and get an additional fire elemental spirit." He ordered the sub-brain of the Zerg to reproduce a few hundred more masses and created a ball of fire in the same way. A weak consciousness and intelligence appeared. This way, my elemental fire plane will be a success. This should be called the Song of Radiation and Fire. Su Ji heaved a sigh of relief and stared at the two hazy little fellows. Suddenly, he hesitated for a moment. His obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up again. Forget it. I'll do my best. Why don't I just spend a lot of money and get another water spirit and an electric spirit? The 4 elemental planes. All of a sudden, he reproduced again, creating the 4 elemental spirits. Obviously, this was the elemental plane, which he had gotten inspiration from Ermin and the Alchemy Emperor when they were modifying the underworld. Since they kept turning the dead things in the netherworld into living things, why didn't he directly turn the spiritual plane he created into an elemental plane? Furthermore, the phoenix was different from Medusa. The phoenix did not have Thulhu's body that could create and reproduce multiple crystal wall systems, so there was only one spiritual world for her. In that case, it would be perfect and become the only elemental plane. Since he couldn't make it big and complicated, he would make it small and delicate. It was equivalent to the paths of 2 people walking towards 2 extremes. One was a huge spiritual universe while the other was a small spiritual universe. A smile flashed across Su Ji's face. After all, phoenixes like plants and spirits. They're close to nature and don't like to fight and kill. Before, her demon world was full of plant spirits. These elemental spirits are similar. Right now, it was also her responsibility to live in seclusion in another place and occasionally travel around to take charge of the world. However, these elemental spirits also have a huge flaw. Not to mention the later stages, they're extremely fragile right now and have just been born. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the four life forms with hazy and weak consciousness. The water element must survive in water. The fire element had to survive in flames. The electric element must be in the electric light. The Buddha element must be in the Sarara. This is the hotbed for them. Although you let them live in the soul world, they also need a physical carrier in reality. Just like logging into online games to play virtual games, you have to ensure your own safety in reality. The Buddha element was still fine. After all, there was a Sarara carrier to begin with. The fire element was not a problem either, as it could survive on the skin of the phoenix. What about the remaining two? Electricity and water? He already had a way. Gilu. First, I'll create a world in a bottle similar to Medusa. He suddenly opened his mouth and cracked it at a strange angle. A ball of sticky white mud slowly took shape and finally turned into a bright and delicate circular transparent pear-shaped bottle. Then, he started to carve the patterns on the magic core bottle. There was an interlayer in the pear-shaped ceramic glass wall, and Su Ji slowly poured a thin layer of water into it. We have water, so there shouldn't be any problems. The Buddha Sarara can be directly thrown into the bottle. It doesn't matter. Su Ji slowly placed the tiny Sarara into the pear-shaped glass bottle, then carefully placed the phoenix egg inside as well. The phoenix egg's flames were surrounded by parasitic fire elements. With the phoenix as the core, surrounding the three elemental spirits. The only thing left is the electric element. Su Ji muttered to himself for a few seconds and then smiled. He grabbed the pear-shaped bottle, slowly placed it on the bedside lamp, and gently twisted it. Kakat. After installing the special light bulb, he turned on the white ceramic table lamp. The current passed through a special transformer and instantly lit up the entire light. Wang! The light bulb quickly lit up. Su Ji looked at the little night light at the head of the bed. Inside the light bulb was a white gold phoenix. It slowly tore the eggshell and spread its wings inside the light bulb, like the golden crow of the sun in ancient mythology. Phoenix is awake? It's just right. Kaka. Su Ji casually took a beautiful photo, thinking that it was quite memorable. Then, he fell asleep on the bed, turned over, and slowly fell asleep under the warm light of the table lamp. At this moment, Phoenix opened her eyes and looked at everything in shock. The electric current was raging in the narrow space inside the bottle. The four elements of water, Buddha, fire, and lightning surrounded her body like lightning and thunder. The promised time is over. Have I left? She looked around curiously. Where is this place? It's so warm. Chapter 690. Elements, the Seeker's Paradise. Phoenix looked at everything in a daze. The entire world was very small, as if it was born in an ancient oval egg. Was it another creation of heaven and earth? No, it shouldn't be. She was silent for a moment. This time, it was a complete resurrection without any cultivation. She was only at the level of a 6th-rank infant, so she should not be able to support such an important mission. At the same time, she also felt that this world was so small. There was an obvious world wall that could not be crossed, and she could not tear more space. Then, is this world that small? She looked around and suddenly found the electric element, the fire element on her body, and the Buddha element on a small glowing stone next to her. Even beyond the wall of the mysterious world, there seemed to be water flowing. There were vague life forms in it, which were the water elements. 4 unique soul elemental life forms. She was stunned and muttered, "What a wonderful world!" Her eyes were bright and her face was full of curiosity. She said loudly, "I can also feel a spiritual world here?" She reached out and fiddled with it. A light blue display screen appeared in front of him, and he could adjust the various parameters of his spiritual universe. Elements. The elemental world? I'll start adjusting the data then. She opened her eyes wide. She didn't like too many gaudy things. She directly adjusted it to be exactly the same as the real data, then studied it for a while to make sure that there were no mistakes, and then it was completed. She returned to the glass bottle and looked at the 4 cute, hazy little lives around her. She slowly pulled them into her spiritual universe. Boom! A phoenix was flying in the sky above a mountain range, looking at the four little lives. They lived in lightning, water, volcanoes, and earth respectively. The four elemental gods. She murmured with a happy face as if she had just opened the door of a real monster clan, a real world of plant and wood spirits. There are no flesh and blood creatures, just pure earth elements. I'm so grateful to the god of creation. The next morning, Su Ji opened his eyes and stretched lazily under the bright sun. Another good weather. He looked away from the bright sunshine outside the window and fixed his eyes on the table lamp at the head of the bed. He looked at the electric meter connected to the table lamp and his face turned black instantly. It's only been a night, and there's still electricity. Don't I have to pay for the electricity bill? Su Ji cast a glance at it. It looks like I'm going to become a big electric bill user in the future just because of a light. Little Phoenix seemed to be having a good time. The Phoenix was just like the demon world before, teaching everyone to live in harmony and letting everyone deduce cultivation techniques together. It was a small world of harmony and friendship. Let me see how it is now. Su Ji picked up the magnifying glass and sat at the head of the bed, looking at the entire light bulb. The entire world was a world of elements. After a night, the four elements continued to grow stronger and split themselves, producing offspring. There were even mutations, and the offspring of the elements were mixed. Hwalala! The entire world was as colorful as slimes and little spirits. Octopuses and all kinds of huge golden aberrations were wandering in the sky like rainbows. The ground was filled with all kinds of radiation creatures that looked like demons and ghosts. Strange grayish-white rocks that looked like lingzi mushrooms stood on the ground. These were the radiation of the earth elements. In the river, there was a pure and transparent water life, like a blue ribbon. In the air, there were balls of distorted multicolored flames that were constantly floating. Some of them were even fused with the Buddha element and fire element, turning into black lava like half-human illusory monsters without faces. Roar! In the sky, a godlike blue whale with blurry lightning roared. It was a strange and beautiful world that was like a ghost, an elemental, and a fairyland. The beauty of life. Su Ji felt a sense of purity that he had not felt for a long time, and he was calm and composed. Su Ji had already expected this to happen. I'm just giving her a place to settle down and cultivate. Su Ji pursed his lips, shook his head, and said, the four elements will reproduce and split on their own, forming a real plane of pure elements. As for war? Civilization? Slaughter? Su Ji had never thought about it. Small animals became demons and gained intelligence. Although they were kind and pure, animals still had desires. Although they were few in number, that was the wildness written in their genes. However, for the plant spirits and monsters that were born from the dead, their souls were naturally extremely pure. Their souls were the purest, closest to the primordial pureness. They were pure deists. If she was not contaminated, she would be extremely kind and gentle, like a pure white paper. Moreover, the phoenix was guiding them. If he really wanted to create a war in this world, he would have long released all kinds of flesh and blood creatures. Life races that liked violence, war, and desire would be the same as Medusa's side. How could there only be a civilization with four elements? It's just a pure elemental plane. It's so pure that there's no desire. It's pure and flawless. It's a world of seeker who pursues cultivation perfectly. Su Ji let out a soft sigh and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This is how elemental life is brought to its greatest value. In fact, he didn't intend to interfere with anything. Just like the phoenix in the past, he allowed her to develop the demon world on her own and leave a rare pure land in the universe's sandbox. Therefore, it was not exactly developing civilization. Settlement was more appropriate. After all, the phoenix was a rank 9 reserve, so there was no need to spend extra energy to deduce civilization for himself. He just had to cultivate seriously. He just had to be a good third wheel. As for Medusa, she had no choice but to eat people. Thulhu did not have any energy, and no one knew how long it could survive. That was why he had created a multi-crystal wall universe for her to work for. Therefore, both of them were world civilizations that were tailored to each other. I'll make reasonable arrangements and place myself in a reasonable position because of my personality. This is my true duty as the god of creation. Su Ji muttered to himself with his chin in his hands. But come to think of it, the 2 places in his house, the 4-element light bulb by his bed and the crystal wall murals in his study, were simply 2 extremely terrifying divine artifacts. They were still alive in the glass bottles. On one side was a snake-haired banshee, and on the other side was a phoenix. They could even take photos. To be honest, it's good to observe the lamp once in a while, just like how I didn't observe the demon world of the phoenix at all back then. Freedom is enough. The phoenixes won't let me down either. Maybe after a while, a special system of elements will appear, which can be used as a reference for research. At the same time, let's not talk about the crystal wall paintings. I'm already imagining the future when I hold a high-dimensional table lamp and smash people. Su Ji looked at the sun's golden crow in the glass light bulb, and his mind wandered. It's a little exciting to think about it. Chapter 691. The starting point of the war. Su Ji set up a bedside lamp, then walked out of the house to have breakfast. After a night, Phoenix's elemental light bulb had naturally developed on this side, and at the same time, the crystal wall system universe on the other side had also undergone tremendous changes. Another few decades passed. Many shattered crystal walls appeared in the multiverse, like colorful bubbles blown by a child in the universe, which eventually broke. The remaining universe developed normally, and Tier 5 powerhouses reappeared. You're quite fast. However, Su Ji was not in a hurry. He was still eating the breakfast prepared by the ceramic butler girl, chewing carefully and swallowing slowly. Let's wait until it's broken for a period of time and a real strong person is born. This multiverse is just like a garbage dump. Only by washing out the sand with great waves can a civilization that is truly powerful and worthy of attention be born. This was also the huge difference between them and other civilizations. What was unlimited? Most of them were trash. This was very real. After breakfast, Medusa and Phoenix's home was finally settled with the glass bottles and bedside lamp in the study. They were very happy and relaxed. Take a look at today's daily news. Su Ji ate his breakfast and began to understand the changes in each sandbox through his intelligent sub-brain. He discovered that although Carolyn had entered the 6 worlds for a vacation to secretly learn, the war between the ancient lava land and the 6 worlds was still rapidly erupting. And a terrifying war had broken out. After 2 days, the lava war and the war of the 6 worlds are about to break out. He narrowed his eyes. The fuse has been created. Arcanist Cyberton was currently in charge of most of the TNG province's territory. The 100 Flowers Arcane Dynasty stood tall on the earth. Inside the tall city walls, each house had a huge chicken cage made of black vines. Inside the cage were white dragon chickens. It was said that this was a new species of the ancient dragon bloodline. Once it reached adulthood, it would have the standard of a 3rd rank or above. Every house had livestock. The country I've built has an unimaginably peaceful order. It's enough to calm the entire chaotic world. Cyberton stood calmly on the city wall, squinting his eyes as he looked at the approaching enemy. In these arcane kingdoms, the nobles violated ordinary poor peasant women almost every day, regardless of the law. The empire would not punish the noble arcane professionals for violating the civilians, but only perfunctorily. Therefore, almost every civilian woman had a similar experience. Their husbands could only swallow their anger, whether before or after they got married. But now, in the country I rule, there are no more such terrible crimes. In the Holy 100 Flowers dynasty, arcane nobles and civilians are equal. He said, yes, I can't guarantee the gap in life caused by talent, but I can at least guarantee this. The basic dignity of the weak. We can't be wild beasts that only know how to procreate and eat raw meat. A female arcanist behind him said with admiration. She was destined to be one of Cyberton's 37 concubines in the future. Due to the restrictions of the world of fate, Cyberton had managed to capture her with his charm even after his accident. There were even many destined wives and concubines who were moved by his ideals. In order to establish a country where women were equal, they now followed him in carrying out reforms. In their eyes, Cyberton and the Great Joy Emperor were the opposite of good and evil to girls. When a person's weakness is exposed, he will never be able to be arrogant. It's like a dagger hanging over his head. Cyberton seemed to have changed. And I can always find the weakness of my opponent. The female arcanist trembled and could not help but say, however, in the eyes of outsiders, we are a notorious and terrifying scourge army. We use evil and strange infection arcana, just like the undead scourge in history, infecting, controlling, and sweeping the disaster across the entire land. Right, wrong. Syberdin raised his hand and spoke in a high-spirited manner. In my world, there is no right or wrong power, only people who use the wrong power. This power of mine will create a top-tier arcane dynasty. Boom! Syberdin's aura exploded, and his body seemed to be covered in ink. He turned into a terrifying black lizard dragon and charged towards the Alliance army. Mice, the epic grand arcanist from the arcane dynasty in the north. He turned into a huge arcane spell model, a black dragon, and looked down at the army formation. Let me bring you peace. Boom! The entire Alliance army looked at the sky in fear. The sky started to shrink, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. A battle that would cost the lives of tens of thousands of people from both empires was about to break out. On the internet, a piece of news quickly spread. Everyone, bad news! The army of the Arcane Dynasty in the north has fallen and is ruled in an instant. Everyone on the internet instantly exploded. According to the balloonfish's previous words and various descriptions of the battle, who didn't know that there were more than 100 million people in the Northland dynasty? Such a terrifying number was going to be ruled over in the 100-Flower dynasty. It was simply hair-raising. It's so terrifying. Is that land going to become a spooky and terrifying ghost land? Forget about the men, the girls are too pitiful. Let me save them quickly, I want to adopt them. Excited. It's indeed terrifying. You must know that even in the Great Zhou dynasty, that thing has caused a terrifying and hair-raising natural disaster. It has reaped a large amount of fear. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The balloonfish continued, you don't know yet. According to my research, the accumulated grudges have turned into an illness. This anomaly has lost its roots and incense. When it came to this world, it has already mutated and fused with Syberdin. Now, it was already named the God of Justice. A symbol of being shackled, holding the chain of punishment, giving all life justice and peace. Screenshots. Screenshots. It was a picture of a god. In the statue, there was a tall and strong man holding a chain. He had a fierce face and a big bald head, but his body was in a beautiful S shape. A demon was imprisoned in the chain, symbolizing various desires. He would give a fatal punishment to any criminal who broke the precepts at any time. Everyone looked at the screenshot and was shocked. Look at the gorgeous curves of the clothing, why does it look a little like Shiva? And a little like Vishnu? The one above, don't talk nonsense. However, if the anomaly is forcefully fused and mutated, I don't think the 6 realms can take it back. It's not that we can't get it back, but it's as good as dead. The Joss flames in the 6 realms can still form a new one, but this one has been left here forever. So, the invading freaks must be careful. Don't be caught by the arcanists and used as experimental materials. You may die. The crowd was in a heated discussion. He felt that the 3 pillar gods were too terrifying and that they were probably really within the scope of his deduction. Suddenly, someone said, however, the weapons control regulations are indeed unprecedented in history. This is something that our 6 realms would never have imagined. People were afraid of it before, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. Everyone was puzzled. The man continued, if you trap the other party, you can confiscate their tools at any time. In such a society, there are no more invasions and crimes. There is equal freedom of love and respect for human rights. It is simply walking towards perfect utopia. Everyone's face darkened. What kind of weapon control regulations were they talking about? It's poisonous. Did he really know how to talk? He made it sound like he was a hero in history, a great hero who could bring about a revolution. However, on second thought, it made sense. Being able to confiscate the tools of crime at any time was simply a blessing that modern society ruled by law couldn't achieve. The balloonfish spoke again. But then again, Syberdin is already very powerful now. The root deduced by the 3 pillar gods is indeed terrifying. It's already as holy as Buddha. He's bald, and at the same time, he has a big dream of achieving a country without crime. Screenshots. Screenshots. In the picture, the bald arcanist was tall and strong, like a muscular monk. He was merciful and had a kind of temperament. It was as if they were 2 different people. Could it be that he was as lustful as a demon before and as holy as a Buddha after? Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. In this case, if he were to cause radiation, he would directly fly and cultivate Buddhism. He would definitely enter the void gate and all his 6 roots would be empty. So, this logic tells us that in order to make a scumbag protect a girl, we must first make him eunuch? Excite.jpg. This reminds me of cartoon. Used to play when was young, the theme song of One Day Off. Now that I think about it, he's already told us the 2 secrets to becoming smart, funny. Everyone's face darkened. These people were full of nonsense. Chapter 692. The Primeval Gene Fragment of the Pillar God. I beg you, please be more normal in your brains. Some people felt their heads hurt when they saw the comments. Every time the topic of discussion changed, they would unknowingly change the subject. The more they talked, the stranger it became. They even talked about the heavens beyond heaven. I beg you to be human. Peeing with laughter. Can you guys give me some ideas? Didn't we agree on the vision of the average keyboard saint? Doghead. However, it's indeed a big boss on average. The netizens saw through it at a glance. This is a great change in the development of feudal slavery, tyranny, and a dark society. This is a great country that has established weapons control regulations, governing the country, and freedom every day. Everyone's faces darkened. What the hell was he talking about? It was clearly Twitter ruling the country. Supervising weapons and confiscating the tools of crime at any time can indeed greatly reduce the crime rate. I suggest that some country imitate it. Serious face. JPY. What the hell was this? The 2 above are talking nonsense. Are you trying to spit out my breakfast? He's the natural enemy of balloonfish. The hell? They're the same kind of people, great heroes who share the same dream. A bunch of stupid jokers. The balloonfish's face darkened. Can these people not be so jumpy? We're strictly discussing historical events. Even if we can't be serious, we should at least come up with some ideas, right? He was so angry that his mouth was crooked. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana appeared and soothed the awkwardness. Cough, cough, cough. Based on your current situation, are you thinking of making a move and allowing the Umbrella Corporation to make a comeback? Serious face. Balloonfish, it's like this. Normally, I don't dare to go out, but now that the world line is in chaos, a few visitors from another world have become various variables and are madly interfering with the world line. I'm afraid the 3 pillar gods can't see the future anymore. So if I take the chance to interfere, they probably won't have time to care about me. He naturally had his own thoughts. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm for quite some time, unable to become a god. Even though he had been in a deep sleep to prolong his lifespan was still approaching its end. He could not wait any longer. However, he did not have the confidence. He was not infected by the virus and did not possess a magic nucleus, so he could not use arcane magic. At the same time, he did not have any weird abilities. He was the kind with extremely low combat power and did not have the ability to divide the era. This was a huge dilemma he was facing. Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, then follow Alusha. She's also the protagonist of an era. The others also want to follow Alusha and use her to compete with Cyberden. There might even be some weird people secretly making a move behind the scenes. Balloonfish, but I will be infected, crying. Meng Mei was speechless. What infection? Can't you make a phone and communicate remotely? The balloonfish was speechless. He was stunned on the spot. He had never thought that there would be such a move. Thus, the balloonfish decided to stand on Alusha's side. They wanted to make use of the rise of an era to break through and become a god. Furthermore, he still had Du Shui helping him from behind. Previously, with the 3 pillar gods, Du Shui did not dare to act rashly. Now, it was naturally the opportunity for Du Shui to help him. On the other side, Messiah was in the arcane library. He didn't observe or interfere with the progress of the times, but continued to study quietly. Voila! Under the microscope, nothing could be hidden. It was the infection virus of the 3 pillar gods. The virus was shaped like a long and narrow fried dough stick, like a twisted and deformed black sea cucumber. There were fine protrusions, and the virus membrane had been cut open, revealing the genetic material inside. Is this the true body of the pillar god's virus? Is it also the modification and embedding of the gene sequence? He was curious. He had never come to the arcane era of the three-pillar gods before, as he had deliberately studied it. Ever since the Great Joy Emperor, even the ancient gods had left with Caroline, creating the small universe era. Therefore, the entire era of the three-pillar gods was different from the other sandbox worlds. There was no clone left in this world to do detailed research. He had learned a lot from studying arcana and viruses only now. Back then, when Caroline established the human DNA genetic database, she researched the Forbidden Zone of God, conducted human body modification experiments, biological gene lock experiments. The current three-pillar gods seemed to have completely mastered the DNA gene vault modification technique. They had completely modified humans into their own race and turned them into sub-computers under their command. The method of genetic modification was the so-called a virus. What was a virus? Anyone who had studied high school biology would know. It could be said that it was not a living creature. The virus was a layer of protective shell that wrapped around a gene fragment. A shell that contains a gene fragment. It's like a syringe used for injections. It contains genetic material and will float in the air at any time. Su Ji blinked and looked around. He looked at the pillar god virus in the air. It was like a needle floating in the air, ready to stab you at any time. It would shoot its own genetic material into your body and force you to accept its genetic material. Then, modify your DNA sequence. This is the virus. A unified infection virus. Strictly speaking, they're a genetic sequence super injection that's full of shells, floating everywhere. When Su Ji saw this, he could not help but feel a little afraid after thinking about it carefully and studying it to such an extent. The structure of the virus was a simple external model with the genetic material inside. The current Earth couldn't do it, but a high-tier space civilization? Cell technology and quantum technology could easily modify the structure of a virus. In the advanced civilizations, by modifying the genetic sequence inside the virus as a DNA bank floating in the air, as invisible injections, they infect different species? This was the mysterious truth of the zombie virus. For example, this high-leveled civilization that invaded Earth. If the God Pillar virus was released, it would be equivalent to releasing gene reagents with needles floating in the air, ready to inject you at any time. It caused a large area of infection and assimilation. The truth of making a tumor crystal grow out of thin air in the other party's brain and growing a magic core was, in fact, to forcibly inject the talent of the magic core into one of the other party's 5 genetic positions. The pillar god world of the Grand Unification virus seemed to still be an extremely primitive medieval civilization, but in fact, it had probably already reached an extremely advanced level of technology. There were no battleships, no mech armors, no space travel, no warp drive ships. It was just that their forms were different. This was because they had 3 pillar gods and still had the native medieval ladder structure. From this, it seems that we can see the true form of war of some high-tech civilizations. Su Ji could not help but laugh freely as he continued to explore and develop the true principles behind this terrifying zombie virus. However, since genetic viruses can be used in war, they can also be used for evolution. It's even a form of evolution, a form of the bloodline medicine. Just like the other world's bloodline potion, the witch race's bloodline potion was meant to grant a person a certain bloodline. The pillar gods can put their magic cores, bloodlines, and talents into the virus to make people grow magic cores. I can also put other genetic talent sequences into the virus. For example, the inner world gene bloodline. If the genetic sequence of the Grand Unity virus was replaced with the genes and bloodline of the inner world, it would become a brand new inner world virus. After being infected, one's entire body would welcome a transformation, and they would all possess inner world genes. He had to walk the path of the sea of consciousness and the primordial era. It's not much different from the Unity virus of the Pillar Gods. Su Ji sighed with emotion, put down the microscope, and closed the book. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he said lightly, from Alchemy Monarch's simple test tube gene agent to the virus gene agent of the 3 Pillar Gods today, they are essentially the same. However, the genetic and bloodline technology is already a fundamental change of the era. Even the current me, with the constant deduction of the sandbox civilization, has enough knowledge to change the entire human race. That's right, all of humanity on Earth. As long as he could obtain a piece of a transcendent genetic talent, such as the inner world bloodline, the demon core bloodline, or the sorcerer race bloodline. The internal genetic material of the virus integrated into the Pillar God virus mode was released to the entire Earth as a new bloodline virus. It could be called the supernatural mythological virus. At that time, the era of Reiki rejuvenation would begin for the entire human race. Their bodies would be invaded by the Grand Unification virus and their bloodline would be modified. The revival of Spirit Chi? The arrival of the extraordinary era? Spirit Chi class? Cultivation specialization? Su Ji looked at the idiotic netizens who were still discussing the matter seriously on the internet and suddenly felt a sense of loss. Previously, the genetic bloodline medicine couldn't have been effective on such a large population. I've been helping them step by step, so it's unrealistic for all of them to become superhumans. However, with the current model, it's already possible. The virus, the Pillar God virus, and the self-replication of the gene bank are simply an unbelievable model of a super civilization. He was looking forward to it. He felt that this was an extraordinary power that was comparable to that of a god. The mythological virus was floating in the air, like some kind of Reiki factor. Unknowingly, the knowledge I possess is already enough to do this. I can change the bloodline of the entire planet's civilization and race. Su Ji suddenly laughed heartily. He felt a sense of relief and transcendent pleasure. This was the intoxicating feeling of gaining knowledge and becoming powerful. He seemed to see a blue planet in his hand, easily controlled and toyed with by a supreme power. At this moment, he felt like he had the fate of the entire planet in his hands. Of course, he didn't have such thoughts at the moment. Even if one had mastered the forbidden divine medicine, it did not mean that one had to use it. Su Ji's clone continued to study it. At this moment, the ancient land of lava was still like a land of gold that had not been mined. It was time to harvest and obtain knowledge since they had not studied it seriously before. The days passed, and Su Ji's clone continued his research. He was curled up in a rented laboratory in the Mathematical Olympiad Library. That was until the virus he was researching mutated again. It's mutated again. Let me count how many generations it is. The 87th generation virus? Su Ji thought to himself. The three infectious viruses of the three pillar gods were, in fact, floating in the air at all times, fighting and competing in infection power. There was also a firewall mechanism. Creatures that were already part of their own species naturally had to establish an immune system to prevent being infected by the other two major viruses and being forcibly snatched away. But at that moment, Su Ji cut open the virus capsule. What is this? His face instantly darkened. Boom! He was rapidly evolving. The 87th generation virus. The 88th generation virus. When Su Ji saw the virus, it was as if there was a big biological explosion in that short moment. It was updated rapidly, and in just half an hour, it had been updated to the 97th generation. The virus forms were updated one after another. In just half an hour, it was as if the era of black and white television had suddenly changed into the era of the internet and computers with a technological boom. In the end, he saw that the virus that was cut open was not a gene fragment, but a magic core. What did this mean? It meant that the infection of the three pillar gods had developed at a terrifying pace. They had crossed countless levels out of thin air. Even a tiny life form like virus could forcefully possess a magic nucleus. At the same time, this meant that the environment they were monitoring was even more terrifying. If the ant and the flower in the arcane library were cameras, exposing them to them meant exposing themselves to the fate of the entire race and being discovered by the three pillar gods. Su Ji could still hide it well for now. In that case, the microorganisms and viruses in the air were their cameras. How many microorganisms were there in the air? There were tens of thousands of them, and they had nowhere to hide. Quantum-grade surveillance cameras, super miniature robots smaller than cells, and tens of thousands of floating dust were monitoring the entire world at all times. The entire world no longer had any blind spots in the conceptual sense. It was too terrifying. It was simply terrifying to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Su Ji felt that the three pillar gods seemed to have become 3 or 4 times stronger in an instant. Their faces had been smacked swollen recently. The three pillar gods had probably been screwed over by Carolyn, played by all sorts of freaks, and even messed with Cyberton by him. They had suffered losses one after another, and their minds had exploded. As the pillar god with the strongest desire to live, he could feel a great danger to his life. It's very likely that the three pillar gods have formed some form of alliance, using the three great computing powers together to instantly complete this kind of evolution that usually takes hundreds or thousands of years of stable calculations of the arcane civilization. Therefore, during this period of time, the virus had rapidly evolved into several versions. Of the three parties that attacked them, Carolyn ran away, the weird energy turned into an energy body, and I'm the only one left that's easy to catch? In order to catch me, in order to find me. They've been hiding and silently updating the viruses. Then, in an instant, they all burst out. Su Ji was stunned for a moment, and his heart was in a daze. The pillar god is indeed the most terrifying and most difficult to kill. Su Ji's mind suddenly stopped daydreaming. He sat quietly in the arcane magic laboratory because he knew that he had been discovered alive by the three pillar gods in an instant. Suddenly, a voice came from the arcana laboratory. Squeak! The door opened without a sound. Like countless dust particles, the countless stars in the sky gathered and gradually formed into three hazy figures. They stood at the door and slowly walked in. The billions of viruses in the air have gathered into a body. It is indeed the Grand Unity virus in the true sense. Su Ji sighed and looked at the three pillar gods who had come to visit. The three gods of fate. It's really too difficult for me. All I did was steal some of your knowledge. Chapter 693. The three pillar gods who had hidden themselves deeply. Su Ji stared at the three black figures in front of him. Like countless flies and mosquitoes, the dark creatures gathered together in a dense mass. It was strange and horrifying. The pillar god was indeed a pillar god, and it was still extremely fierce. The three pillar gods had perfectly controlled the world line. There were almost no accidents and they had never suffered losses. Now that they had suffered losses one after another, how could they not be angry? He did not expect the three pillar gods to join forces behind his back. This was an unimaginably huge piece of information. If it were to be spread out, all the gods who were plotting against their respective pillar gods would definitely be shocked and scared out of their wits. But then again, Caroline, the god of dreams, and the rest of the weirdos had already run away. After creating a wave of three pillar gods, they ran away after acting tough, and they ran so fast. He was the only one left in the arcane library. If he didn't find him to take the blame, who else could he find? This was a very realistic problem. Su Ji cupped his chin in his hands and began to think calmly. However, the two of them had deliberately messed with the three pillar gods, while he had done it unintentionally. He had come here to learn culture and exchange civilizations. As for the three killing intents, the heavens and earth were turned upside down. That was a misunderstanding. Su Ji wanted to say that he was a good person, that he did not want to mess with Cyberden, and that killing a chicken was really an accident, but he could not bring himself to say it. However, he did not panic because he also had magic nuclei. He was his person. In their eyes, he was a super ancient land of lava, a mysterious prehistoric creature. Super prehistoric magic core creature. In any case, his clone would only be participating in the research work here. At most, it would be the other way around and be studied. The world has suddenly exceeded our expectations. Suddenly, among the three hazy black shadows, an old and deep voice came from a plant-shaped shadow. Su Ji looked at the plant-type pillar god. It was a ghost-like tree, like a dead tree that had been burnt black. It had a precise and solid texture, a creature that was the amalgamation of endless viruses. What is the truth of the world? A tiger-like animal walked out. It was a beast-shaped pillar god. Two bright red flames burned in its eye sockets, and an ancient character was engraved on its forehead. He had originally thought that the three pillar gods would be filled with anger. He did not expect them to say such strange words, which made Su Ji slightly stunned. Su Ji was a little curious on the spot and could not help but ask, "Didn't you come for the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor, the other worldly invaders, and your anger towards me?" Angry. Three emotionless and low voices rang out. That's the emotion of humans, not the emotion of fate. Rationality, love, hate, anger. Those are not things we have. We just want to live. As the fate of a race, the consciousness of the countless thoughts of all living beings will reach its peak. We are the most complicated creatures in the world, but also the simplest creatures. Su Ji's expression was calm. Was it absolute peace? The plant-type pillar god said, the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor will not pose a fatal threat to us. As the leader of an ancient civilization from the previous era, she witnessed our rise with her own eyes. She did not choose to destroy us. This means that she never had the intention of attacking us from the start. So you can compromise? Suji recalled Caroline's request from before. The human-shaped pillar god said, the bizarreness of the other world is terrifying, but according to our calculations, they have no fatal possibility of overthrowing and destroying us. They will even be counterattacked sooner or later. Their pride will be shattered by us. In the near future, they will face our invasion and destruction. They will regret it. Suji was stunned. Although the three pillar gods were enemies, there were no absolute enemies. If they joined forces to resist the foreign enemy, they had absolute confidence in winning this war. The three pillar gods' terrifying calculations and big data were terrifying. Their victory was indeed not an exaggeration, because they were absolutely rational. After all, the three pillar gods would become stronger when they encountered stronger opponents. In their eyes, this might just be a stepping stone, just like the people of Isodar in the past. Viruses were constantly updated. Unless the pillar god was destroyed in one go, the pillar god would eventually catch up and defeat the other party. No one knew what kind of trump card the three pillar gods were hiding. That was because Suji was not familiar with the three pillar gods. He couldn't be like Caroline, who didn't hide anything and had an intimate conversation with her. He couldn't understand her trump card. As for the sub-brain, it could only monitor the other party's movements, but it could not read the other party's thoughts. But did the three pillar gods take any action? Even Suji could not understand what fate was thinking or what it was doing. It could be said that in the entire sandbox, it was the creature that Suji could not understand and peeked at the most. Then what's your purpose for coming? Suji asked curiously. An equivalent exchange. The human-shaped pillar god slowly said, this is the civilization rule of the sorcerer world, isn't it? In fact, it's similar to the arcanists we have now. Suji was stunned. Wizards and arcanists seemed to be a group of people who pursued knowledge, but how could they be the same? Other wizards are all individuals who mine by themselves. You guys are a chain of blocks with a clear division of labor. A group of computers working together to mine. If I have to say it's similar, it's more like the Isodeus brain connection to deduce technology together. You know about wizards? Suji said. We have more information than you can imagine. Three emotionless voices slowly sounded. They were cold and their eyes were as high as the sky. So, what do you want to exchange? Suji asked again. The two sides went straight to the point, and it was an extremely simple and crude question and answer. The polite words of friendship were simply laughable in the eyes of existences like these two. We want to exchange information. What happened to the civilization that surpassed the ancient lava era? The flame in the pillar god's eyes flickered violently. Emperor Cherry Blossom has been taken away. What responsibility does that mean? What kind of terrifying potential opponent did he have? 9th rank. So, this was the case? Suji came to a realization. The pillar gods were indeed terrifying. Their computing power was ridiculous. They had probably discovered Caroline's sense of danger and knew that she might be facing a huge, unknown enemy. It was very likely to be at the 9th rank. Do you want to know what happened in the era of the ancient lava land and the ancient gods? Suji asked. After all, it's very likely that I'll have to face two difficult problems from the ancient civilizations? Yes, that's the first question. There's also the second question. We need to know the attitude of the ancient gods toward us. If we invade the 6 worlds, or even counterattack the world ruled by the ancient Cherry Blossom Emperor, and rule them all, sweeping through all the worlds we can see, will the ancient gods attack us? Suji gasped. Everything he could see? The 3 pillar gods were so ambitious? To rule the 6 worlds, Caroline and the small universe era behind her at the same time? It was so fierce. The 3 pillar gods looked very gentle, and they were still using Cyberton to fight with everyone. However, this was only on the surface. They had some terrifying plan in the dark, and they even planned to start a war on both sides? Where did their confidence come from? These two questions need to be exchanged? The price to pay is heavy enough. Suji laughed. How about the path to rank 9? The 3 pillar gods spoke in unison, and a strange overlapping voice sounded. This is a special path that even the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor doesn't know of. After all, she's limited by herself, and her computing power is only equivalent to one of our pillar gods, that is, if the ancient gods didn't tell her about this path. 9. Level. The pillar god had actually already deduced the shortcut to the 9th rank? Su Ji's mind jolted. He felt that the 3 pillar gods seemed to have been fatter than he had imagined and were hiding more secrets. What does the path of rank 9 mean? Su Ji asked. It's not the method we use to break through. The 3 pillar gods' voices were extremely calm and solemn as they said, it's a method for normal life forms to break through to the 9th step. Every living being has a chance to break through, and the difficulty is reduced to an acceptable level. Furthermore, it's definitely the right path of cultivation, not an evil one. According to our speculations, the ancient gods broke through in this way. Su Ji was stunned for a few seconds, and his eyes suddenly flickered with great surprise. So that's how it is. The calculation power of the 3 pillar gods was indeed amazing. According to the joint calculation of the 3 pillar gods, after hundreds and thousands of years, the way to break through to level 9 of the ancient gods was finally researched. All of you are truly amazing. Su Ji could not help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. In my time, the breakthrough method of the ancient gods was still the biggest mystery that I could imagine. The human-shaped pillar god smiled. Of course, according to our observations, the ancient god did not tell him this method, which is enough to prove that he and the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor were not really close. Su Ji's expression suddenly turned solemn. He stood up and said, "The equivalent exchange of this knowledge is acceptable. You can use the method of breaking through to rank 9 to answer these 2 questions. The history of the ancient lava era and the attitude of the ancient gods towards you are naturally worth the exchange." Chapter 694. The world's nuclear fission equation. Su Ji had never expected that the secrets and concealment behind the 3 pillar gods would be so terrifying. Not only had they researched the path to rank 9, but they had also plotted to lay their hands on the 6 worlds and even Caroline. The 3 pillar gods had secretly joined forces and even had the unyielding intention of starting a war on 2 fronts. The corners of Su Ji's mouth curled up into a warm smile. No one knows what kind of terrifying trump card they have that gives them such a strong and unyielding confidence. Did the arcane blockchain discover some shocking secret? Not only did you find out the method to break through to level 9, but you also found some kind of heaven-defying arcane spell. Su Ji was curious himself, and even a little confused. Were the coin chains and the coin ring civilization really that powerful? It turned out that this was the general trend of civilization development. Mining, you can dig out all kinds of rare treasures? No wonder China had so many crazy Bitcoin mines. Even the 3 pillar gods had built a mining base in the ancient lava land and used arcane blockchains to constantly excavate the rules of the universe. The things I did when I was mining in the heavens? Universe-level mine owner. With the hundreds of millions of living beings in the sub-computer as the miners, with the universe as the mine, the mysterious pillar god mine owner. It's a terrifying super mining civilization just thinking about it. Let me exchange some information. Su Ji thought to himself. Previously, their meek and helpless behavior had made everyone think that the 3 pillar gods were in a weak state. Due to the uncontrollable variables caused by the invasion, the future line that the pillar gods saw was in chaos, making all the gods and powerhouses of the entire land think that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. But in reality, although the 3 pillar gods had indeed been scammed by Caroline, the god of dreams, and the others, they had turned a blind eye to it. It was true that they could not control the world line now, and a huge variable had appeared, but so what if it was a variable? However, their vision was no longer the development of this era in the past few hundred years. Their eyes were already looking at a higher level. It was obvious that they had dug out a powerful and mysterious trump card. If news of the 3 pillar gods' plan to start a war with the 6 worlds and Caroline spread, it would probably be enough to drive the entire ancient land of lava crazy. That's why your father is still your father, and the pillar god is still the pillar god. To break one's own destiny with the galaxy-level computer that had calculated everything, one's own fate was in their own hands, not the heavens. It was just a ridiculous thought and overestimation of one's own ability for ordinary people to divide some benefits. Reality was cruel. However, what exactly was the potential battle strength that the 3 pillar gods were so confident in? Su Ji really did not know. A magical weapon similar to Cutie Pie's ultimate? Su Ji had been observing them in the dark. After all, they were one of the targets under the strict surveillance of the intelligent sub-brain, so it could be said that he had placed cameras all around them, but he did not find any similar weapons. At the same time, there was no birth of a level 9 creature, or else they would have noticed it. That was why he was curious. It was simply a super treasure vault that hid many secrets. It's really ridiculous. Those gods of the lava land think that they can divide some benefits, but how can the 3 pillar gods be so easy to bully? Su Ji stood in the laboratory temporarily rented by the Arcana Library and placed a thick black Arcana book back on the mahogany shelf. He laughed and said, "So, why should I get any benefits from you? It's just an equivalent exchange." The plant-type pillar god was incomparably calm, like a pitch-black, charred tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. It's all about the acquisition of knowledge. The 9th rank is knowledge, and so are the 2 pieces of information. To us, it's extremely important knowledge that will determine our future. Know the truth about the ancient lava land, the enemy of the ancient gods. What did Carolyn have to face? History is extremely important to us. At the same time, we need to know the attitude of the ancient gods toward us before we can make a decision to wage war. Su Ji was deep in thought for a few seconds. That was indeed the case. These 2 pieces of information were the most important to them. History aside, if they wanted to declare war on the 6 worlds and Carolyn, they would have to understand the attitude of the ancient gods. Even though he didn't know what kind of tyrannical confidence the 3 pillar gods had. "So, this knowledge is of equal value to you?" Su Ji asked. "Yes, every kind of knowledge and existence has their own specific priority. In this world, in the vast universe, there is no such thing as the most powerful knowledge, only the most suitable knowledge." The beast-type pillar god smiled calmly and said in an extremely rational manner, "The path of a human to the 9th rank is not extremely important knowledge for us. As for ancient history and the ancient gods, I'm sure they're not absolutely important knowledge to you. We're all using what we're not important to exchange for knowledge that's most important to us. This is an equivalent exchange." The human-shaped pillar god laughed. Su Ji stared at them. The pillar god was indeed a pillar god. His calmness and understanding of the essence of the meaning were very clear. He was absolutely profit-oriented and emotionless. At this time, the crazy evolution of the pillar god virus, even the virus was implanted with magic nuclei, and the air was filled with ultra-miniature cameras. It was not only to become stronger to deal with the war, but also to find him and then secretly find him to solve their last problem. It was obviously the eve of an earth-shaking war. This conversation of his would seriously affect the future world war of the pillar gods. Then, the exchange begins. The beast-type pillar god said, "To ensure fairness, you will answer one of the 2 questions first. Then, we will give you the concept of breaking through to the 9th rank, and you will answer the 2nd question. This is the most reasonable order." Su Ji was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Your pillar gods have such a terrifying plan. How would I know if you're actually getting something for nothing? From a psychological point of view, you've designed 2 questions with a special preconception, but you're actually just asking the first question? You don't even need to ask the 2nd question, and after you get the answer, you just ignore me. Psychology?" The 3 pillar gods were slightly stunned. "Then, you can answer the 2nd question, and after you hand it over to the path of rank 9, you can answer the 1st question?" Su Ji blinked, then said seriously, "How do I know that this isn't within your calculations? You knew that I would doubt you, so you took advantage of the situation. In fact, the 2nd question is what you really wanted to ask? The 1st question was just a feint." The 3 pillar gods' faces darkened slightly. The ancient transcendent stone creature in front of him was impervious to anything. As the 3 pillar gods, they naturally had the pride of their race. How could they engage in contemptible fraud during the process of a transaction? In the end, they looked at each other. The dark shadows of the 3 pillar gods were like a strange enigma formed by countless tiny mosquitoes. "Then, we'll first hand you the mystery of the breakthrough to the 9th rank, and then you'll answer 2 questions. Please speak." Su Ji's expression was solemn and serious. Whoosh! The 3 pillar gods slowly walked into the room. The atmosphere in the air was calm and serious. "What's the correct way to break through to the 9th rank?" The human-shaped pillar god's voice suddenly became extremely calm and distant. You should know that at the threshold of the 9th rank, monster core creatures have a unique advantage for this realm. It is something that other world creatures cannot compare to. Su Ji nodded. With her terrifying supercomputing power, the advantage on the path of 100 trillion cells was not just 100 million points greater. That was why Su Ji was looking forward to seeing Carolyn. It was too difficult to reach the 9th level, so how could Su Ji not be happy to see the 3 pillar gods before his eyes? The beast-type pillar god laughed. Creatures of the monster core lineage are blessed with unique advantages. However, they haven't fully utilized their advantages yet. For the current Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor, she's only used 1/3 of her race's advantage in computing power. Only 1/3 of his computing power was used? Su Ji's mind suddenly exploded and went blank. The meaning behind it was too shocking. It was like a scientific research report saying, the human brain was extremely mysterious. It was God's forbidden zone, but it was still less than 30% developed to date. However, Carolyn wasn't an ordinary human. He was one of the most powerful gods who had already walked the path of level 9. At the end of the day, she's still single being. Her brain clearly has tens of billions of virtual humans that are comparable to our current lava land, but her computing power is only comparable to a pillar god at most. In fact, her computing power utilization rate of the population is less than a quarter. We're bloated, have flaws, and can't move easily, but the benefits of a large number of real life are self-evident. A pillar god smiled. Su Ji quietly sorted out the words of the pillar god. That was indeed the case. If Carolyn's spiritual universe had the advantage of complete suppression, the pillar god would have probably started killing people long ago and taken the path of the spiritual universe in the brain. Each had its own strengths and weaknesses. One was a physical fate, extremely convenient and fast, and could move at any time. The other was a virtual fate, extremely bulky and unable to move. Using reality as an example. It was like a computer. One developed into a portable tablet computer, while the other developed into a bloated and immobile supercomputer. It was equivalent to walking on 2 parallel paths of the Magic Core extraordinary computer cultivation system, with no one acknowledging the other. Then, what did the pillar god, who surpasses all computing power, research? Su Ji asked. That's right. We've only deduced it to its limit. The human-shaped pillar god laughed, unable to read his mood. As for the method to break through to the 9th rank, it's in this body of ours. His current body? It was only then that Su Ji looked at the pillar god's body at that moment. It was a temporary concretized carrier formed by the countless viruses in the air, countless viruses stacked together. Viruses that were even smaller than cells piled together to form vague creatures were truly terrifying. However, the path of the 9th rank? In this body? Su Ji was slightly stunned. He stared at the body of the pillar god carefully, trying to figure out what it meant. All of a sudden, his mind jolted as he recalled the magic nucleus that had appeared when he had just dissected the outer shell of the virus. A virus body made up of countless similar cells. If the virus was compared to the cells of the human body, then there would be magic nuclei in these cells. Does that mean that magic nuclei were placed in the cells? Using magic nuclei to replace the nucleus of every cell? Su Ji felt as if he had seen a vast super magic core life in that instant. Can you tell? The human-shaped pillar god was slightly surprised. His eyes were deep as he looked at Su Ji with great interest. How amazing! It seemed that he wasn't just a celestial emperor. He was also an ordinary god. No. Even a god who had just stepped onto the path of grade 9 might not be able to see through it. This wasn't a problem of vision, but rather, they had never studied the 9th rank. To be able to react in an instant, he must have done a lot of research on Tier 9. An ancient heavenly emperor with an unknown lifespan, an ancient fossil from hundreds of millions of years ago, and he's still alive. A mere heavenly emperor actually has such deep research on Tier 9. The pillar god didn't hide his curiosity at all. In fact, they were also trying to obtain information through various languages. This ancient heavenly emperor was really not simple. A mere heavenly emperor had actually crossed 2 realms and had knowledge of level 9. At the same time, he was also suspected of eternal life. Eternal life? What an amazing vocabulary! Su Ji ignored their words and closed his eyes slightly. His heart was greatly shaken. Only the magical beast clan could cultivate a 9th ranked technique. A normal Type 9 soul would be split into 100 trillion pieces, and then branded into the cells. The soul and body would become one, and they would go through a terrifying transformation, becoming a truly complete creature. However, the method he was using now was to replace the cell nucleus with a magic nucleus. The magic nucleus would be used as the soul brand, which was more convenient. Voila! Su Ji drew a cell structure on the table. The cell membrane, the mitochondria, the Golgi body, the ribosophils, and the cell nucleus were suspended in it, which recorded the biological genetic information. Kakat! Su Ji waved his hand, and the scene changed. A hexagonal magic nucleus instantly replaced the cell nucleus. The main function of a cell nucleus was to store genetic information, and the storage function of a magic nucleus could naturally replace its function perfectly. At the same time, it could also store souls. That's right, it had the natural advantage of being able to store souls with nuclear energy. This is the truth behind the magic core's breakthrough. Replacing the cell nucleus with a magic nucleus essentially makes no difference. It's equivalent to the magic nucleus in every cell, a super world life with endless magic nuclei. Su Ji exclaimed loudly in his heart. Wonderful, this was simply too wonderful. So the magical beast clan's advantage on this 9th step road was even greater than imagined. He was extremely happy at this moment, as if he had seen the truth of the world and the universe. Different paths lead to the same destination. That's right, this is the ancient god's great method of breaking through to the Type 9 world. The black shadow of the human-shaped pillar god was also full of admiration. And we had to spend endless years and hard work to deduce it. Obviously, the 3 pillar gods only understood how terrifying the ancient gods were after analyzing them at this moment. This was the true way for the Demon Core clan to break through to the right path. Su Ji nodded and expressed his admiration as well. A super ancient god is simply the glory of wisdom of an era. Only now do I know what the secret behind this 9th great existence's breakthrough is. The beast-type pillar god said, even now, we have observed the holy cherry blossom emperor. Her body does not have similar characteristics. Instead, it has formed a different skin structure. This is obviously the result of her own research. This proves that the ancient gods did not give her their own breakthrough method. The relationship between the two of them isn't that close. Su Ji pondered for a moment and said, that might not be the case. The ancient gods might have wanted the other party to walk a unique path of their own, rather than continue their own path. I think. If it really doesn't work out, perhaps I'll hand this method over to him in the future. The 3 pillar gods were silent for a while. The human-shaped pillar god said, it seems that you know a lot about the personalities of the ancient gods. Su Ji did not continue. He just continued asking, then, what about the specific method of the exercise? Splitting the magic nucleus and casting it into the cell to replace the cell nucleus to store the soul and fully exert the advantage of the race is indeed easier, but what about the specific cultivation method? Naturally, I won't hide it. Along with the voice, a thick black arcane book appeared before him. Su Ji picked it up and quickly flipped through it. He wasn't afraid that the other party would lie to him. After all, he could still identify the authenticity of some of them and carry out a virtual simulation. After a moment, Su Ji knew that the 3 pillar gods did have their own pride, and there was no mistake. The human-shaped pillar god said, this technique involves a special micro-calculation method. We call it the world nuclear fission equation. It splits the magic nucleus in the brain into magic nuclei using a special algorithm and replaces the nucleus in the cell. A magic nucleus splitting into a cell nucleus. Su Ji's expression turned strange when he heard that. Nuclear fission. It seemed to make sense. As expected, everything in the world originated from physics. It was the same for the physical Buddha and the nuclear fission. It seemed that the Buddha element that he had created before had great potential. Chapter 695. The Story of Immortality. At that very moment, even Su Ji had to admit that it was much more convenient to stuff 100 trillion magic cores into a cell than 1,000,000 souls. For example, a cell nucleus could not contain a soul, so it was like building a house on an empty plot of land. Magic nuclei were different, because magic nuclei had the function of containing a soul, and they were a house in and of themselves. This was the advantage of the monster core lineage. From the grade 9 soul splitting technique to the magic core splitting technique. This was the legendary path of nuclear fission. The three pillar gods are still terrifying. Their terrifying calculative abilities actually found the most suitable path for the monster core lineage to break through. Su Ji only felt that he had been overjoyed, and it had brought him a huge surprise. This wave was worth it. The path of the ninth step. The path of complete life and transcendence. Within a week. Can I look forward to it? Su Ji's breathing became uneven. A ninth-order giant, a galaxy-level universe overlord giant, even Su Ji could not imagine how powerful the other party was. As for himself, it had been more than 3 months. The three pillar gods were truly a huge treasure trove. He looked at the three pillar gods, and the three mine owners all felt that they were kind and adorable. They had worked hard to mine, but in the end, the results still fell into their hands. Although they were hidden and concealed as intangible fate, it was only a matter of time before they spat them out. Voila! Su Ji took a deep breath, slowly closed the arcane tome, and stuffed it into his space ring. I didn't expect the Demon Core clan to have such a way of breaking through. It's hard to imagine that you've managed to figure out the correct way to break through to the ancient god realm. You must know that even in the most ancient era, it was still an unimaginable secret. The human-shaped pillar god smiled. It's indeed a rather powerful top-secret knowledge. Exploring this cultivation technique consumed countless mental and physical efforts, and the losses were unimaginable. But we were just latecomers. The real great ones are the ancient gods. We didn't manage to figure it out because there's only one orthodox way for a creature with a magic core to break through to the 9th rank. Back then, the ancient god was found, and now we were just following his tracks and finding him again. The three pillar gods were also extremely shocked. They could hardly imagine how an individual's talent was so amazing that they could achieve this. It was simply unbelievable. How brilliant and magnificent was this ancient lava civilization! After breaking through to the Type 9 realm and leaving the universe, they would probably rule countless worlds. Even among the Type 9 overlords, they would be one of the strongest. As a race, they were naturally proud and respectful. At the same time, they looked forward to their future as a race and to reach that height. Then, can you talk about the ancient times? The beast-type pillar god said. Naturally. Su Ji sat down and looked at the three pillar gods. His expression suddenly turned serious. It seemed that the ancient history of lava, and even the ancient and brilliant mythological history of the entire heavens, was still going to be discovered by the living beings of this era. Fortunately, with Carolyn's recent imagination and the ancient myths and legends of the Buddhist and Taoist players in the world of the 6 realms of samsara, the truth of history had been filled in, and a complete outline had been formed. That's a very distant matter. Su Ji said, as your previous civilization, the one before the Ishtar people, the era of the ancient gods, there were countless powerful people. In the end, the ancient gods transcended and broke through to the 9th level. The three pillar gods did not say anything. History was always cruel. In just a short sentence, it almost covered the era when the ancient gods were born, any heroes defeated, and the history of hymns created. And now, their civilization was still going through this stage. In the era of the ancient gods, they broke through to level 9, and they were very powerful. The path to level 9 was very long, and the more accumulation one had, the harder it was to break through. However, after breaking through, their life level would be extremely high, and they would be more powerful. Su Ji said, you guys should know that rank 9 is the fusion of the soul and the body. The length of the rank 9 path is also the accumulation of life's level. Then, the ancient lava civilization slowly walked out and ruled many worlds, countless natives and civilizations. Gradually, the ancient gods met another powerful level 9 being in a civilization collision. That ancient being's civilization cultivated the Buddhist and Daoist system. The two parties interacted and eventually became friends. They even explored some places together and discussed the Dao together. Finally, they explored a dream realm in a certain universe and obtained the blood of eternal life from the god of creation. Voila! The three pillar gods' expressions changed slightly. The god of creation? A secret region? Blood of immortality? The amount of information was enough to make them extremely uneasy. The human-shaped pillar god asked, that secret realm? The blood of eternal life? 2 rank 9s. How did they arrive at that place? Because the Type 9 existence that the ancient god met has a mysterious background. That secret realm can be said to be his hometown. Su Ji explained indifferently, however, I followed some scattered clues and went back. Even that ancient rank 9 existence is still in his hometown and saw his parents, who are still alive as ordinary people, with his own eyes. This? The pillar gods were all silent, but they were already greatly shocked in their hearts. How was that possible? To break through to become a 9th rank ancient existence, one would have to go through countless long and lonely years. How could he still see his parents, who were ordinary people? A dream for tens of thousands of years? How terrifying and mysterious was that place? Which land had the ancient bloodline of the god of creation? Just this information alone made them feel that the knowledge exchange on the path of the 9th rank was completely worth it. Su Ji continued. After going through a near-death experience, they obtained 2 sets of blood of eternal life. After these 2 9th grade beings left, their lifespans were unlimited. They were almost walking toward eternity. The 3 pillar gods were completely unnatural. And then? The human-shaped pillar god asked anxiously, an ancient existence with eternal life. Doesn't that symbolize the destined ultimate realm? They would have endless lifespans to explore everything, and they would rule the world again. How bright and prosperous would that be? Su Ji gave it a slight glance. Yes. By that time, the 2 9th grade existences who were walking toward eternity would have completely established a powerful world system. Their lifespans had long surpassed that of ordinary level 9s. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, some ordinary level 9s had passed away, but they were still alive. They even ruled many worlds. At that time, all kinds of creatures from other worlds were brought to the main plane world almost every day and were captured to do all kinds of experiments. These researchers under them came from all worlds. Some were gods, some were ancient gods, some were heavenly devils, and all kinds of gods. From the simple description, they could almost imagine what a brilliant and eternal kingdom it was. It was vast and wide, making one yearn for it. However, the blood of eternal life also has a powerful side effect. Sleep. It's said that everything in the world is balanced, and there will always be a heavy price to pay in exchange for eternal life. Su Ji said, that's why one of them usually sleeps while the other awakens. They take turns to rule and protect each other. However, it finally attracted the attention of a terrifying monster. The war has erupted. Su Ji paused. The war had erupted. This short sentence made the 3 pillar gods suddenly choke. Su Ji also suddenly stopped talking. What he said was history deduced by Caroline. After that, Su Ji himself fell silent. There was a moment of dead silence in the air. Neither side spoke. Su Ji suddenly laughed and asked, how long do you think this war between the heavens has been going on for the ancient and great overlord existences that have existed for tens of thousands of years? How long do you think it has been? The 3 pillar gods paused slightly and continued to calculate madly. Not even 100 years. The 3 pillar gods said in unison. So that's how it is. A world war of that level actually lasted less than 100 years? Su Ji continued, that's right. Ancient existences at that level, in their position, clearly knew that there was no room for negotiation once they exploded. They instantly intensified to the point where they used all their trump cards. In less than 100 years, the entire eternal kingdom was almost destroyed. Almost every year, there are powerful ancient gods and extraordinary worlds that are rapidly being destroyed. This was a very short time, like a magnificent firework in the night sky. The accumulation of countless years only lasted for an instant. Towards the end of the war, the most powerful civilizations under my command were all destroyed, and countless gods fell. There were even many great giants who had already stepped onto the path of Type 9. Only the weakest worlds that were still developing, without any combat power, and were still in their primitive civilizations, were spared. In their final days, level 9 existences frequently visited those worlds and taught the foolish mortals on the surface, hoping that they would grow up and pass on the torch of civilization. But in the end, the war broke out again. The friend of the ancient god, an immortal rank 9, fell directly. Fall. The 3 pillar gods silently muttered these words. He only felt endless sorrow at this moment. A grade 9 expert had actually fallen just like that. It was easy to obtain eternal life, but it was difficult to not die. This is the story of immortality. Su Ji slowly let out a breath of air and stood up. The story has come to an end. Do you understand? Chapter 696. The Torch of Civilization Handover. The friend of the ancient god, a level 9 ancient immortal existence, had fallen, and the story seemed to have come to an end. And then? What about the blank period after his death? For an ordinary person, the story had only been told halfway and stopped abruptly. But for the three pillar gods, the whole story had been completely revealed. The three pillar gods' thoughts were like a supercomputer's calculations, and the three consciousnesses collided. These two ancient existences whose combat power is almost exaggerated to the extreme cannot wake up at the same time after eternal life because they have to protect the Dao. It is as painful as the separation of life and death. The separation of yin and yang is the curse of eternal life. Such pitiful sorrow. The three pillar gods' voices were still very cold, even though they felt that this story of eternal life was filled with loneliness and desolation. A civilization would eventually fall, just like a baby who had left the embrace of the mother of the universe, grew up, and finally rotted, died of old age, and was killed. This was undeniable and irresistible. However, as a civilization of pillar gods, they clearly felt that they could resist this to the limit because their social form and world civilization system would develop in an absolutely terrifying way and avoid the destruction of their civilization in a way that was close to the limit. This was the benefit of the three pillar gods being absolutely rational and deciding one's fate. That's only natural. Only one person can wake up at a time, so it's possible that they'll be surrounded and killed by the other rank 9s. The friend of the ancient god died in battle. This means that the next time the ancient god goes into eternal sleep, he will no longer have a guardian. That will be the moment he falls. The cold voice collided with each other's minds. So, the attackers disappeared and left. They went into hiding, unwilling to pay a heavy price and fight head-on at the cost of mutual destruction. Instead, they waited for the next sleep of the ancient god. The reason is simple. If we kill one of them, we'll kill two of them. The time of sleep is the time of death, so the ancient gods began to support the next civilization and cultivate a new rank 9. This is the only hope to continue the fire of civilization. The people of Isodar are the chosen ones, because the ancient god himself was born on this oldest land. This is his hometown, the first origin of the symbol of hope, and he hopes that a great existence as powerful as himself will be born in his hometown. The high-speed collision of their thoughts allowed them to instantly deduce the most correct action of the ancient gods. It was impossible for such a terrifying ancient existence to be so free as to spare no effort and exhaust all resources to produce a tier 9. It was no wonder that it was like this. As a chosen one, it was only natural that so many resources would be poured into Carolyn. At this moment, she even seemed to possess an even greater amount of world resources, far more than the land of the Isodar people. Whoosh! In the arcane library, it was quiet. The three hazy black shadows were like countless black mosquitoes gathering together, and there was a strange buzzing sound. What a tragic fate! A race of a great civilization has its ups and downs, and will eventually reach the end of its life, even if it is an existence that has eternal life. Did you witness the fall of that era? The three pillar gods could not help but ask. Su Ji muttered to himself for a moment, then replied with a polite smile, I was indeed a member of that era. I saw that earth-shattering battle with my own eyes. I was an observer of that period of history. I don't think I need to answer the next question, right? Su Ji did not continue the conversation. He said, you should know how I feel about you, and I'm not omniscient. As you can see, I'm just a weak celestial emperor now. The three pillar gods indeed did not need a second question. Their attitude towards Carolyn was far more important than they had imagined. They used to think that the ancient god did not give her the way to break through to rank 9 because they were not that close. In fact, they probably did not want her to follow her own path and walk her own path, so that she could form a more powerful rank 9. An ordinary grade 9 might not have that kind of strength and combat power according to the path of their predecessors. At the same time, they also understood that even though the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor was important to them, if they started a war, the ancient gods would most likely ignore them. After all, they were also prepared to be chosen. Everyone, I've answered all your questions. You've also given me the answer to my question. Su Ji laughed and shook his long arcane robe. He put on a polite scholar's posture and said with a smile, then. This is a wonderful exchange of equivalent value. I won't disturb you any more. As the Heavenly Emperor, I believe that you won't be able to affect anything. This is my last piece of advice. From now on, the best result is to stay out of trouble. Because the war is about to begin. The three pillar gods smiled. Suddenly, their bodies exploded, turning into countless tiny viruses that disappeared into the air. Su Ji also put away the arcane book that had shocked the entire world. He looked at the empty room and finally laughed. To be able to research a way to break through to become a god beyond ancient times, you are indeed continuing the ancient path. Perhaps you will be able to pass on the torch of civilization. 9th rank, I'll have to trouble you. He smiled. In the river of fate. Fragments of the blue void screen, as if the information of countless civilizations, flowed in a large river, forming a river of super data and knowledge. Endless transparent ripples surged rapidly, as if they were in a dimensional space that transcended reality. Time was meaningless here. Then, everything is about to begin. The three hazy figures on the holy thrones were deep and grand. It seemed to have a long and empty voice, as if it was the sound of a huge, complex consciousness of countless creatures. Every word the three of them said was like a hazy and chaotic will, allowing one to hear the cries of countless animals, humans, and plants. It was indescribably vast. Their voices represented the will of a race. Their actions meant that they were the actions of an entire race. They themselves were the fate of their race, and the fate of countless lives gathered together. Absolute justice, rationality, and coldness were the strong mixed wills of hundreds of millions of living beings, pushing for the prosperity of their own race. Hwala. In the river, countless destinies were combined. The three pillar gods saw countless actions of fate. At this moment, the actions of the figures, such as the daughter of Sheng Lin, Cyberton, Du Shuet. Their every move was being watched. However, the future was still unclear. Just as the gods had discovered, the unpredictable descenders from other worlds were like butterflies, stirring the storm of the entire world line. They could no longer see clearly, and they no longer had absolute control. Although they were doing their best to support and control Cyberton's growth, leading to the birth of a new era of gods, they might not necessarily succeed, because the gods were competing with them. This was a huge internal and external problem. As the pillar gods of the underworld, they couldn't interfere too much. They had indeed been fooled by the gods under their command. How laughable! They want to resist their own fate, resist the overall interests of an entire race, and benefit from it. The human-shaped pillar god smiled. The plant-type pillar god also laughed. His expression was extremely calm, and his voice was like the sound of countless branches swaying. The inner voices of countless trees were mixed together. The lives of individuals in civilization are always like this. They always want to have their own rights. They always want what they think they deserve. Hwalala. The leaves seemed to be shaking. Those who are not favored by fate will not be satisfied with the allocation of resources given to them. And those favored by fate, thus, want to obtain more resources from fate. The beast-type pillar god sat on the eternal throne. His voice was like the roars of countless beasts, mixing into a violent voice. In their eyes, everything is the injustice of fate, because these are all destined futures, the futures that we have assigned to them, so it is unfair. Because it's destined, it's unfair. Because it's fate, it's unfair. However, fate is the fairest scale. The so-called injustice is because there is no absolute fairness in the world. As the fate pillar god of the race, it is fair to place suitable and limited resources in the hands of those who are suitable to use them, making them strong at the corresponding stage, and to achieve the greatest use. In the eyes of the individuals in the era, they are right. In hundreds of millions of years later, in the eyes of the fate of the entire race, the historians of the future will find that they are wrong. We are pushing forward the civilization of the era. We are the will of civilization itself. Time has proven that we are right. The speed of our civilization's development is creating miracles at almost every moment. In the arcane models, we carry out super data calculations and constantly excavate the mysteries of the universe. We have long surpassed the civilization of the Isodarian. The three pillar gods kept conversing and had already joined forces. As pillar gods who were absolutely rational, the war between the three pillar gods was only for the sake of fighting for benefits. However, when they were invaded by outsiders and saw a wider world, they knew that they no longer needed to plunder resources from the other party. Instead, they had to join forces and plunder resources from the outside world. This was the best way. The three pillar gods had also always chosen the best method. This was because they were a race without emotions. Hence, the three terrifying computing powers joined forces and created a super update for the virus. Suddenly, the three pillar gods trembled slightly. I went to find myself in Messiah and came back with knowledge. Each of the three pillar gods was a supercomputer. They were too busy and needed to process an endless amount of information from their race every moment. Hence, they had countless consciousness clones. Boom! They silently accepted the knowledge, and after being madly washed away, they suddenly calmed down. Then, we've filled in the last bit of doubt. Let's begin the battle on two fronts. We're going to attack the Six Worlds and the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor at the same time. Do they think that this is all they have? This is just the tip of the iceberg. We, the three pillar gods, have never used our true strength. Our arcane art form of our second true body, the primordial pillar god. If we were to fight each other like this before, the world would be destroyed, but if we start a war with the outside world, we'll be fine. Destroying them is just a joke. Because we are 9th rank. The three pillar gods instantly made a war decision. At the same time, he was slightly confused. Ancient fossils are the witnesses of civilization. They're just celestial emperors. Is it the remains of a friend of the ancient god who had fallen? All of a sudden, they were shocked. He remembered that sentence. I was indeed a member of that era. I saw that earth-shattering battle with my own eyes. I was an observer of that period of history. Now, they understood because he was an ancient existence of that era, sitting on the most sacred and supreme throne. He was a friend of the ancient gods and ruled the entire war. Naturally, he was the witness of history. They remembered the words. I'm just a weak heavenly emperor now. To be able to research a way to break through to become a god from ancient times, you are indeed continuing the ancient path. Perhaps you can pass on the torch of civilization. 9th rank, I'll have to trouble you. The man smiled. They were shocked. Suddenly, there was a moment of dead silence in the pillar god's space. At this moment, the great Xin-Huo of the ancient lava civilization, the fate of their race, and the song of praise for courage seemed to have been handed over to them by that existence. Like the torch of civilization, burning with a weak bright yellow flame that was about to be extinguished, an old man staggered under the setting sun and handed them over with a smile. It was as if an eternal giant of the universe was pushing the thick history forward. That person. That smiling man. Even though the three pillar gods did not have any emotions, they were somewhat speechless. In the words of individual life, we should be crying, right? The three pillar gods' eternal cold eyes suddenly showed a hint of ripple, and they instinctively looked toward the arcane library. Voila! There's really a lot of viruses floating in the air in this room. Su Ji pushed open the window. The strong wind blew and made a clattering sound, expelling all the dirty air in the room out of the window. It's another bright and beautiful day. Chapter 697. The Three Pillar Gods. Kakat. Su Ji opened the lotus leaf window. Who? In the room, the black figures of the virus and billions of viruses in the room were swept out. After all, the best way to fight the virus is to open the windows for ventilation and wash your hands frequently. Su Ji said as he stood in front of the window. It was very late at night below. A large area of grey-black buildings lit up, forming a white street and manner of the medieval period. Under the signboards of the shops on both sides, there were many circular lamps hanging. It was as lively as a festival. It seems like we have arrived at the famous Lava Torch Festival. He turned around and tidied up the tools and instruments on the table, as well as arcana model books of various levels. I didn't expect the God Pillar virus to directly develop to the 97th generation and develop into miniature nano-cameras. Countless of them are floating in the air. Even viruses, bacteria, and fungi are a part of fate. The first part of the subcomputer. It possesses magic nuclei, provides computing power, and monitors all life. All the living beings on the earth were its computer network. However, three pillar gods, this civilization system. It's a little special and strange. They've all developed nanomachines. Not only do they come with surveillance, they can float in the air in the tens of thousands and can even be used to treat illnesses. Destroy the virus? Wasn't this the scientific fantasy of the humans on Earth? And you say you're not from a top civilization with super technology. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the streets of the medieval times. The people on the streets were dressed in leather and linen. The simple and crude city-state was speechless, because the disguise was too good. Of course, this was not a disguise. By the way, where did the virus come from? You're the virus. Su Ji's expression suddenly turned completely strange. There was no such thing as disease in the land of lava. A genetic defect? No, there wasn't. External infectious diseases? No, there wasn't. All the viruses floating in the natural world were our own people. The entire civilization could be said to be a highly developed technological civilization that the modern humans on Earth could not even dream of. After memorizing all the knowledge in the Arcana book, he squeezed it gently. Pa-ta! The entire Arcana book was destroyed in the air. As for the orthodox method of breaking through to the 9th rank of the magical beast core lineage recorded in it, the world nuclear fission formula, it was clear that it had taken the three pillar gods a large portion of their computing power over the past few hundred years to deduce it. Inside was a densely packed soul-splitting formula. It was terrifyingly long, and practically filled half the book. However, why did the three pillar gods use these few hundred years to form a chain of blocks to deduce the path to excavate the level 9 magical beast cores of living beings? Su Ji frowned and thought quietly. Logically speaking, with their huge computing power and the block chains they have formed, shouldn't they be researching how to make themselves a virtual creature, to let the pillar gods break through to rank 9? Then, what about seeking blessings for ordinary living beings? Or is it because of the worship of the ancient gods that they studied this? He. They're not emotional, and they won't do anything that doesn't benefit them. I don't understand. It's really hard to understand. Su Ji could not quite understand what the three pillar gods were thinking. It could be said that the secret of the three pillar gods was too well hidden and shocking. They were so fierce, yet they really wanted to start a war? At that moment, Su Ji could not see any powerful combat power of the three pillar gods at all. But he could not understand, so he did not think about it. What kind of conspiracy were the three pillar gods playing? He only needed to watch. Anyway, he had already taken advantage of it, and whatever it did, he would also learn in secret. However, since this thing is the crystallization of the wisdom of the three pillar gods, if Carolyn really can't do it, I'll give it to her according to the situation. In fact, I want her to walk her own path of cultivation. Su Ji muttered to himself. After all, the path of breaking through to the 9th rank that suited him was the one with the most potential. Su Ji was still quite optimistic about Carolyn. On the other hand, the soul forging technique did not look bad either. Although it was more difficult, the spiritual techniques of the Mount Shu sword sect were more solid. Su Ji was no longer in the mood to study Messiah's body, so he left the arcane library. Tianji Province. In more than a year, Cyberton had digested the entire arcane dynasty in the north, and for a time, his reputation was at its peak. With the secret help of the major gods, Ilusha raised the flag of resistance, and the arcane empire of the Northern Dawn was officially established. The other forces of the arcane kingdom also began to plan to forcibly pull down the fate of the world line, secretly taking a share of the pie and deciding their own future. Kill him. Cyberton has turned into a natural disaster, and the heavens will not tolerate it. In the name of the heavens, we are here to kill this thief. Countless countries joined forces, with Ilusha as the leader, to suppress the tyrant. The entire dynasty's arcane alliance had absorbed a large number of elite arcanists and countless arcane families. The entire world was working together to change, and even the three pillar gods couldn't completely interfere with the course of history. All the living beings were resisting Cyberton. The dynasty on Cyberton's side was losing ground. We're going to win. Ilusha's army has already invaded the enemy's country. The army is at the city gates. At this moment, on the grayish-white cliff, in a well-hidden room, Du Shui looked at the balloon fish in the glass cover. I saw you in the cage in the zoo, and I still see you in the cage now. Du Shui muttered. She was dressed in a pure white dress that was as elegant as a tuxedo. She looked like a pretty little girl. Yup. The balloon fish seemed to recall the first era of science and technology, when the hot-blooded people of Izuodar were captured and brought to the zoo for a visit. The cute little girl who was leaning against the glass wall of the zoo was looking at him curiously. And remember, he was a murderer who had transcended the guilt mechanism. He still remembered that time when he, a balloon fish, had brought Du Shui along and ran wildly in the zoo. Death was everywhere. Viviana, the giant dragon, and the figure that was resisting the monster. At that time, they were only running for their lives. He ran like crazy. Now, everything had changed. The two of them had their own strength in this era. Your fate has been changed. The three pillar gods won't allow you to become a god, but the world is in chaos now. This is an opportunity. If you have enough achievements, you will be conferred the title of Marquis and Minister in the future. This will give you enough energy to become a god. Du Shui leaned in front of the glass cover and gently stroked the glass wall with her hands as she spoke softly. Finally, the balloon fish showed longing. How many years? The three pillar gods were finally going to be overthrown. Had this day finally come? But, the three pillar gods, the balloon fish hesitated and fell silent for a moment. The expression on its face was unusually solemn. As the only variable, the more they studied the pillar gods over the years, the more they felt how terrifying they were. Even the pillar gods can't do anything about it. Du Shui looked into the distance. They're indeed undergoing a revolution and want to save everything. Even the tiniest viruses and fungi have viruses in their possession. The world is under their surveillance. They want to find all the variables' bizarreness, eliminate it, and return to their rule. But bizarreness is not simple. They are born in the human heart and hide in the human heart. It is difficult to detect in that way. Du Shui's voice was very slow, but it still highlighted a destined future. Yes, it was. The pillar gods still had no choice. Fate was just fate. They could no longer control the fate of everyone. But, those are the three pillar gods. For some reason, the balloon fish had an indescribable worry in their hearts. A strong sense of uneasiness lingered in their hearts and kept echoing. It doesn't matter. The pillar god is our fate after all. It's tolerant enough. Even if we fail, it won't kill us. It's because we gods are the children of fate. It's very vexing for the entire race to kill us. Du Shui touched the transparent glass cover. When I become a god, I'll think of a way to transform. We'll get married then. The balloon fish couldn't help but say. Okay, wait for me to come back. Du Shui stood up, a gentleness flashing in her eyes. Du Shui left. The balloon fish in the glass cover was full of anticipation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The days continued to pass. In the constant waiting, he gradually became completely uneasy. Du Shui seemed to have disappeared, never to return. Chapter 698. The pillar god's black mist was parted, and the skull of cells was formed. What was going on? He suddenly felt a deathly stillness in the air outside. There was a feeling of emptiness, as if all living things had disappeared, as if the end of the world had come. He started to feel completely uneasy. What's going on? Even if Du Shui failed, she shouldn't be in any danger because she's one of the most powerful people in this world. No one can kill her. A pillar god without a physical body could not do anything to her. At the same time, it's impossible for the pillar god to kill her, because fate will not kill the strongest of its own race. He continued to fantasize. The pillar god is absolutely rational, so he will not be angry in the face of betrayal. Instead, he will choose to forgive her. She lay in the glass cover and stared outside. It was silent. He didn't dare to go out, so he couldn't help but send a message outside. The ancient land of lava has suddenly changed. At QD at Alchemy Emperor. Everyone, a few days ago was the final battle against Cyberton. We wanted to overturn fate, but who knew that Du Shui would never come back? When the netizens heard this, they were shocked and started discussing. This post quickly attracted people's attention. After all, the movement of the ancient lava land, as well as the war between the 6 worlds, had always been one of the most popular topics in the entire Spore Evolution game. You raised a flag. Someone suddenly asked. The balloon fish? He didn't know what it meant, but he asked quietly. You don't even know this? Flags are one of the 3 fundamental forces of the universe. Arg. A veteran gently said to his comrade before going to the battlefield, this is the last time I'm going to the front line. After this, I'm going to use the money I've saved to go back and spend time with my family. Arg. A brave cowboy in a battle robe hugged his beloved girl and swung his revolver beautifully. After this duel, I'll accompany you back to your wedding. The balloon fish's face darkened. Could he still say words of concern? However, there were still some netizens who were concerned and paid attention to the situation. They felt that this was definitely unusual. Du Shui had disappeared. It was likely that an unprecedented major incident would erupt in the ancient lava land. Brothers, everyone, push up the post and let more people see it. Those big shots will also notice this. Post the word protection on the public chat. Charge. Help me like it and top the thread. If one side is in trouble, all sides will like it. This piece of news was quickly pushed to the top and received the attention and replies of the big shots. Cute girl, this is bad news. I have even worse news on my side. I had just thought of saying this, but I lost contact with the god of dreams, Luokei and Vinaki. Dumbfounded. The alchemy emperor replied, yes, we've lost contact. All of a sudden, we completely cut off all contact. The two super big shots among the players had appeared, and everyone felt terrified on the spot. All the invaders from the other world had disappeared? And Du Shui of this world had also disappeared? After angering the three pillar gods, what exactly was going on in that land? They felt like they were in a horror movie. In an instant, their throats were in their throats. It was a little exciting. It reminded them of the war between humans and machines, the Go expert versus AlphaGo. Meng Mei spoke again, it seems that a terrifying change has occurred in the ancient lava land. Our 6 worlds may not be spared. It's very likely that the pillar gods are retaliating. The real world war is about to begin. The alchemy monarch, yes, this is the most terrifying world war in history. If it's not handled well, we will all die, and the 6 worlds will be destroyed. Everyone instantly understood the severity of the situation. The 3 pillar gods were also super daddies, so terrifying. Cute girl, everyone, don't panic. First of all, we are only left with a balloon fish in the glass tank, which is connected to the lava land. However, it's obvious that he doesn't know what happened either because he has hidden himself. The fish in the glass tank can't know what's going on outside the glass tank. The balloon fish immediately reacted. You want me to walk out? He wanted to take a look at the ancient land of lava and see what had happened. You want me to broadcast it? But if I go out, I might be infected by the virus and fall into the enemy's hands. He was still hesitating. To be honest, he didn't think that Du Shui would die. Something might happen, but the probability of death was less than 1%. This was because the 3 pillar gods, as destinies, would absolutely not make a move on Du Shui. The pillar gods were people who would definitely calculate the gains and losses and promote the glory of their race and civilization. The death of high-level gods like Du Shui, the daughter of Shang Lin, and Subaru was an indescribable loss. It could be said that it was the result of the deduction of the world line. The elites cultivated in each era had all been wasted. Du Shui would be fine, but if he were to meet with misfortune when he went out, that would be the most terrible and most difficult to recover from. You have no other choice. You might not know the severity of the situation. It's time to announce some terrifying information, Menmei said. According to the information sent back by the God of Dreams, we've discovered a very terrifying and strange secret. The God of Dreams? The crowd reacted immediately. Indeed. Vinaki, Luokei, the fake neighbor, and other strange things were creating chaos everywhere. As for the leader, where was the God of Dreams? There was no trace of him. Did he carry out a top-secret mission in the 6 realms? Meng Mei said, in fact, the God of Dreams has always lived in people's minds and dreams. She steals information and studies the biological structure and infection characteristics of the God Pillar virus. The reason we are doing this is to prevent the possibility that the police will invade us and cause an infection. We are looking for measures to protect ourselves from the virus. It's better to be prepared. However, the God of Dreams discovered a very strange and terrifying truth. A screenshot. A picture was posted. It was a structure of the brain of a lava monster. The structure in the skull was extremely precise and detailed. It was a magic nucleus suspended in it, with brain buffer liquids and various suspended tissues. Isn't this a very normal magic nucleus brain structure? Yet, magic nucleus creatures are a kind of transformation. The pineal gland in their blood, flesh, and brain crystallizes and becomes a magic nucleus, while their brain becomes a soft buffer solution, just like an airbag. This is the true meaning of. His brain was filled with water? Dog head. The netizens were all discussing it. There's nothing to study about this? It was the brain structure diagram of the magic core at the very beginning. They had watched it more than 10 or 20 times. Meng Mei shook her head. You stinky brothers, do you know what kind of forum this is? It was a forum of knowledge. The learning makes me strong forum. High-level intellectuals, use your brains and think seriously. Knowledge is the power that leads to everything. You must know that we are deducing civilization. We are developing extraordinary civilization. Only then can I develop, rule the universe, and become a real father. Everyone started to think seriously. Indeed, there was a saying that seemed to be, knowledge changed one's fate. Suddenly, someone looked at the picture and said, Brothers, this brain analytic profile, from another perspective, doesn't it look like a complete cell? A student who studied biology said. I don't understand, but it's awesome. Everyone replied. In a certain university laboratory, a student who was in the middle of an experimental class shook his head and quickly typed on his phone. Those who have studied biology know that cells are made up of 3 major parts: cell membrane, cell matter, and cell nucleus. The crowd still had not reacted. Look, a round head, doesn't it look like a cell? The skull was the cell membrane, and the magic nucleus was the cell nucleus. The sticky brain acting as a buffer is also acting as a buffer for the neurons, right? Everyone's heads exploded. Which one of them had not received 9 years of compulsory education? Who didn't have biological knowledge? They quickly turned back to look at the brain structure diagram. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that the structure of the entire brain was the structure of a cell. The 3 major structures corresponded to the 3 major structures. The student continued typing on his phone. As a student who is both a detective novel and a biology student, if I were to go with the flow and make a deduction based on this situation, I'd be like a headless person with a strange thing growing on top of his head. A complete cell? There's cell membrane, cell matter, and cell nucleus. Not only that, to be honest, upon closer inspection, it also corresponds to 3 main functions. The skull corresponds to the protective function of the cell membrane, the brain fluid corresponds to the buffer function of the cell, and the magic nucleus corresponds to the genetic information storage function of the cell nucleus. Their thoughts were racing. They then looked at the ancient creatures in the lava land. He couldn't look at it directly. It was as if there was a complete cell on the top of everyone's head. What is this? Their hearts seemed to be filled with something, pressed down, terrified, and trembling. The blood in their bodies rushed madly to their ears, gurgling and surging. Their teeth were clenched so tightly that they could not even breathe. God of creation, what the hell is this? Countless people sat in front of their computers, their eyes wide with fear. At this very moment, this horrifying spore evolution game had once again refreshed their 3 views and knowledge. The earth-shaking mystery of the lava land that had been hidden for a long time was a terrifying truth that was even more bizarre than the weirdness. A human with cells on his head. Chapter 699. Stone Age, Promised Dream Island. This situation was like a headless creature with a bright red dragon fruit on its head. It was creepy. There was a kind of taste that allowed one to pick and taste as one pleased. Is your dragon fruit fragrant? Is it sweet? Is it red? When everyone thought of this and that scene, they were completely silent. It reminds me of the Promised Island of Dreams. Yes, a dark fairy tale. A dreamlike and beautiful lava island, but behind it, it's ridden with darkness and strangeness. I'm going crazy. What did this mean? It was terrifying. Oh my god! What are the 3 pillar gods doing? What kind of terrifying super conspiracy are they secretly brewing? I don't know. It can't be that it's just a coincidence, right? Anyway, I'm getting goosebumps all over. I'm glad I didn't live in that terrifying world. I'm so scared that I'm starting to split. Pissing my pants. I was so scared that I was separated from my body. Terrifying. I was so scared that my cell nucleus turned into a magic nucleus. Collapse. Mom, it's good to be an ordinary high school student on Earth. Flowing face. Many people on the internet expressed that they had cracked. It was too scary to think about. This spore evolution game had once again refreshed their 3 views. Even more people's expressions changed. It was extremely strange, and they realized that this was not a simple game. The various schemes of the ancient gods in it were too amazing, as if they were real calculations. At the same time, if he didn't guess wrong, this would be the most terrifying event in the entire lava land, no, the entire Spore evolution game since it was launched. Cute girl, of course, it's just a guess. Speaking of which, we found this because the three pillar gods have been forbidding human experiments, forbidding creatures from dissecting their brains, and desecrating the human body. Any arcanist who gets involved in this field will be executed. Before this, many arcanists in the lava land thought that this was to prevent the people of Izodar from following the old path of studying the self-destruction of the human body. At the same time, it was also to prevent humans from studying the virus of the pillar god. But obviously, after the invasion of the god of dreams and the research on the magic nucleus in the brain, it's not just that. Screenshots. 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 More detailed screenshots were displayed in front of him. The research of the god of dreams found that the human brain is not that simple. It is not just made up of the cell membrane, the spared cell, and the lost cell nucleus. There was a more detailed division. In their brains, like seaweed, there were also mitronchioids, Golgi bodies, and plexurions floating freely. And other similar structures. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exploded. In your brain, the structure is similar to a cell, mitochondria, Golgi. They only felt endless fear. Darkness and silence were like huge waves in the night, making their hearts cold. Meng Mei continued, of course, this is the result of the continuous evolution of magic core creatures. As you all know, from a prehistoric dwarf to a 3-meter-tall giant human, his body size is also constantly evolving. There are subtle differences in his limbs and organs. At the same time, the biological brains of the three pillar gods are different. For example, the magic nucleus plants of the plant-type pillar gods have a special brain structure that is similar to that of chlorophyll. The crowd was completely silent. It was as if they were looking at an earth-shattering chessboard, and the curtains were slowly being pulled open. Meng Mei continued, but to be specific, we can only see a corner of it. It's still hidden in the black behemoth. We've lost contact with the people inside. The only one we can still keep in contact with is you, a balloon fish. So, leave the sealed glass cover and see what's going on outside. When the balloon fish saw this scene, they were completely numb. The current situation made him realize how terrifying it was. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. I'll immediately put on the protective suit and all kinds of equipment. I'll walk out of the isolation room and see what's going on outside." All the netizens expressed, "Don't worry, we'll support you." Kakat. The balloon fish calmly put on the special protective suit and buttoned up every button and zipper. "I still have to go out." Although the protective suit could resist viruses, it was far safer to hide in a manufactured glass cover. If the protective suit was damaged, it meant that he would be infected by the pillar god virus. The viruses were getting more and more terrifying these days. One should know that his protective suit could withstand the impact of many powerhouses, but powerhouses at the Heavenly Emperor level or even higher could still easily penetrate the protective suit. That was why he didn't dare to go out. Ta. He put on a white protective suit, put on all kinds of equipment, and walked out of the glass cover. He had completely discovered something strange. All the viruses outside the glass container, all the viruses in the world, seemed to have disappeared. What's wrong with this world? Where's the virus? Where did the virus go? No, where did the creature go? All the living things and viruses in the world have disappeared. It's like a land of eternal death without any life. Squeak. He was wearing a heavy and cumbersome protective suit, like an astronaut. He slowly pushed open the heavy metal door of the research institute and looked out the window in disbelief and fear. This is... In an instant, he saw the current situation of the entire land of lava. Everything had disappeared. No wonder Du Shui had also disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. On the ground, it was as if the brains of the plants had been dug out. All kinds of animals were walking on the ground, maintaining a sculpture-like posture. Without their heads, they were in all kinds of postures. It was as if an ancient dinosaur had experienced the impact of a comet in an instant. Before it could react, it ran and was instantly buried by the dust of the era. Their cell structure froze. It was as if he had turned into a hard fossil, a stone sculpture. Stones. The world. It was this kind of heaviness, a sense of loss and loss. What happened to this world? All of the living beings turned into stone sculptures and petrified in various ways. They also lost their heads. It was like a statue of Venus with a broken arm. Screenshots. Screenshots. One by one, the screenshots were sent out. He sent it to the cute girl and the alchemy emperor in the 6 realms next door. A group of gods were looking at these pictures with fierce expressions. As expected of Mother Earth's green vine, mysterious and unpredictable. Even if we cut off the connection inside, we still have a mysterious way to obtain information about that world. What's going on in that world? It's hard to imagine. They all lost their heads. It has turned into the flesh and blood tissue of this body, formed some kind of petrification, and entered a deep sleep? It turned into a stone-like sculpture. The group of gods looked at the picture and felt an unknown fear. It was as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. Go and inform the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor who is currently on Mount Shu, Alchemy Monarch suddenly said. Everyone around him nodded. Cutie Pie and Alchemy Monarch looked at each other and nodded. They then secretly contacted Balloon Fish. Go find it. He was going to find the legendary Great Sovereign Messiah. If the 3 pillar gods dared to make such a move, it means that they have a high chance of winning and can crush us. We're going to die. Perhaps Messiah is the savior of the entire world, the entire 6 worlds. The balloon fish was stunned. In the ancient sorcerer language, Messiah meant a savior in the ancient times, the reincarnation of an ancient god, the meaning of descending from the heavens to save the earth and mortals. But the god of dreams and the others have all disappeared. Emperor Messiah is only a heavenly emperor. The balloon fish couldn't help but say. There's no other choice. Meng Mei took a deep breath. In this lifeless world, what can you do? We can only pin our last hopes on the last glimmer of hope. Kakad. Yes, that's the only thing I can do. The balloon fish, wearing protective clothing, looked at the whole land in a daze. Is this another, new era? In the previous era, we could only run away. However, I, Du Shui, am still the one who saved her today. The times are always repeating. Xia Niming's expression became more solemn than ever. He raised his head, and his eyes were bloodshot. Great Emperor Messiah. He was walking on the city. They didn't know what had happened, what the 3 pillar gods were doing, or where those people had gone. They only knew that the world was about to change again. Chapter 700. World Nuclear Fusion Equation. Tianji Province. Everything seemed to have been frozen in an instant. The battlefield was filled with blood-red smoke, the battle flag was flying high, and the lava in the distance was as beautiful as blood. The posture of both sides was almost like a dynamic statue, as if they were roaring and raising their weapons. The soldiers, as dense as the ocean, raised their weapons high. Further away, the arcanists raised their staffs. The stone statue of Cyberton on the city wall was wearing a royal robe. It was crouching down and covering its face with its arms as if it was crying, but its head had strangely disappeared. Meanwhile, Elusha and the others stood on the other side, clenching their fists in high spirits. However, all the heads had disappeared, and their expressions could not be seen. Xia Niming even thought that if there was a facial expression, that would be the most vivid statue, and the real finishing touch. Without a face, I'm lacking in spirit. The world was frozen in an instant and turned into a fossil, becoming an emotional group drama. The Headless World, the bizarre chronicles of the Headless Horseman. Xia Niming walked on the silent battlefield. The lava in the distance had dyed the ground a dim yellow. Perhaps I can even take off the entire protective suit, because this world no longer has the virus. He kept taking photos and screenshots, as if he was a war reporter at the end of the world. He walked along the battlefield into the streets of the town, slowly walking. The streets were filled with lush green petrified flowers, and the war flags on both sides of the street and the slogans on the walls seemed to be declaring some war philosophy. Fight for the country of women's equality. Equality is glory. They were all words from the arcane era, as complicated and fine as a centipede crawling. I can see that it was the prosperous arcane city-state in the past. Xia Niming wandered around the city. Gradually, he had been in the entire city for a few days, but he did not find anything. It was as if he was the only living person in the world. Why do I feel like a world without viruses is a happier place? Xia Niming mumbled to himself unconsciously and looked up at the sky. I've witnessed an era without the virus. Then, when the virus broke out, a strong and proud race was destroyed. Now, we are witnessing a virus-free era. Suddenly, a voice came from the red wooden building in the distance. I don't know if you're happy or not, but your actions were correct. Wear protective clothing and a mask. You may think that the peak period has passed, but there is still the possibility of the virus making a comeback. Xia Niming's expression slightly froze. He turned around and saw a young man reading a book on the red wooden chair on the roof of the attic. Messiah. He raised his head and looked at the young man. A strange light flashed past his eyes, and he still had that mysterious charm. Xia Niming's body trembled with excitement as he frantically ran up to the attic. He looked at the young man who was reading and couldn't help but shout, Emperor Messiah, you're still alive? Su Ji sat on the mahogany chair in the attic and put down his book. He looked up at him. No, no. I'm sorry. Xia Niming quickly spoke without thinking and shouted, I thought the entire world had disappeared, and all living creatures had. Now, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see you. Su Ji closed the book and was a little lost in thought. Although he had been wandering around leisurely all this time, the drastic changes in the times at this time had also surprised Su Ji. He did not expect the three pillar gods to be so terrifying. At the same time, he finally understood something. All right, let's get to the point. Why are you looking for me, a mere heavenly emperor? Su Ji suddenly raised his head and asked. I want to know, how do we save this world? Xia Niming asked. Your dream is too far away. It's not something a normal person can achieve. I've also said that I'm just a weak heavenly emperor. Su Ji was a little surprised and said, but I do know where the people who disappeared went. Where did he go? Xia Niming hurriedly asked. It's not a long story, but I have to start from this book. Su Ji shook the thick arcane book in his hand. The cover of the book was written as the world's nuclear fission equation. What is this? Xia Niming quickly took a screenshot and posted it online. This is the correct cultivation method for the monster core lineage to break through to the 9th rank. As soon as Su Ji's voice fell, Xia Niming's head instantly exploded, as if he had been struck by lightning. 9. Level. And NBSP, 2. Break. Ji. Magic. He was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. He secretly posted it on the internet, and it instantly blew up. Boss, are you selling this book for 9.90 yuan? My bones are amazing. He's a 1 in a million martial arts genius. At the same time, it was also sent to the 6 realms. Countless gods were observing the drastic changes on this side and were also greatly surprised. A 9th rank cultivation method. Even though it's the monster core lineage, but it can be used as a reference. The current powerhouses are all climbing step by step along the path of the 9th step, using the most primitive and crude method without any skills, but the one in front of us. It was obvious that their eyes were red with envy, and they were so excited that they were almost excited. What did this mean? The benefits were self-evident. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch the treasure back. The length of the 9th step was the same, but there were techniques to break through, which could obviously achieve twice the result with half the effort. It was like the difference between a person on foot and a person on a bicycle. According to the normal way of breaking through, climbing step by step in the most primitive and tactless way of accumulation, there might not be one high-level god who could break through to rank 9 out of 10,000. However, with the method, there might be one high-level god out of 1,000. The monster core lineage, a 9th grade technique. At this moment, Carolyn, who had rushed over, had a fiery look in her eyes. She stared at the arcane book in the picture and the young man who was holding it. What do you think? Ermin suddenly asked. Good stuff. Carolyn took a deep breath as she stared at the screen. She really wanted to go back immediately. Regardless of whether it was for cultivation or for reference, she would benefit greatly from it. A good thing is naturally a good thing. I'm talking about the ancient land of lava. What do you think? Ermin laughed and said, the 3 pillar gods seem to be acting very strangely. They are displaying an incredible stance. Aren't they afraid that we will be too afraid of them and that the 2 worlds will join forces to suppress them? With their calculative abilities, they would definitely be able to think of this possibility, or From the very beginning, it planned to suppress us by force. It wasn't afraid of us joining forces at all. Carolyn's expression was completely serious, and she didn't say anything. A ninth-rank technique. Xia Niming exclaimed, it was you in the ancient times. No, it was the three pillar gods who gave it to me. Su Ji smiled. Xia Niming was dumbfounded. Pillar god? How could it be? Pillar god? Have you met them in secret? What kind of shady deal did you guys have? Oh my god! This was a method to break through to the ninth step, a world-level knowledge. What did you use to exchange for it? Don't tell me that you also have a huge wealth of knowledge? Xia Niming's face suddenly became heated. He looked at the ancient heavenly emperor, who seemed to be a super monster with a lot of wealth. He could actually make an equivalent exchange with the knowledge of breaking through to the ninth rank. At the same time, his second reaction was, why would the three pillar gods deduce the method of breaking through for humans with monster cores? Why did he have to use such a huge amount of computing power to deduce a ninth-grade human-shaped magical core cultivation method? Instead of researching the method to break through to rank 9 as a pillar god. So selfless? Why didn't he study his own breakthrough method? Su Ji waved the book World Nuclear Fission Equation formula in his hand. Do you want to read it? He asked. Xia Niming's mind went blank, and he nodded with all his might. Su Ji calmly tore off the first 3 pages and threw them to him. Xia Niming took it and was stunned. It still looked like such a terrifying knowledge, even if it was a remnant page, it was enough to benefit him greatly. Not to mention Baisu. Xia Niming continued to watch. The first few pages were the general principles of the cultivation method. Although there was no specific method, it was enough to shock them. Replace the cell nucleus with the magic nucleus. The magic nucleus was spread throughout every cell. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts. Then, why do they want to study the ninth-rank cultivation methods of humans? That's because the real truth is, Su Ji suddenly said calmly. From the beginning to the end, they have never studied how humans break through to the ninth rank. Then why? Xia Niming looked at the book, isn't this a contradiction? How could he have it without any deliberate deduction? Because this is a side effect of studying the pillar god's own breakthrough method. Su Ji waved the world nuclear fission equation in his hand and said with a smile, have you thought of something? The book that the pillar god first studied was World Nuclear Fusion Equation. Nuclear fusion. Formula? Xia Niming's heart shook. Humans were divided into 2. They split their magic nuclei. The pillar god was a fusion of magic cores. Yes, humans and pillar gods were the exact opposite. The pillar god was going to carry out nuclear fusion. As their fate, every living being was their every cell. In other words, the brain-shaped cells in front of him had nuclei, cell matter, and cell membrane. The more he thought about it, the more he broke out in cold sweat. Goosebumps rose all over her body. Su Ji could not help but laugh as well. He looked at the lava sky in the distance with a myriad of emotions. The pillar gods did come up with this in passing. They did not do it on purpose, because the only thing between the two is a reverse cultivation technique. Chapter 701. A terrifying war form. As soon as these words came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. As if possessed, Xia Niming stood there in a daze. He felt as if the world was spinning around him, and his mind tensed up. He suddenly clenched his fists. Indeed. It was as if there was a faint light in front of his eyes in the endless darkness. It gradually expanded and finally turned into a bright palace. Indeed, that's how it is. Such a guess almost perfectly explained why the 3 pillar gods would study the cultivation path of humans' magical beast core that had nothing to do with them. It was because they were not deliberately studying it. It was the reversal of the cultivation technique. It's a supplementary part of the 3 pillar gods' research on their own techniques. Reverse the formula of the technique. He looked at the arcane book in Emperor Messiah's hand. It recorded a super long calculation formula. If reversed, it would be the pillar god's godly form. He looked at the calm and leisurely young man, the legendary great sovereign Messiah who was in charge of touring the garden and wine. Sitting in a chair on the roof of the pavilion, he felt that the terrifying and vast secrets of the entire pillar god were slowly being revealed through the mottled years. Then now, Xia Niming took a deep breath and stood in the middle of the silent headless city that had turned into a stone statue. Is there anything else we can do? He was looking forward to it. Hualala! A gust of hot lava wind suddenly blew across the attic. The entire city seemed to be immersed in an empty and distant atmosphere, making people feel as if the world was vast. I've said it before, I have no choice. I'm just a mere celestial emperor, not even a god. Su Ji's tone was calm. But, Xia Niming exclaimed. Do you think you understand now? Su Ji did not even raise his head. He sat in his chair and read his arcana book in a refined manner, as if he were an arcanist. He didn't forget his original intention and continued to study the knowledge seriously. It had to be said that the content was really complicated and profound. The reason why the three pillar gods had so easily given him the knowledge in front of him was really because it was knowledge that had come from research. He had not lost anything at all, and at the same time, he had not suffered any losses. I didn't understand. Xia Niming asked. Yes, the horror you think is not true horror. In the end, I still don't understand how terrifying this land of lava is. Su Ji's expression remained calm as he closed the book in the attic, sitting on a chair. He reached out and pointed gently in front of him. Since that's the case, I'll send you to see the world's greatest horror. Boom! Xia Niming's entire head started to shake and buzz. The sky and earth started to spin, and his consciousness and everything in front of him started to blur. This is the last thing I can help you with. The lava domain is too big. Of the 107 domains, the place where all living beings are now is the first region of the stone wall. Su Ji sat on a wooden chair and put down his book. He flipped open a brass pocket watch and looked at the time. Everything that happened back then began there, and everything that happens today will also begin there. Puchi! The moment Xia Niming opened his eyes again, as if he had gone through some kind of spatial teleportation, he had already arrived at the stone wall region. It was the place where everything began, the origin of the Isodar civilization and the origin of the virus. You find me annoying and threw me here. He looked around. There was a wooden bucket in the corner, a wooden chair, and a wooden table. There were metal utensils and plates on the table. It seemed to be a simple and crude house. Squeak! He put on a white overgrown protective suit and pushed the door open. The sky was dark, and it was difficult to tell day from night. What he saw was a rotten dark red world. The densely packed virus turned into a giant hand of thick black fog, like the particles of ants. It dragged the round heads and slowly accumulated into the shape of a pyramid. It was as if there were orderly mechanical arms and mechanical construction factories carrying out construction on the site. It was like countless high-tech super nanomachines were working continuously. The pyramid-like heads seemed to be talking nonchalantly. Some were laughing, some were sad, some were surprised, and some were filled with hatred. It was as if they had all kinds of faces. The heads were all saying, I'm just passing by. Is anyone joining Mills's beast-type summoning Arcana Research Society? Fragrant grilled fish, do you want a skewer? Hey, how about we go to the bar for a drink tonight? I heard that there's a pretty good singer from Nasang Town. AI, you guys still have such thoughts? The Centauraya dynasty's Cyberton and Lady Alusha's rebellion army, aren't they having the most intense battle at the front lines? That's the Lord Arcanist's business. Whether it's the outcome or the outcome, it's not something we can decide. That's right, let's go for a drink. They are talking. Xia Niming looked around. This is the kind of place where you can't stay calm at a glance, and they're still talking? That easy? Shouldn't you be panicking? Countless viruses were floating around him. It was like a thick black mist, sticky like oil, and it had a fishy smell. Endless viruses, fungi, and bacteria gathered into a mass, forming countless disgusting tentacles that pierced into the sky. They stretched out from the ground and tidied up the talking heads. What is this? What? Xia Niming was wearing a white protective suit. He looked like an astronaut walking on the empty moon, struggling to walk through the stone walls. After walking for half a day, he found the same strange scene as far as the eye could see. There were strange pyramids that looked like the most ancient blood sacrifice buildings. They were like the craters on the moon, as if they were a natural scene. After walking for 3 days, Xia Niming finally arrived at a special pile of skulls. Similarly, the skulls were talking. It was the roars of the soldiers on one side. For a country where women are equal. Equality is glory. The soldiers on the other side were also shouting. Kill. Eliminate fear. It's our destiny to destroy the Holy Hundred Flowers dynasty. The conversation here is about the war in the Tianji province, the place I passed by before. As Xia Niming walked through the stone wall region, he suddenly had a hazy feeling. When he saw this place, he felt as if he knew something. What was the situation in front of him? Finally, he saw a familiar face. It was Cyberton's head, crying. Arg! Why? Why did it turn out like this? I'm clearly the main character of fate. It was Alusha, filled with excitement and determination. Mother, we're going to win. Xia Niming was shocked. He looked at all of this in a daze. Endless information rushed into his brain, as if it was going to burst him. His head was splitting, and he felt like he had made a huge mistake. Oh right. It's been so long that I almost forgot that they're from the corpse race. They were zombies that had been infected by the virus and had developed their own intelligence. As for zombies, even if they lose their arms, limbs, and only their heads, they can still live. I almost forgot, almost forgot. He was filled with fear as he finally realized the true horror. It's as if the head on this side and the body on the other side are all in one. That's the perfect idol drama. This was too strange. It was simply too strange. They thought they were normal, but in fact, only their heads were left. You thought they were dead. But they were all zombies with magic nuclei, and they were still alive. This is how the three pillar gods fight against the outside world. The terrifying second form of war. After the war is over, the three pillar gods will remove this form. Even then, no one will realize what happened during this period. The world line is still moving forward. Those who should rebel against the pillar god are still doing so. They're still waging war against Cyberton, thinking that they're gaining benefits from this era. Cyberton is still resisting bitterly. At this moment, their world line is still continuing. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. At that time, no one would know that the three pillar gods had already resolved the external war. Without the butterfly that stirred their fate, they had completely returned to the world line that was controlled. They naively believed that there was no break in the era. Wrong, wrong. His expression changed drastically. This is vat. Middle. G. Brain. He almost lost his voice. He recalled the famous brain in a vat theory proposed in 1981. Let's say you were operated on by the evil scientist, and your head was cut off from your body and placed in a tank filled with nutrient solution to keep your brain alive. The nerve endings of the brain were connected to the computer, sending information to the brain, maintaining the normal sense of touch below the body, making you think that you still had a body. Through the nerve signals, you could simulate various environments and daily contact, and even let you feel that you were holding a mobile phone in your hand and reading an interesting and absurd text. This is simply another form of unlimited monthly reading. He sat on the ground weakly, crying and laughing at the same time. I finally know what Emperor Messiah said. I didn't understand what I thought was the real terrifying truth. This is all. It was extremely terrifying. This was the true unification. He raised his head and looked at the terrifying demonic god that was gathering. Every cell in his body was hairy and covered in black hair. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of black down. He looked like an ancient gorilla-like black demonic god with 3 heads and closed eyes. As early as the most ancient era, the human-shaped pillar god once said, if he devoured the remaining 2 pillar gods, he would truly become a rank 9. Although they had not devoured it yet, they had temporarily combined it together. The hundreds of millions of cells from each race were enough to piece it together. To become a weak level 9. In the netherworld. In Elise, all the gods had gathered and sat on the colorful mandala flower of the underworld. It was as beautiful as a fairy tale, and there was a huge candle lighthouse in the sky. The white candle tower melted like a candle, and a ball of fire element swayed on it. It was the new sun of the entire underworld. Sitting on the chairs among the flowers, all the gods' eyes were focused on the images sent by the green vines. It was a terrifying scene of the entire land of lava. It was as if the entire era had stepped into the ancient Stone Age, losing their heads and turning into eternal ancient fossils. Magic nuclear fusion. The equation. Caroline stared at the screen. She looked at Emperor Messiah and those terrifying and strange scenes. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her heart. No one in the garden spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. It's bad. Meng Mei's expression was already off. Things are much more serious than we thought. The hidden trump cards of the three pillar gods are really terrifying. The cute girl was stunned. She thought that the incense system on her side was the biggest horror movie. Bizarreness was the most frightening thing. The fear of the human heart and the terrifying monsters emerged one after another, but compared to the current three pillar gods, they were simply insignificant. The three pillar gods' actions had refreshed her three views. According to the existing information and intelligence. Ermin looked around and her voice became gloomier. We have to prepare for war. This is a battle that concerns the life and death of the world. Yes, I am. The Alchemy Emperor sighed. If the three pillar gods join forces and reach an incredible realm, I'm afraid it'll be useless to isolate them. They can deduce the location of our world. Only one more battle. Only one battle. No one spoke again, and the air was completely silent. They looked at the three pillar gods and the origin pillar god, whose cells were multiplying and undergoing nuclear fusion. No one knew what heights the three pillar gods had reached. They could only prepare. Before the three pillar gods completely fused and completely found this world, he had to make the most extreme preparations. Perhaps, their choice was wrong from the start. If there were no external factors, the three pillar gods would still fight among themselves. However, if there were external resources, they would join forces to form an iron plate and invade the outside world. Perhaps this would completely open Pandora's box, and it would be a disaster that no one could resist. On the internet. The news always came a little later, but when the news was released, the people's emotions exploded with screenshots. First, there were a bunch of exclamation marks. Seeing the three pillar gods' true generosity, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't form the right words. A creature with a complete cell on its neck was already weirder than weirdo. Now, all the cells on its neck had disappeared? Everyone turned into headless creatures, petrified on the spot. After that, there was a bunch of traditional scolding that had lost their minds, and then the normal speech. Nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. Dumbfounded. So this is the monster core lineage's path to class 9. Woo, the humans in that world are so miserable. Those stinky brothers who said that they were envious of transcendence and hated the life of ordinary people, come out quickly. I'll send you to the land of lava to enjoy the joy of becoming strong. Laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. Physics, indeed. It turned out that nuclear technology actually led to grade 9. It seems like there's hope for our civilization to make a breakthrough. Nuclear reactor, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, here we come. The one above, you've completely lost your mind. He was so scared that his brain had crashed. I don't mean the same thing, tier.jpg. My ass. Who said he wasn't a god of physics? Just look at the three pillar gods. The pile of them just happened to confirm the Buddhist theory. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, 1,000 people, 1,000 faces, this is the true gathering of the appearance of all living beings. Three pillar gods, you've obtained the true essence. Everyone was speechless. Their faces darkened, but on second thought, it seemed to make sense. Look again. Isn't the dream in front of us in line with the dream of the Buddha of physics? Look again. The Buddha of physics talks about fate? Everyone was completely silent. It seemed to be getting more and more reasonable. These idiots aren't fooling us and pulling our intelligence to their level. Are they serious? We would never have thought that the three pillar gods were the orthodox inheritors of the physical Buddha. But no matter what, it was a complete uproar. Previously, many people were envious, but now, they were scared out of their wits. The three pillar godfathers were high and mighty. Thinking about it, a society ruled by harmony and ordinary people was the most wonderful. Chapter 702. Ha ha ha, watch me fight poison with poison. From this perspective, it was a good thing that Earth didn't have the destiny of the races and the heavenly Deo. In the netizens' Chuyunibia words. We were born free, without the restraints of heaven and earth. It was great that there was no fate. While everyone was in fear, someone on the internet expressed a different opinion. You guys are thinking too much. The three pillar gods were the fate of the race. The central magic core computer made up of countless sub-computers had been for the good of the entire race from the beginning. For example, weren't the three pillar gods in front of him settling the war for the benefit of the entire race? Isn't it for the good of all life? On the other hand, those rebellious ones only think about disobeying the pillar god all day long, but the pillar god is still magnanimous and doesn't choose to do anything. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true from this perspective. The three pillar gods were like the real viruses in nature, as they were the congregation of countless viruses. Their only goal was survival. They would try their best to survive in this world, carry the virus, and constantly evolve and become stronger. Even if the individual inside the virus went against them for their own benefit. But no matter what, let's not talk about the three pillar gods' positions. Whether it's good or bad to become a head is none of our business, but the other worlds are going to be done for. That's right. How can a human beat a supercomputer? Three pillar gods, your father is still your father. Too fierce. He's simply inhuman. The super-infected virus has finally moved to other worlds and started a virus war? Everyone was pessimistic, feeling that the 6 worlds would inevitably fall. However, at this moment, the racer of Mount Harana came out to join in the fun. Everyone, don't panic. We have to look at things from a scientific perspective. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The pillar god is indeed very strong against the internal forces, but against the external forces, it's just a competition of whose fist is bigger. Everyone thought about it and agreed. No matter how powerful one's computing power was, it was only to calculate the world line and future of the creatures in their own world. To the creatures of the outside world? He didn't have a magic core, so it was unknown. It was just a head-on confrontation. Everyone instantly felt that it was reliable. The racer of Mount Harana was indeed the king of analysis, and he instantly soothed the nervous crowd. The racer of Mount Harana replied confidently, however, even so, in the three pillar gods' absolutely calm calculations, I should be absolutely strong enough and confident in winning. Therefore, there's a 99% chance that the 6 realms will cool down. Everyone was speechless. He was indeed very rational. In the face of danger, they couldn't care less. Meng Mei couldn't help but say, "What do you think?" Obviously, Meng Mei and the others still believed in a certain person who was full of wicked ideas. The racer of Mount Harana, my thinking is very simple. I'm sure you've already figured it out. With the combat power of the 3 pillar gods, there's a high chance that they'll form a weak rank 9 who'll complete the 100% path of rank 9. And what was a weak level 9? It's the weakest rank 9 creature, like a T-Rex in the desert that's about to starve to death. Next, it needs to replenish its energy, eat and drink to its heart's content, and then it will become a true rank 9 creature. Everyone was shocked. A level 8 god would need a huge amount of energy to break through, but a level 9 god didn't need it. A tier 9 naturally needed it. At the same time, he needed more energy. However, a type 9 would have to walk the path of the type 9 realm. After 100% of the body had transformed, it would then start absorbing energy. The racer of Mount Harana, this means that the 3 pillar gods are about to become weaker than a rank 9. The path to rank 9 is 100% complete. After eating a large number of people, they'll become true rank 9. Although he was only at 100% before he ate people, and the difference between him and the other 24% and 32% was not too big, even if he did not really have a qualitative change in his realm, it was basically impossible to defeat him. He would probably die. But before that, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Meng Mei, good news. She decided to bring some good news first to ease the mood. The racer of Mount Harana, there's no need to guard against the virus anymore. The 3 pillar gods won't be able to infect you. Don't worry. Bad news. The racer of Mount Harana, the 3 pillar gods will kill all of you right away to replenish the energy in every single cell of yours. You'll completely transform into a rank 9. Then, they'll leave behind a small group of you to herd, colonize, and so on. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, and even Meng Mei was speechless. The 3 pillar gods will eat people to replenish the energy in every cell. After transforming into a true rank 9, they will dismember. At that time, every single cell would probably be at least rank 5, and they would also undergo a certain life form transformation. Based on this, the 3 pillar gods were great. No matter how many rebels there are in my world, I'm not stingy at all in improving the overall cell level of my people. I'll take them out for a spring outing, and everyone will come back with a full meal, doghead. Spring outing? Full? The cute girl was completely silent. It was really a pain in the ass. Meanwhile, the netizens were completely blown up. From the looks of it, there was no possibility of peace talks between the two sides. He didn't even get infected and directly killed people? This was the worst scenario that could be imagined. It was almost a hopeless situation. According to the situation from the Stonewall region, the three pillar godfathers would definitely merge within 3 months and become a weak rank 9, forming an adult structure. Then, they would begin to deduce the coordinates. A powerful existence at that level would probably be able to find the world on his side in another 3 months. This is still a good thing. If it wasn't for the betraying balloonfish, you probably wouldn't have known anything and would have died directly. Now, you can still feel fear before you die. It's over, everyone, let's split up. The three pillar gods are also super daddies. I can't take it. I can't take it at all. Cough, cough, cough. If it were me, I would say that a 100% fused weak rank 9 without absorbing energy is at its weakest. It won't be so much stronger than Ermin and Caroline, who are on the other rank 9 paths. With their world-class weapons, mechanical armors, and the ultimate, if the Deo Lords, Medusa, and the others were still gathered together, as long as we don't give it the chance to eat people, we might be able to fight it, right? Who knows? It's over anyway. Everyone felt that they were dead for sure. The racer of Mount Harana said, under such circumstances, the enemy will definitely descend to kill us. We have to make sure that we're well prepared for the evacuation. It's similar to how Dichi left Dalashan to slaughter all living beings in order to break through to Tier 8. Now that Tier 9 has descended, in order to completely absorb the energy and slaughter all living beings, the best way is to hide in the small space. Meng Mei nodded. This was the only way. It was a battle with his back to the water. However, there was basically no chance of winning. Even if the other party's target was Caroline, there was a high probability that they would be crushed to death even if they joined forces. Meng Mei took a deep breath. We're dead. We'll be here soon. 6 months was just a short period of time to go to the toilet in the real world. During this time, they could only do their best to move the external population into the internal space to take refuge. However, I still have a way that might allow us to escape from death. The words of the racer of Mount Harana left everyone dumbfounded. There was still a way to deal with a situation where death was certain? Everyone shivered. The big boss was indeed a big boss. Although he was usually very flashy, he was still very capable. What is it? Someone couldn't help but ask. Since the three pillar godfathers can't deal with it, I'll call another father over and use poison to attack poison. The racer of Mount Harana said. Call me daddy again? Everyone was puzzled and had question marks on their faces. The group of netizens instantly fell silent. What father? Everyone asked in confusion. The racer of Mount Harana said, you might not know this, but according to my 1,000 years of research, there's a father named Dichi on planet Gumu. He's been hiding very well and has always been the mastermind behind the scenes, stirring up the winds and clouds of this era. However, I was smart enough to discover him. Funny face. Emperor. Chi. Everyone's face darkened, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. That was their real father. They remembered the fear of being dominated back then, and their hearts turned cold. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Their faces instantly stiffened in fear as they cursed at the beasts. The racer of Mount Harana was up to something. Do you not want to live anymore? What's wrong with your brain? You're just stirring up trouble, don't you think it's a big deal? That was Dichi. One of the three pillar gods was already insufficient to fight against them. Now, with the addition of the most terrifying Dichi. With 2 super daddies, do you still want to live when the 6 realms attack you from 2 sides? In the most ancient era, he was the most terrifying celestial emperor monster. No one knew how strong he was now. Now, the best outcome would be for Dichi to live in the ancient tree world in the wilderness. After all, there were so many peerless and heaven-defying divine skills here. If he were to be released. Ha ha ha. They had seen it clearly. The racer of Mount Harana was the kind of person who would do anything without oars. Chapter 703. World. As expected of the little prince of driving. Since it's a hopeless situation, why don't we have a double hopeless situation? The netizens were completely speechless. This brain circuit was simply so strange that it broke through the sky. Could an ordinary person think of this? He definitely didn't expect this. Now that he thought about it, Daiki was in the wilderness, and there was nothing to raid on ancient wood planet. The three-body beheading, the alchemy factory of the racer of Mount Harana, and so on. After calculating his lifespan, he realized that as one of the Dao Lords and Ermin's next generation of living beings, he should be around 6,000 or 7,000 years old. He was about to die. And what realm had Dichi reached? To be honest, no one knew. His talent wasn't there, but what about now? Let that kind of flood and fierce beast come over. They thought about the scene and didn't dare to look at it. Mount Shu, this technique of yours is pretty good? Oh? Was this martial arts and body cultivation? This was the incense system? Alchemy? He had a toothache. They saw the most powerful mastermind in history, hiding behind the scenes in each era, constantly peeking and learning. The most powerful person in history who secretly learned from the Heavenly Emperor was no joke. Back then, he could see through the Celestial Emperor's cultivation technique, its circulation path, and trajectory with just a few eyes. Then, he could learn it, deduce new ones, and defeat you with the improved version of the cultivation technique. Even the most complicated 9 revolutions mysterious art that required spatial positioning couldn't last long and was forced to be learned. Dichi's talent was not innovation, but a super genius who constantly learned, improved, and integrated. The racer of Mount Harana, ahem, don't be in such a hurry to scold me. I'm definitely not being reckless, and I'm not fooling around. You might not believe me when I say this, but only Daddy can defeat Daddy. Only the United Kingdom can defeat the United Kingdom. Everyone had yet to react. What unification? The racer of Mount Harana replied, to be honest, I've given it a lot of thought. Father Dichi's unity technique, the Deluo Heaven Sutra, and Plague's body and flesh unity technique. The battle between the two. As you can imagine. So it was really like this? Unified cultivation technique versus unified body? Everyone was shocked. It was really well thought out. Because only magic could defeat magic? The racer of Mount Harana, everyone, in my opinion, this is a necessary process of Dao vindication. Everyone was stunned again. The racer of Mount Harana replied sternly, all of you are too young. You're trying to see the essence of things through the incident. You're trying to associate it with the great Chinese thinking of our ancient people. In this way, we can see many true meanings in it, such as the Buddha of physics and the Dao of chemistry. In front of him, this was the unification of spiritual cultivation techniques and the unification of the body and bloodline. What did this mean in ancient Huaxia? Idealistic unification versus materialistic unification. The battle of the mind is about materialism. The crowd gasped. It had such a terrifying nature. Just like the ancient war between Buddhism and Taoism was actually a battle between physics and chemistry. It was the same now. In fact, it was materialism fighting idealism. So that's how it is. Before this, there was internal turmoil in the science department. Physics versus chemistry. And today, it's an internal turmoil in the liberal arts. Idealism versus materialism. A face full of shock. JPG. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. Previously, there was internal strife in the science department. Now, there was internal strife in the arts department. This special feeling inexplicably reminded them of all the major chaos in history, such as the chaos of An and Shi. I personally think that it's just what I meant. Deep in thought. Indeed, it can't be such a coincidence. This must be fate. Serious expression. Physics and chemistry, idealism and materialism, have always been the greatest concepts of internal strife in science and arts. It's true that it's not a coincidence that the two types of conflicts appear at the same time. As expected of a game that loves learning. The rules of the world are set in stone, and everything extraordinary originated from modern science and ancient philosophy theories. No, you guys are too shallow. The three pillar gods are not only materialism, but also the banner of evil capitalism. Take a look at their blockchain civilization, mining, virtual arcane coins, and profit-driven. They are simply despicable. There's only one truth.jpg. His. The Arcana civilization and Arcana models turned out to be evil capitalism. A face full of shock.jpg. Everyone could no longer remain calm as they started a heated discussion. If what happened before was a coincidence, then why did everything before his eyes point to the same incident? A strange emotion emerged, which shocked them. The racer of Mount Harana. From this, we can see that luring Ditchi here is something that was destined. Never go against the will of the heavens. And the six worlds had to struggle to survive in the cracks of materialism and idealism. This fully proves that we're wavering in the ancient ideological struggle between the two, the signs of the war that has lasted until now. Meng Mei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of grand unification battle was this? Idealism battle materialism? How was this even related? What's with your brain? His brain circuits have broken through the heavens? She looked at the excited netizens and shook her head silently. She thought to herself that they were too young. Did they know the background of the racer of Mount Harana? He was from the Church of Light. Back then, it was this fool and the others who preached everywhere and spread the teachings. He even turned the god of wisdom into a woman and became Mercury, the goddess of wisdom. He established such a huge church force and spread until today. How could you not guard against his special preaching skills? Meng Mei still maintained her rationality and said, no, 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 no. When I think about it, I'm terrified. Back then, I brought my disciple, Dao Changsheng, to kill Emperor Qi, and we have a deep hatred for each other. I'm definitely going to die, cry. The racer of Mount Harana asked, then aren't you going to die here with the three pillar gods? Since I'm going to die anyway, using poison against poison and magic against magic is the best choice for this terminal illness. The cute girl fell silent. The word death had a deep meaning. He was really walking towards death. After all, after becoming gods, they were already in their real bodies on one side, while the other side was a human body that had descended. In the face of true death, no one could remain calm. It's going to be my turn so soon. Her expression changed drastically. She suddenly thought of the departure of the Dao Lord and Medusa, and she seemed to have lost her soul. It was not that she did not feel the impact of it. It's too difficult. We are flesh and blood beings, and our civilization is thousands of years longer than the other sides. However, the monster core lineage is simply the darling of the rank 9 path. This race has an innate advantage. The damn nuclear fusion has caught up with us in an instant, and has surpassed our rank 9 cultivation realm, reaching it one step ahead. In fact, she had cultivated painstakingly and had already walked 17% of the way. It was considered average, but it was just an empty realm. In terms of combat power, she could not be considered as combat power at all. The racer of Mount Harana, make your decision as soon as possible. Teleportation takes time. Meng Mei gritted her teeth. I'm going to die anyway. If I attract another terrifying enemy from the underworld and attack from both sides, I might be able to escape through the cracks. I'm doing it. It was indeed impossible to hold on in front of him. Without any variables involved, he was basically dead. The only chance was to put himself to death. Whether he could survive or not was unknown, but it was indeed the last way. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to take a gamble. The racer of Mount Harana wouldn't really scam them. After all, he was a man of character. Furthermore, the players of the universe were one entity, and the players of the six worlds were the mainstream. If they were to fall, the racer of Mount Harana would be the only one left. He wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Ding! Ding! Meng Mei sent a file. Coordinates of the six realms. Docs. Everyone on the internet instantly reacted instinctively. This document has been received by the designated account Racer of Mount Harana. Everyone immediately felt a heartache. To keep everything a secret was too perverted. We can't invade you from the outside, so can't we take a look? The Racer of Mount Harana coughed. Cough, cough, cough. I wonder how much energy it would take to teleport here? But we, the space mining team, are the rich kind. We've traveled to countless planets for thousands of years and mined resources. We don't lack the energy to become gods at all. We have countless divine gold and divine ores, so we don't have to be afraid. I wonder how the Lord Taejun will reward me. Meng Mei already felt that she was not feeling well. All of a sudden, he couldn't be bothered with those people on the internet. Instead, he took a deep breath, stood up from the computer, and walked to the mirror. The room was still the same soft and cute pink room. However, the person in the mirror was already different. She was no longer a 1.7 meter tall beauty, but a 1.7 meter muscular woman. She looked unusually tall and strong, weighing more than 300 pounds. She was much stronger than a bodybuilding champion. She had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, and she had a fierce aura. I don't know if I can survive this crisis. Tier 9, the world has completely changed. She looked at herself in the mirror and said, in reality, I don't have a bloodline. I can only use my divine sense to scan every muscle and bone in my body to cultivate martial arts. But after looking at it for a long time, I suddenly feel that I'm not so glaring to the eyes anymore. I even feel that I'm a little beautiful. Is this your world of beauty? It's not too bad. Ha! Her firm and powerful fist slowly wrapped around her lower abdomen, making a bodybuilding pose of clenching her fist. The muscles on her arms instantly swelled up. Women should be self-reliant. She tried to encourage herself by copying a certain someone's way of working out. She looked at her muscles and encouraged herself. After thinking for a while, she still walked out of the room. Under her mother's usual frightened gaze, this daughter who had suddenly become addicted to working out and muscles chose to tactfully tell her about her last words. The 6 realms. The mortal world of the ancient barons was retreating under the crazy operation of the Great Zhou dynasty. Retreat. Hurry up and leave. I don't need any luggage. I don't need all kinds of bulky baggage. A large number of billions of commoners were evacuated into the immortal world and the demon world. On the land of the demon world, the various churches were also constantly pulling their own people into their own god kingdoms, and even into the netherworld. However, the number was too large. The population of the 2 main material planes, the demonic world and the mortal world, added up to more than 7 billion, which was comparable to the population of an entire Earth. Moving the entire population and carrying out effective planning and settlement at the same time was an extremely difficult task even for the gods with extraordinary powers. It's much faster than I thought. We thought it would take at least 3 months to build it. Who knew it would reach this level in just a month? Ermin kept observing the scene of the terrifying stone wall from the alchemy monarch's side. The primordial pillar god inside was rapidly being formed. It was too fast. It was formed by tens of billions of people, but it was unimaginably fast. It was countless times faster than the speed at which their population was retreating. If it wasn't for Mother Earth's divine art, we wouldn't have known about such a terrifying thing. We shouldn't have cared about the god of dreams and the others losing contact for a month. That's right. If it wasn't for Mother Earth, the 3 pillar gods' current actions would be extremely secretive. The outside world wouldn't be able to see them at all. When the time comes, they would attack in an instant and kill us all. So what if I'm prepared now? All the gods were shocked. At this moment, they could clearly see a 3-headed pillar god that was even larger than the god of creation. It looked like a strong and tall black gorilla. It slowly lay on its side on the ground, supporting its head with one hand, as if it was taking a nap in the mountain range. His body was covered in short, black, fine hair. It was like a material made of fur, giving off a grand and vast feeling. Looking at him was like looking at the entire world. It was a strange feeling. The horror of a single person being equivalent to an entire world. Is this a rank 9 world? Ermin's expression was shocked. Looking at the overwhelming violent aura, he thought. This is the terrifying realm above gods. Ion rank 9 world, gods are just people living in the world. This is the true overlord of the new age. The world. Carolyn raised her head and looked at the aura that was as vast as the Black Sea. It was boundless and gave people a feeling that they were face to face with the entire world. It was a vast and boundless concept that could make any god prostrate themselves in worship. The ancient gods had never revealed their true strength in front of her. Now that the 3 pillar gods had erupted, she could truly see the favoritism and power of this path. At this time, all the gods were looking at the terrifying giant in the picture in shock. It was the realm above the legendary gods, the terrifying level known as the world. Why aren't you leaving? Ermin suddenly asked. Can I still leave? Caroline laughed. Of course it's hope, to resist the tribulations with us. Ermin said seriously. Caroline only smiled, not saying anything. She clearly knew that she was one of the three pillar gods' targets. At the same time, she felt very indignant to see that the lava era, which was a civilization that was a level higher than her, had actually surpassed her. He had failed to live up to the expectations of the ancient gods. Perhaps he and the three pillar gods should choose the three pillar gods as the next successor? She knew very well that the three pillar gods had already made an equivalent exchange with great Emperor Messiah. They knew the truth of the entire history and the situation of the ancient times, which was why they dared to start the war. Strictly speaking, he and the three pillar gods were both candidates for the next generation, and this was the three pillar gods' declaration of war on him. Although, no matter which side was defeated, they would not kill the other party for the sake of the ancient gods, but they would completely lose their status. The battle of succession. She muttered silently. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, a change suddenly occurred in the region of stone walls. Kakat. On the stone wall region, the ancient gorilla lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes on its featureless face, and a red vertical pupil opened on each of its three heads. With a crash, he slowly stood up. The ancient giant stomped on the ground with large strides. In the sound of the earth rumbling, he ran to the widest river of lava and jumped lightly. Pfff. The golden lava sparks flew everywhere. Three heads slowly emerged from the lava. The gorilla giant slowly stood up from its bent position, revealing its strong body. The scorching lava was like morning dew, rolling down on his skin. It was as if all his cells had completely fused into one. The world. In the boiling lava, three cold vertical pupils stared at him. Crack! It opened its huge pupils completely, and its eyeballs expanded rapidly, filling up its entire face. Its amber-like red eyes seemed to see another world. The world, fate, and future are in my hands. The ancient world god raised his palm, and the laws of nature were instantly distorted invisibly. Every movement of his distorted the laws of nature. He clenched his hand into a fist and shattered time and space. Bang! The entire space was like a piece of white cloth that had been viciously struck and collapsed, forming a curved space. Is this the real world? Using one's own world to interfere with the laws of the outside world. All the gods of the six worlds were shocked and went blank for a moment. A terrifying thought exploded in their minds. Impossible! How could he be so fast? Chapter 704. Dream Bubble. Looking at the terrifying scene in the image, everyone's face turned pale. No one had expected the three pillar gods to move so much faster than they had imagined. According to the estimation of all the gods, it was 3 months, but it had already. The three pillar gods have probably already begun to explore and determine the coordinates of our world. They're planning to cross the border and come here. Ermin's expression changed drastically, and she looked at the gods around her. Yes, we used the time worm's life as the price to cut off the exploration, but it's no longer useful. An existence of this level can distort the laws, which means that our shielding means are not suitable. It can change the rules so that it can follow the goddess of dreams to find us. Changing the rules was hard to describe. It was like you used a door to block the people outside. This was the rule of reality. In reality, the door could protect him, but what if he could interfere with the rules and change the door into a pass through it, allowing him to enter easily? This was probably the situation. Rank 9. The world. As a world, it has its own set of rules. It was as if everyone was looking at a super monster. At this moment, they finally realized the true meaning of this terrifying form of life and the true meaning of world. Dao Changshen's expression changed drastically. Our Dao techniques are no longer useless against this monster. For example, if we cast a fire spell, the other party can distort the laws in an instant and change the rules to, the flames did not cause any damage, and could even be rephrased as, the flame is an energy supplement. It then forcefully absorbs your energy. Although it was just a metaphor, it was just so shameless. Those who could not distort the matter plane were truly ants. Only the phenomenon of the law could resist the phenomenon of the law. Suddenly, a voice was heard. I finally understand. All laws are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning, and should be observed like this. Meng Mei said. She looked at all of this with her eyes in a daze. She looked at the terrifying three pillar gods who slowly crossed the boundary and came over. She murmured, "The Buddha of physics. It's you." Whoosh! The surrounding gods all trembled when they heard this. They were immersed in shock and imagination. This sentence seemed to contain a special rhythm. It perfectly described the entire content of this realm. All the laws that had action, shape, form, and substance in this realm were like dream, illusion, bubble, shadow. They were all four kinds of illusions. There were many things that couldn't be understood just by deduction. Only by truly seeing it could one understand the greatness of such a terrifying life form. This sentence had already covered all the truth of the entire ninth tier. It could be seen that the origin of the Mother Earth green vine was indeed extraordinary, but what was the mystery of the physical Buddha? The gods were bewildered. "Everyone, don't worry. The path to 100% rank 9 might seem terrifying, but it doesn't mean absolute suppression. The other party is now equivalent to a hungry man. Although his life level has been completely elevated, his energy reserves are still the same as ours." Ermin continued to analyze. "But ordinary attacks are no longer effective. They can be distorted. We can only use the laws and phenomena that we interfere with to cause damage." No one spoke. Indeed, only those who had stepped onto the path of grade 9 could cause harm. But it was easier said than done. Other people could do as they pleased and interfere with any rules of reality. If you didn't complete this path, you could only fuse 20% to 30% with your body. You could only use a certain method to barely display a few nomological phenomena. However, it has completely descended. We can't continue to take it in. In such a short time. The expressions of the surrounding gods changed slightly. In an instant, their faces turned cold. "Let's begin the retreat. Let the top-tier experts of the two worlds who can retreat quickly retreat. We don't care about the low-level experts who are still taking shelter outside. Shrink the line of defense." The Blood Emperor said, "My fellow god nations, let's hide in the void." This time, all of them were silent. No one refuted the Blood Emperor's cold-blooded behavior. This was because everyone knew that if they did not cut their wrists and retreat now, they would all be caught in one fell swoop. The three pillar gods were simply too fast, too fast. With only 1 month, how could they evacuate billions of people? Now, it was only half, which was already a very fast speed. This was the World War. Gods, go back and seal your God's kingdom. Erase the traces of the entrance to the small space. Although it might not be useful, it would still be very strenuous for the other party to find it. They don't have that much energy. Ermin took a deep breath. Then, we'll rush here. We're going to start a war with the immortal realm, the underworld, and the demon realm. The gods' expressions were solemn as they quickly left. In just a few days, all the mortals in the world had no idea what was happening. The gods had disappeared. All the high and mighty divine kingdoms had disappeared without a trace. The great god, the lord of the blood clan, Hull Morris. Ancient king of nothingness and fantasy, your people. Normally, the believers would pray to the statue and pray for the god to send down an oracle, but there was no response at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. They didn't even realize that they had been abandoned and were still living safe and sound. Until the third day. The sky suddenly darkened. What's that? All the living beings on the ground felt their vision blur. A terrifying ancient black existence slowly pierced through the space. The space was like water, as if it had penetrated through the ripples and appeared on the entire earth. Countless people looked up. It was as if they were not looking at a living creature, but an entire vast and boundless world. It was so big that they could not see the whole picture. He was the world itself. A mysterious thought appeared in his mind, and all the living beings could not help but slowly kneel down and worship. They pulled back their line of defense and gathered together. He actually sensed me. The three pillar gods stood alone in the center of the earth. Their bodies were covered in fine black fur, and they had 3 heads and 3 eyes. They emitted an indescribable dazzling beauty, as if they were the only true god in the world. Their voices seemed to contain the vast mix of countless creatures as they looked down on the living beings of the earth. Boom! He pressed lightly, and a circle of transparent air ripples spread out, turning into a large white cloud ring. Peng peng peng! It was as if the earth had been split into yin and yang, and half of the living beings on the earth had instantly exploded into a mist of blood. There are too few of them. The rest will be used to infect the virus and become my people in advance for breeding. His voice was extremely calm, with the domineering feeling of a dragon crouching and a tiger crouching. Pfft! The three pillar gods flicked their fingers, and the virus silently spread through the air. Ah! What's happening? Your eyes are so red. It's biting. Walking corpses swarmed the streets, and there was no lack of immortal-like cultivators. The entire land had turned into a wasteland. You think you can escape? The three pillar gods pressed hard against the ground. The invisible space seemed to have turned into folds, overlapping layer by layer, forming a compressed sackcloth. A small house in a hidden forest 10,000 feet away was quickly pulled into front of him like a high-speed train. Is this a spatial teleportation? Deist Changsheng looked up. Ermin stood up slowly. It's not teleportation. It's a higher level of application. Space is folded. We're still in our original geographical positions, millions of miles away, but close at hand. It's like folding a cloth in the middle, and the creatures on both ends of the cloth can see each other. Ermin was shocked. As expected of the space technique of the past, it had reached perfection, as could be seen from the mirror reflection of the Great Joy Emperor. Before he could react. The three of you are the strongest people in this world. You are the last hope. The three pillar gods lowered their heads, their three eyeballs slowly rotating. In their eyes, the three people in front of them, 2 women and 1 man, were like 2-dimensional dissection drawings. Any of their secrets, the 9 space apertures, could be seen at a glance. Within the bodies of the Dao Lords, Deist Changsheng and Ermin, there were 9 small spaces that contained countless gods and experts. There were tens of billions of people. You want to resist? The three pillar gods' voices were extremely cold. Why did you do such a meaningless thing? In our eyes, your 9 revolutions mysterious art is nothing more than 9 holes. The voice of a pillar god rang out. Do you think the rules of the internal space and the internal heaven and earth power furnace are suitable for us? I can easily grab all 9 of your internal spaces with my hand. The other head spoke. In our eyes, space is just like a piece of flat paper. The last head laughed. Then, I don't have time to waste with you. It's over. Boom. An unprecedented pressure descended. It was as if something had shattered, and the entire 6 worlds were distorted. It was as if a truly terrifying and invincible ancient existence had descended into the world. Chapter 705. The Might of Green Vine Mother Earth. What? The three pillar gods' expressions changed slightly. They felt as if a terrifying existence had descended in an instant, but then disappeared in 0.001 seconds, as if it had never appeared. Who's there? He looked at the mountains and rivers and felt that something was strange, but he didn't know what was wrong. There's a faint spatial fluctuation. Carolyn isn't here. Could it be that she's up to something? The three pillar gods continued to calculate. It's not her aura. Could it be a super ancient god that came to watch the battle? Its expression became calm, but it was too lazy to care. It's over. It stretched out its hand and grabbed. You guys haven't really stepped into this realm, and you think you can resist me? Without stepping into this realm, it would be very difficult to understand. This was an unknown level where he could transform a world with a thought. It was a terrifying level of immortality where his body and soul fused together. For a level 9 existence, the world made up of 100 trillion consciousness and the entire real universe at this time were like a safe that had not been encrypted. Deist Changsheng, Ermin, and the Dao Lords were nothing more than 2-dimensional paper. In the eyes of a level 9 being, their 9 revolutions mysterious art and their indestructible golden bodies were nothing more than a pile of fragments made up of space, blood, bones, flesh, and souls. They could see through them with a single glance. They were like a higher dimensional being to a lower dimensional being. They could pass through the lower dimensional being's flesh and blood at any time, crushing their hearts. This was the law of interference. Any traditional defensive methods from level 1 to level 8 below level 9 were completely useless. Only the distorted natural laws and phenomena that had been encrypted with special secret techniques could compete with him. Perhaps, the 9th rank could be called a god in the mortal world. The gods who walked among the heavens and the earth had to act according to the rules of their world wherever they set foot in their god's kingdom. They were even one of the worlds among the heavens and the earth. For an existence of this level, if he said that there must be light, then the world would have light. Boom! The three pillar gods' attacks were unimaginably fast. It was as if they had turned into a large number of high-energy particles in an instant, wanting to kill Ermin and the other two in an instant. As the calmest supercomputer, it was the most direct and decisive. At this moment, he had completely erupted. The fist smashed down, and the fist was like the rain of countless asteroids. The most ancient supernova exploded, emitting endless brilliance. Bang! The Dao Lord was the first to be sent flying. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as his entire body was reduced to a puddle of meat paste. It was as if he had casually swatted a laughable fly to death. How is this possible? All the gods were silent in their internal spaces. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were filled with shock. Although the weakest part was the body of a Dao Lord, a group of gods from Wushan Palace, including more than 30 gods from the west, including the Blood Emperor, were acting as the power furnace to power this body. On the other hand, Dao Changsheng was the god of the 9 heavens of the immortal world, acting as the power furnace. The Thunder Emperor, god-slaying Heavenly Emperor, and other ancient immortal emperors of the 9 heavens, as well as the new ancient immortal emperors that had emerged in the past few thousand years, were all present. Ermin was a large number of gods in the underworld, and it was activated in her body. The 3 golden bodies of flesh and blood, which seemed to be the source of eternal power and were the strongest combat forces in the 6 worlds, were almost blown up in an instant. The 3 pillar gods let out a soft gasp of surprise. I was originally going to dig out the billions of living beings in the 9 great spatial apertures in your body, but I actually blocked it in an instant? So that's how it is, you also have the power to barely interfere with the laws of nature, and have stepped onto the path of the 9th step. Voila! You're a monster! The Dao Lord's body was reconstructed into a ball of flesh and blood. With the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and billions of living beings as the power furnace, the recovery power provided by it was almost impossible to kill it. This was also the terrifying part of this cultivation technique. But now, the other party went around your body and stole your 9 internal spaces. It was almost impossible to resist. Even if I use my strongest cultivation technique, I can't resist it at all. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art without the support of the laws is like a wet piece of paper, it will break with a single poke. It seems that I can only use my final weapon. At this time, a 4th figure walked out. It was Green Vine, Mother Earth. She had a terrifying aura that was no less than the 3 of them. At this moment, her terrifying true body of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art was filled with the entire mortal world's immigrants, a total of several billion. It could be said that she had transformed into the true mortal world, Mother Earth. Behind her was the Daoist priest's 2nd disciple, the little fox Hu Hai Han. She had already inherited the position of the origin demon god of the demon world. Although the body of Thulhu had not yet formed, she had been practicing the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, which was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the entire 6 worlds. At this time, her body had also accommodated the 11 living beings of the entire Devil Realm. It could be said to have become the real Devil Realm. Are we really going to do this? Ermin, Daoist Changsheng, and the Dao Lord's faces also shrank, and they didn't look too good. That's the only way. Mother Earth Green Vine said indifferently, this time, give me all your power and let me fight. To be honest, I've hidden it very deeply. For thousands of years, I've been cultivating bitterly. I've never let anyone know about my talent in fighting. Boom! The flesh of the 4 grew rapidly, and their bodies grew taller. The bones, flesh, and skin continued to split apart, completely turning into a giant. You're starting to use the true body of Pangu? 5 ancient cultivators of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, each carrying the people of an entire world. Is this the last power of the 6 worlds? The 3 pillar gods stopped in their tracks and didn't look nervous at all. They looked at the 5 people floating in the air in front of them and spoke with fervor and assurance. It seems like I don't have to waste my effort to find it. The entire world is here. He shook his body slightly. Puchi. I don't have the time to wait for you guys to slowly display your abilities. The entire space shattered like a mirror, and a silent giant hand struck, wanting to crush the 5 people in front of him. Boom! The ground was shaking violently. He escaped. The 3 pillar gods stopped in their tracks and quickly discovered that this was a completely different true body of Pangu. If the real body of Pangu was a person who constantly grew flesh and blood, and with his body full of blood vessels, his flesh and blood grew out like a heart to become a giant. The 5 people in front of him were also growing flesh and blood, and they had actually fused into a real Pangu giant. 5 cultivators of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, with their respective oceans of flesh and blood converging to form a true body of Pangu. Each person was like a heart, located in the 5 internal organs. In the eyes of the 3 pillar gods' dissection drawings, the 5 of their 9 apertures began to adjust their positions. A total of 45 terrifying internal spaces were like marbles, like stars inlaid in every part of this huge body. Is this your final trump card? It's no use, it's no use. The 3 pillar gods grinned and clawed at him again. It's too gaudy. No matter how I merge it, it's still a fragment. However, the next second. In the eyes of the 3 pillar gods' plane diagrams, the entire Pangu giant's body grew vines from its flesh and blood, like the meridians in its body turning into a huge network. The vines connected the beads and connected the 45 space beads, forming a subtle hole. The earth formation of the Mother Earth dragon vein. No wonder when I first arrived on this land, I found that all the dragon veins on this land had disappeared. The 3 pillar gods looked at the dense and complicated meridian network diagram in his body in a daze. The dragon veins are all over his body. It's as if the dragon veins are all over the earth. It's like a real world. A phenomenon of law. In the eyes of the 3 pillar gods, the giant of the true form of Pangu was no longer a broken fragment. It was as if the meridians and dragon veins were connected to form a whole giant of the world. The incense of all living beings in the world of the dragon vein merged together, and the phenomenon of the law emerged and covered the surface of the body. There were no longer such ridiculous flaws. Using dragon veins as the veins of a giant? It was a very good idea. The power of space-time chaos. The Pangu giant raised his arms and roared, "Intruders from another world, accept the judgment of the giants from the absolute beginning of Pangu." Boom! 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 His body weight collapsed. Is this the new 9 revolutions mysterious art? So that's how it is. The 3 pillar gods frowned slightly. The gods who had just descended into the mortal world and instantly killed and absorbed half of the common people's memories to understand the entire earth are indeed not enough. They are too behind the times. The Pangu golden body has also made terrifying improvements over the years. He stacked all the body weight of the living beings in the internal space onto his body. Previously, the 9 apertures of the cultivation method with 9 turns belonged to an alternate dimension where countless creatures lived. Their weight was naturally not counted in the Pangu golden body. But now, the improved Pangu golden body could transfer the weight of the common people's bodies to his own body. The weight of a world's living beings. How terrifying was this situation? Quality was power. The heavier the weight, the stronger the physical combat power. It was just like how boxers in reality were divided into lightweight, medium weight, and heavy weight. The weight of billions of living beings. I'll hit you hard with a fist that weighs tens of millions of tons. Each punch is equivalent to the impact of an asteroid. Boom! 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 The super high mass caused the ground to collapse instantly. This is the true body of Pangu, capable of breaking through the limits of the Dao with raw power. The entire true body of Pangu slowly rose into the air. At this moment, in terms of weight alone, it was far heavier than the entire race that was cast with high-density cells. Kaka! In the void, the Pangu giant pulled out a leather whip, which gradually transformed into an eternal legendary giant axe engraved with stars, sun, and moon. This was the final world, the void world. The 3 pillar gods' expressions finally changed. So that's how it is. The 5 people of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, each of them carrying a world's living beings, plus the ultimate, are these all your trump cards? With the addition of the weapon, the 6 worlds will become one. However, the strongest power that I've gathered from all these things is not a true rank 9. But when it comes to me, I'm barely interested. The 3 pillar gods were still very calm. Their eyes were constantly calculating and flickering with crazy deduction data as they commented. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is really amazing. It has a terrifying potential that is not inferior to our monster core lineage. Just the 8th rank is already so terrifying. However, our advantage is that we're fast enough in this realm. No matter if we're of the same battle prowess, the first to reach the 9th rank is the winner. At this time, the screenshot was posted outside and it completely shocked all the netizens. This included the racer of Mount Harana, who had been watching from the side. What the heck? Menmei is simply a super squirrel. She has hidden nest after nest, and she still has a trump card? 6 worlds united, Pangu giant. And he's holding the heaven-splitting axe. He's so handsome. The racer of Mount Harana fell silent as well, thinking that this girl was still able to play it safe. Even though he never used an oar when rowing, he was still unable to kill her. The moment he saw the post, everyone went crazy. The most reckless vs the most cowardly. Your cute little sister is still your cute little sister. You're both cowardly and cowardly. You'll never know how good I am at hiding. Ha ha ha, you're so childish. I see. When Qiu Mingshan saw this, he held his chin in shock and planned to post on the internet. Dear netizens, it looks like this is not just fated. It's not just a war between materialism and idealism, but also a war between radicalism and conservative doctrine. Everyone, with the current situation, we can see that. Seeing that he was still being playful, Alchemy Emperor could not help but interrupt, where is Dichi? Didn't you go in earlier? The Alchemy Monarch was speechless. Where was he? Where did that person go? The central piece of land in the demonic realm had almost been turned into ruins. The 3 pillar gods. Mother Earth's voice came, and the giant said coldly, do you really think that's all I'm capable of? The 3 pillar gods looked at the legendary most ancient and mysterious Mother Earth. This strongest body wasn't controlled by the underworld Emperor Ermin, but Mother Earth. This proved that it wasn't simple. You're still too young. Do you really think that's all I have? I don't have any fighting talent. Mother Earth's green vine stood tall and transformed into a heavenly giant that was slightly smaller. She carried a giant axe on her back and her hands were behind her back. When the world was first created, I was born with the world. To be able to live to this day and go through so many catastrophes, I've seen too many geniuses like you. Every single one of you was radiant and illuminated the entire heaven and the mortal world, especially during the era of the Khanate ancient gods, the ancestor of sorcerers, the Deo Lords, and Medusa. There were so many of you that I trembled in fear. The 3 pillar gods were slightly moved. Mother Earth's green vine had never really made a move and had only shown her amazing array diagram means. The Deo of array diagram was unfathomable, and it had constructed the land of dragon veins. Could it be? It's a pity, Mother Earth said lightly. They only knew how to show off their abilities and didn't know how to endure. In the end, they died in front of me. They wailed, suffered, and were in despair. I, Mother Earth, am extremely talented, but I have never personally used my full strength in the same era. Do you all think that I am really mediocre? The 3 pillar gods still did not speak. Although it was pieced together, it was undeniable that the incense dragon veins that connected the entire body, together with the hundreds of millions of living beings in the 6 worlds, and the distorted laws were no longer something that it could easily break. It would take some effort. If it had 3 or 4 more trump cards like this, it might not be able to win for sure. In that case, did Carolyn have a similar trump card? Carolyn was hiding and preparing to make her move at any moment. A sneak attack? It wasn't. That was the pride of the people of Isodar, but he refused. Caroline would only fight him fair and square, and would not even bother to join forces. Mother Earth placed her hands behind her back and continued, since I created the world, I've existed in the world forever, hidden in the dark. You heroic celestial emperors, gods, who have roared, bathed in blood, and fought for the world, have fallen or surrendered to time, surrendering to me. This is the bloody truth of history. Su Ji sat on the balcony on the roof of his house, looking at the super 3-headed gorilla in the distance, as well as a beautiful high school student with long hair over her shoulder and bright eyes and white teeth in an ancient costume. His face darkened slightly. This sentence felt strangely familiar. He took a sip of the Phoenix Spirit tea and continued to sit on the balcony, looking into the distance. And today, after 7 to 8,000 years of cultivation, I'm finally being forced to fight by you. Mother Earth's green vine had a calm expression as she said indifferently, 3 pillar gods, I have never fought once in my life. This might be the only time I will fight in my long life. I hope you can defeat me and not let me down. She said indifferently with her hands behind her back. Su Ji did not react immediately. Unable to understand, he glanced at a certain someone in the dark. Foreign civilization? It's so interesting. I've searched for more than half of my life, but I haven't found any other worlds. Who knew? He had a refined and handsome face and a tall and slender body, giving off a perfect feeling. His eyes were calm like a vortex, with countless data flashing and containing endless information. He was studying the three-pillar god virus that was spreading across the earth and had no intention of making a move at all. However, Mother Earth's ivy dared to make such a lie about me. As a former official of the ancient celestial heavens and a connate builder tree that bore the weight of heaven and earth, not only did she plot a rebellion back then, but she's also so treacherous now. She's already a dead person. He walked through the disaster-stricken city and raised his head. Suddenly, he sensed something and lowered his head to continue his research. Chapter 706. Ancient Historical Myth. The sky was slightly twisted into an arc, like a semicircular canopy, forming a special force field that distorted the world, and the physical constants were changed imperceptibly. The three-pillar gods had calm expressions as they stared at the green vine Mother Earth in front of them. This was the final battle of the six realms. As the final resistance, Mother Earth's green vine also gathered all the living beings of the six worlds in her body and fought to the death. The pillar gods could only fulfill their wishes by defeating her. It was still a weak rank 9. Although it had evolved, its energy was countless times less than its opponents. Your fighting talent. The three-pillar god's expressions finally turned grave. I'm looking forward to it, the plant-type pillar god said. The beast-type pillar god was also smiling. Some people always have incredible talent in certain aspects. It's easier for me to see this in the world line, such as Subaru. His talent is not in his talent or in his battle skills. It's in his tenacious heart. No matter how many times he reincarnates, he can't be defeated. That's why he's known as the Subaru who has no return. Yes, I've heard of him. He's a terrifying person. The cute girl nodded with a serious expression. She had naturally heard of that genius who had cultivated hard. In the words of the netizens and even the balloon fish, he was a man who was known as a real cheater. The scariest thing about him was that he could repeatedly load and restart. Not long after each load, he would start to cheat. For short, he was called cheating, the most powerful cheating in history. He had cheated 1.19 billion times before he stepped onto the path of level 9. The number of corpses he loaded in the virtual world line could circle the Earth more than a dozen times. However, in the words of the balloon fish, although it was admirable, it was not as many as the number he killed in one go. As she thought about it, she suddenly sighed. It's usually noisy, but now that I think about it, it's very interesting. I don't know if I can still go back. I hope that I can also become a cheater today and create miracles. Her gaze suddenly turned serious as she looked at the terrifying primordial pillar god in front of her. She had never stood at the forefront before, but at this moment, she understood the terrifying pressure. It was the pressure that Daoist Changsheng faced back then. It was hard to imagine. Now, his palms were full of sweat, and his mind was tense to the extreme. This was especially true for her, who had never experienced a battle. A wave of fear and awe filled his heart. The most ancient times flashed in his mind from time to time. The crazy young faces, the cries of their own voices, the most ancient Ren Zhujian, senior brother Qinglian, Dao Changsheng, Duan Tiandi. Back then, he could only hide behind the scenes and watch everything helplessly. Now that the six worlds had matured, he was strong enough to protect others. He. She suddenly laughed a little nervously. She had secretly trained her combat skills for thousands of years, wasn't it all for today? He would protect everything he wanted and bet everything he had. In the face of unimaginable enemies, he replaced Dao Changsheng and others, protecting them and fighting for them. What are you laughing at? The three-pillar gods suddenly asked. I'm laughing at you. I hope you can defeat me. To be honest. She steadily squatted down, lowered her head, and waved the sky-splitting axe. Then, she suddenly rushed forward. Until today, I've never tasted defeat in my life. Cracks appeared on the ground. The sky was shaking. Boom. 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 The space was about to collapse. The massive weight of the entire world's tens of billions of people was like a moon-like satellite, and it crashed fiercely with a huge gravitational force in an instant. She was tall and slender, and the mass of her body seemed to distort the entire blurred vision. She raised the giant axe in her hand high and leaped into the air. The ancient giant whose head touched the sky roared in rage. The weight of the world will be placed on your head, tremble. Pillar God! She roared with all her might. He raised the dark ultimate axe high and charged forward with an unparalleled aura. The black gorilla stretched out its arms, turned its body to the side, and dodged the giant axe. With a graceful posture that was similar to a shoulder throw, it actually ruthlessly carried the giant on its back. Kakat! The three pillar gods' shoulders were filled with an unimaginably heavy pressure. It was as if they were carrying an entire world. In an instant, the pressure caused his entire body to bleed slightly. Bang! The three pillar gods turned around fiercely and flung them. The entire enormous Mother Earth was thrown away at an even more terrifying speed. She actually adjusted her body slightly in midair, and without a word, she took advantage of the situation and ran. Everything was so smooth that it seemed to be natural, without a single pause. He ran away? For a moment, the three pillar gods could not react at all. They looked at the back view of the extremely decisive person who had left a trail of dust behind him. At the same time, the three pillar gods felt a strange speed that they had never felt before. It was blurry and illusory, as if they had been split into countless shadows in an instant, making it impossible for anyone to pursue them. A phenomenon that even we can't imagine. The three pillar gods looked at his back and paused slightly. Even they felt that it was extremely troublesome. They looked at this scene in disbelief. I see. Is this the most powerful combat technique you've been practicing in secret for thousands of years? The surroundings had almost turned into shadows. All the mountains and earth under his feet were stretched into infinite straight lines, and the earth seemed to have become a tunnel of a high-speed train. This was a scene that was produced by extreme speed. Boom! 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 The wind howled. A vast giant was flying forward in the air. It was as if it was traveling through the void. At the same time, due to the huge wind pressure, the entire land was plowed with marks. Its speed was unbelievable. Bang! Bang bang! On the ground, the zombie-infected cities that had not been evacuated in time were razed to the ground as if they had encountered a hurricane. The ground was turned into dark red soil. It was too fast. This speed was a special arcane spell. It was so fast that even Ermin couldn't imagine it. Just as Green Vine had said, the only combat skill that she had painstakingly cultivated in this aspect far exceeded Ermin's speed limit. It was the best choice for her to control the body. Boom! 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 The speed of the three pillar gods behind him was not slow either, and they also caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. So that's how it is. Do you want us to die of exhaustion? I have to say, it's a good idea. What a creative idea. He wants to drag us to death by relying on the super-fast recovery speed of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. After the three pillar gods' shock, it was replaced by calmness. They evaluated each other in an extremely calm manner without the slightest bit of anger. They even admired Mother Earth's decisiveness. This was because they had to think rationally about the outcome of the battle. If running away was the best choice, then run away. If begging for mercy was the best solution, then he would beg for mercy. The so-called glory similar to that of the Ishodans? He was just being emotional. Although acting on impulse could create miracles, one would never know how much potential one could have if they did not force themselves. The people of Isodar were such a bunch of weirdos. The human-shaped pillar god's voice was cold. Mother Earth's green vine has indeed concealed herself very deeply. Her talent in this aspect is extremely shocking. This kind of speed cultivation technique that she developed in secret is already a kind of nomological phenomenon. She's actually on par with us now. The other party's arcane phenomenon is no less than ours. If both sides are at the same level, the other side's speed will far exceed ours. The plant-type pillar god laughed. It seems that in the future Arcanist era, I will have to establish similar blocks and explore the laws in this area. Indeed, we are too slow. But what's the use of being fast? The beast nature pillar god laughed. You're just a live target. The plant-type pillar god didn't say anything, but his eyes widened slightly. Boom! His pupils shot out rays of light. A red flame shot out from behind him. It instantly enveloped his entire body, and an immense tearing pain swept over him. The endless piercing pain almost made him faint, turning him into a pool of blood-colored meat. Boom! The giant that was flying madly on the ground quickly reformed in the pool of blood. He didn't even stop, running steadily and powerfully. Boom! 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 It was like the ancient Quafu chasing the sun. The giant would never stop. At this moment, all the tension had turned into calmness. My life has always been ordinary. Is this my first time cheating? Bang! It exploded in an instant, as brilliant as fireworks. He was being reborn almost every second. Soon, in just a few hours, the entire giant did not stop at all. He had died more than 170 times. The energy loss is not too great. The supply of the 6 worlds can be restored 17,000 times. If this continues, the 3 pillar gods will be the first to give up if we can drag this on. They've just broken through, and they're like people in the desert who need energy. They didn't get to drink water, so they died of thirst. We're going to succeed. Green Vine Mother Earth, go for it. In the entire inner world, the immortal world, the devil world, the mortal world, and countless tsunami-like sounds rang out. Only Ermin and the others had a slight change in expression. They clearly knew what kind of terrifying burden the Green Vine Mother Earth had to shoulder alone. No one was like Subaru. He was a person who only appeared once in a billion miles. He had a terrifying soul and a tough heart. Not everyone could withstand such constant death. Even if it was the real king of the orcs, Subaru, in front of him, it was impossible for him to endure the pain of constant death and soul tearing under such a high level of tension. This was because he would be caught up to the moment he relaxed his eyes. Theories were just theories. It was almost impossible to create a miracle after dying countless times. It was obviously unrealistic for them to replace the Mother Earth's ivy. Every god had their own innate magical powers that they were good at and turned them into the arcane spells they were studying, just like how she, Ermin, was waves and Medusa was death. And the Green Vine Mother's was speed. This was clearly a tree's dream. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 1732. Pucci. Blood bloomed again and again, instantly turning into foam and flesh, and blood grew back. This kind of tearing pain almost made people only have an obsession to support it. The entire land was almost covered in blood. The ground was also forcefully flattened. The mountains, the earth, the rivers, and the small town had all disappeared. Mother Earth's footsteps also gradually slowed down. A bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded. 3 days, more than 1,700 deaths in a row. You've delayed us for so long. The most ancient Mother Earth ivy of the 6 worlds, the creation wood that blessed all living beings during the creation of the world, I remember your name. We respect all warriors and will put you in a corner of our memory. The cold mechanical voice sounded. Mother Earth's green vine still did not say a word and continued to move forward steadily. She ran with quick steps as if time was being left behind by her. Another 2 days passed. But clearly, even though we will accept the incense system, this world doesn't need 2 foundations, like the green vine Mother Earth that is on equal footing like the 3 pillar gods. We can't let you go. Boom. Endless pressure spread out and attacked the back of the green vines that were running. Boom. His entire body instantly exploded into a ball, and he could no longer hold on. The moment his body recovered, his legs turned soft, and he slowly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at this scene with great shock. All the gods were extremely shocked, and it was hard to imagine what would happen next. It was self-evident what kind of fate this meant. Mother Earth. Our heaven and earth can't be without Mother Earth's green vine. Woo. In the 6 worlds, countless people cried, and many ancient experts even knelt on the ground. Countless people looked at the fallen figure. It was as if the earth had collapsed. The ancient heaven-bearing and earth-supporting builder tree had completely collapsed, and the sky was about to collapse. Over the years, Mother Earth's prestige had already surpassed all the ancient celestial emperors. She even pointed directly at the Deo monarchs that created the world, and it could be said that she was the number 1 person below them in terms of merit. Overthrowing the ancient Dark Age, establishing joss sticks, and eternally avoiding calamities for the common people was a sad song of blood and life in history. They almost did everything they could to benefit the common people. Many people were sincerely grateful and admired them from the bottom of their hearts. They respected them as if they were gods, and their bodies were trembling. Mother Earth was truly worthy of her position. Many people's noses were sour, and they cried bitterly, their eyes blurring. But Pucci! A faint crack appeared in space, as if someone had fallen from it. I've finally caught you, Mother Earth's weak voice was heard. You caught me. A small and handsome man stood in front of the face full of blood giants. His eyes were bright like an eternal divine furnace. He stared at her pupils curiously. So, the constant verbal stimulation and the constant high-speed impact of the figure on every piece of land and space around me, flattening towns and hitting every corner of the world, is all for the sake of finding me? He's still a familiar little clever. How pitiful! Is this the rebel who plotted to attack me in the old era? Dichi squatted down slightly and looked at the huge glass pupils in front of him with great interest. You still have no ambition. In that era, you let Daoist Changsheng use the 9 revolutions mysterious art to escape with the whole world. Then, you secretly practiced your speed for thousands of years, and now, you want to play the same scene? Run with the entire 6 realms. He lowered his head and bent his waist, looking in front of him just like when he saw Dao Changsheng in the past. Dao Changsheng had left back then, and now it was Mother Earth's turn to follow in his footsteps. They were just as stupid. Boom! The entire Mother Earth Ivy's huge body was suddenly lifted up slowly, carried on the shoulders of the black gorilla, who is affecting my training? No wonder I felt that something was off. Who are you? The 3 pillar gods looked at the mysterious young man. His face was dignified, and he had a heroic bearing. He had the aura of a classical emperor, as if he was a mythical emperor from the prehistoric times, an ancient overlord who had unified the world. I see. If you were to chase after a world and lift up the world's enormous weight, you would call it, is it for physical training? Dichi raised his eyes, revealing a trace of excitement and curiosity, Pillar God? I didn't expect that there would be such a magical and alternative way to achieve Dao in this world. Chapter 707. Natural Dao. You're very interesting, very special. The 3 pillar gods carried Mother Earth on their shoulders and lowered their heads to look at the young man with an extremely complicated aura. They didn't say anything and were extremely serious. This was a special feeling that the 3 pillar gods, who had met countless people in the entire world line, had never felt before. It was as if countless temperaments were mixed together. He clearly had world-shaking ambition and overbearing dominance, but he was extremely restrained and refined, his expression gentle. If the word ancient land was used to describe it, that was a tiger in the heart sniffs the rose. Reserved. Sitting alone in the pond is like a tiger's lair. Under the shade of the trees, you can recuperate. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which insect would dare to make a sound? Reserved. At this moment, the 3 pillar gods, who were unable to deduce the world line, finally turned serious. This kind of essence, energy, and spirit? The overlord of the heaven court in the ancient myths of the primordial era, the strongest mastermind in the ancient legends, the crown prince Longhong of the Khanate ancient court, the emperor Qi of the ancestor of sorcery heaven court. The 3 pillar gods narrowed their eyes slightly and sized him up. The 3 voices interweaved one after another. You can't keep up with the times. Your power is countless times weaker than Mother Earth, who has united the 6 worlds. At best, he's only a bit stronger than the underworld monarch. 53% of the path to Tier 9. The 3 pillar gods smiled slightly. However, it is undeniable that you are indeed a talent to be able to advance your strength to this level by yourself. However, you are going to die of old age. Your life will only stop at about 55% of the body that has been completely fused. It's different, only Dichi is different. At this moment, a weak voice came from Mother Earth on his shoulder. She struggled to refute with her blurry consciousness, his talent, wisdom, innovation, and learning. He has all kinds of unimaginable abilities. No matter how weak he is now, his strength is not on the same level as everyone else. Mother Earth was almost convinced of this. His strength can't even be measured by realm, knowledge, cultivation, level, and these existing parameters. 3 pillar gods, you can't calculate him at all. It could even be said that everyone who had experienced that era, those who had once pushed aside the dark fog and truly seen that terrifying man, believed in this without a doubt. Only Dichi was different. He was invincible, and no one could defeat such a monster. This was the first terrifying feeling that everyone had. Even in the most ancient era, they had tried everything they could to create a miracle and defeat the other party, but in the end, they had failed at the last step. Laughable. Listening to the words of Mother Earth, Dichi's face remained calm. He had black hair and a white robe, and his eyes flickered with endless information. His face was as handsome as a god, and he said indifferently, as one of the ancient innate gods, I know you all too well. Flattering me is something that the ancient gods of the ancient heaven should do, not those treacherous ministers who planned a rebellion and wanted to be sent to the god execution stage to be beheaded. Boom. In the inner world, countless gods and ancient existences were silent. This was because this ancient being from the legends had reappeared. Mother Earth's plan is not only to avoid and delay, but also to continuously crash into every part of the earth at high speed to find the ancient celestial monarch Golden Crow who is hiding in the dark. The strongest innate ancient god since the creation of the world, the celestial emperor? How did he appear in our world? It's hard to imagine. In the 6 realms, the immortal realm, the mortal realm, the devil realm, and the demon realm, almost everyone had heard of the mythical history of that ancient era, the dark age formed by the heavenly Deo. But his current strength can't keep up with the times. His combat strength is too far apart. When? How is that possible? All the gods were confused. Even when they heard the words he is different from Mother Earth, they were all shocked. He was such a weak person, an ancient person who couldn't keep up with the times. It was like the difference between a tiger and a cat. In the eyes of Mother Earth, she still firmly believed that the cat could win. The sense of loss and shock that this brought was almost unimaginable. Pillar God, is there another fatal threat? Dichi placed his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 pillar gods. In fact, for Dichi, not to mention a fatal threat, even an opponent that could pose a slight threat to him was extremely rare in his long life. It was like a tiger living in a pack of wolves. The gap between them was impossible to make up. The biggest difference between intelligent creatures and wild beasts was learning. And he was the ultimate. It was precisely because he knew how powerful he was that Dichi had almost never fought a real battle in his life. He had almost never expected an opponent. Was it worth looking forward to killing a cat with his finger? It would be more interesting to learn how to fight in the cats and leave quietly. Time flew by, and he was hidden behind the scenes, watching the wonderful era where heroic heavenly emperors rose and fell. He even cultivated his opponents and secretly learned their cultivation techniques and skills. It was only when Daoist Changsheng appeared that he was surprised. However, that kind of accident was not something that could be compared to his talent. Dao Changshen's aptitude was very strong, but he was not much stronger than the broken emperor of that era. Dao Changsheng almost killed himself because he suddenly had an unexpected cultivation technique that surpassed everything. The 9 Revolutions' mysterious art wanted to kill him with its absolute crushing power. They walked the path of the strong defeating the weak. Their goal from the beginning was clear. Using the fastest and most violent method to kill him in an instant, not giving him any chance to learn. He had almost done it back then. That era is your only chance. Your only chance to kill me. Finally, Dichi slowly stood up from the ground. I also thought that the second thing that could kill me would be time. But now, I have returned to this land? He set his sights on this terrifying weak Type 9 powerhouse whose strength far exceeded his own. His body had undergone a perfect transformation, and what he lacked was energy. Yes, it was. Even though the difference in power between the 2 sides was not big. However, the other party had already broken through the bottleneck. The gods were like small bowls that were filled to the brim, while the 3 pillar gods were still filled with a small bowl of water. The super large pool that was only 1,000th full was almost empty. Its capacity had broken through its upper limit, and it was eager to find energy to fill it up. The energy you're looking for is here. This time, in order to maintain its prosperity, it's not any weaker than the 6 realms. Dichi said slowly, and a surging strange aura spread out from his body. If you want it, come to me. The 3 pillar gods' gazes suddenly froze. In their eyes, there were 9 space aperture beads in Dichi's body according to the plane diagram. There were countless meridians and bones in his body, and a demon core was slowly growing in his brain. Magic cores. It was actually a magic core. This magic nucleus was an earth gold octagon, which was very different from the traditional black crystal material. This is a magic core? How was this possible? The material is different. The 3 pillar gods were obviously unnatural. When they saw such a strange scene, they immediately began to analyze frantically. Was it some kind of bloodline imitation? However, it's only at 60% of the original level. The cute girl's face was instantly unsettled. The magic core was the color of rich gold, which was obviously the color of corium. This common material was the race symbol of the racer of Mount Harana, the clone alchemy factory. Meng Mei still remembered that year, this guy had vowed to become the new Emperor Qi. With the alchemy factory that she had developed, she would copy, paste, and clone him to replace him. However, he had still lost to Qi. It was obvious that the racer of Mount Harana had been silent all this while on planet Gumu, and that something tragic must have happened behind their backs. It's you. Racer of Mount Harana, I'm afraid that you're currently working as a factory in Qi's inner world. Meng Mei felt as if she could see through Qi's inner world. There was an alchemy factory, and she was trembling as Qi handed her the alchemy blueprint, asking her to forge the magic core according to it. The cute girl was completely shocked. No wonder the racer of Mount Harana did not reveal his location or whether he would be following Qi. She couldn't help but mutter as tears filled her eyes. She looked into Qi's body. So that's how it is. In the end, you have fulfilled your dream and really become Qi himself? The ground was covered in blood. The sky was surrounded by the aura of death. Is this the power of a magic core? It's a wonderful power. Qi felt his body and murmured as if he was talking to a friend he had not seen for a long time. Previously, I dissected the virus in the air. Fortunately, I had a demon core instead of a genetic chain, so I was able to study it. The world is much clearer now. Although I didn't put my primordial spirit in it, the computing power it brings has increased the speed of learning by countless times. You. After the three pillar gods were surprised for a moment, they regained their calm. So what if the other party had fused with a magic core? It was still a mistake. In fact, it was even harder to break through than the body of laws that was connected by the incense veins of Mother Earth's green vines and gathered by the beliefs of billions of living beings in the inner world. A body without the protection of laws was like a piece of paper that could be casually kneaded. It was just like how he had been able to easily grab the internal space of the Dao Lord's body. But in the end, I can't just let it go. The demon core lineage is not a combat technique or some kind of heaven-defying combat technique, but... Die, he said. The three pillar gods clenched their fists. Kakad. Suddenly, Qi disappeared from his original spot. With a boom, he stood up and turned into a giant. He took the attack of the three pillar gods head on, but he was still too slow. Then, let me see the difference between you and me. How big is my full power attack compared to a real weak level 9? Qi raised his head and raised his arm high. Kakad. Qi instantly exploded and turned into blood foam. However, in an instant, Qi's nomological phenomena reached perfection and he dodged the fatal grasp of the three pillar gods. His flesh and blood slowly regenerated at the side. Just a moment before death. It was indeed an irresistible power. Qi's face turned serious as he looked at his own weakness. My full power strike is really laughable. There won't be a next time, the three pillar gods said softly. He had already seen it once, so he would definitely be on guard if the same method was used again. The next time, he would definitely die. Yes, we can't use any more tricks. There won't be a next time. The reborn Qi's bloodline began to grow bronze-colored green vines, which spread throughout his body and connected with each other, forming the earth's joss flames and refining them into an iron plate. Then let's get a new one. Within the 9 spaces within his body, countless ancient gods led the common people and began to kneel and worship the heaven and earth, offering incense. A silent charm was born. You. The three-headed black gorilla looked at him in disbelief. Mother Earth Ivy, the bloodline civilization you opened is indeed amazing. Qi felt his body heat up as he felt the strength of his body. He couldn't help but reminisce about that dream-like era as he muttered, even I have to admit that the array diagram Dao pattern you created was a great era. I really want to go back to the mythological era thousands of years ago and witness all this with my own eyes. He closed his eyes. I've built the incense meridian on my body and added the incense of all living beings. It's really an increasingly perfect real body of Pangu, and at the same time, I'm borrowing the weight of all living beings. Boom. It seems to be this way. His body sank heavily, and like the green vines of Mother Earth, he stacked the power of all living beings in his body onto his body. Bang! In an instant, beads of blood seeped out of his body. No, it's clearly the same path. I see. It also uses some kind of spatial positioning algorithm to achieve relative balance. As he said this, a strange aura once again appeared around Dichi's body, and he suddenly regained his balance. You. The three pillar gods' expressions changed completely. They reacted in an instant. This ancient mythological emperor had probably studied the physical characteristics of both sides while watching them fight in the dark for several days. Mother Earth's incense system, the new 9 revolutions' mysterious art, and his own magical beast core lineage. How could there be such an existence in this world? While fighting, he was deducing and learning. I have to say, times are changing. Today, after 6,000 years, it's really a happy return. It's filled with anticipation and joy. What a wonderful cultivation technique. Although the monster core lineage can't directly make me strong, the new 9 revolutions mysterious art has increased my combat strength by 5 times. With his hands behind his back, Dichi stood tall and said indifferently, but Mother Earth's ivy is so stupid that it's laughable. Such a huge mass and weight, such terrifying combat power, yet it can't be used at all. Boom. Die. The three pillar gods completely revealed their killing intent. The aura around their bodies bloomed heavily, revealing that they were countless times more powerful than before. I take back my words. That was no longer the strongest attack. This is it. Dichi's aura bloomed heavily as he rushed forward. The two of them instantly collided. Snap. Snap. The cute girl left quietly. Dichi is still as honest as he was in the past. He continued to study your cultivation technique seriously and was very talkative. In fact, he was taking the opportunity to observe your body while he was talking, learning secretly. At the same time, he was guessing whether his deduction was correct through your expression and reaction. At that moment, the cute girl's expression changed drastically. It was the three pillar gods' turn to have a taste of the intense fear they had experienced back then. Furthermore, back then, he had only been able to learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. The current Dichi had a lot more to learn. Bang! Bang! The cute girl walked on the ground and looked at the three pillar gods, who were filled with killing intent. In an instant, Dichi was about to explode. If I want to kill Dichi, I can only beat him to death in an instant and use my absolute power to crush him. If the gap isn't too big, the other party will continue to learn and understand your cultivation technique, and eventually surpass you. Ermin's expression changed slightly. Yes, he's such a terrifying man. He has always been the weak who wins against the strong. Only enemies who are more than 5 times stronger than him can pose a threat to him. Those who are at the same level or lower than him can't win at all. The three pillar gods are still completely suppressed. Even though Dichi has mastered the phenomenon of our incense dragon vein law, he can only guarantee that he won't be beaten to death in an instant. However, if we don't kill him quickly, if we don't kill that monster, Mengmei said weakly. Ermin suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard such a fragile tone. The cute girl was still completely exhausted, and she handed over the control of her body to Ermin. Ermin also took the opportunity to run away. The battle between the two monsters was a terrifying enemy of their world. They were indeed going to enter the crevice to survive. It was a terrifying desperate situation where they were attacked by two powerful enemies. Boom! A terrifying war broke out. Dichi was constantly being beaten up, as if he had taken over Mengmei's position. With the super-fast recovery speed of the cultivation method with 9 turns, there were at least 10 billion living beings in Dichi's body, which generated energy and constantly provided the eternal power furnace. The cute girl looked at the two of them in a daze. She was suddenly stunned. I finally understand. If the three pillar gods are the physical Buddha, there is a Buddhist saying, all laws are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning, and should be observed like this. Then Emperor Qi is the Dao of chemistry, the Dao of myriad transformations stealing knowledge, also known as chemistry. Man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Dao, and the Dao follows nature. Daoism followed the laws of nature. Humans had always been imitating all things in the world, such as humans, wild beasts, mountains, rivers, and the earth. This was the thought of Daoism. Previously, she had never believed the racer of Mount Harana's nonsense, but now, she had no choice but to believe it. Everything seemed to be a destined war. It's reenacting everything. The battle of ideas in Buddhism and Taoism from the ancient times has reappeared. Are you the one watching from the dark? An ancient god. Chapter 708. The essence of learning. How could men may not understand now? Everything seemed to be a coincidence, and Dichi was in line with the thoughts of Taoism. Chemistry. The myriad transformations learning path. Wasn't it right in front of him to keep learning? Could it be that Dichi's fate is really predestined? Is the battle between the Buddha of physics and the Dao of chemistry going to happen again? Her expression was completely off. Buddhism and Taoism, weren't these the two great inheritances of Hermes? Was this really a battle for the air? Although it had not been announced to the public, it was not as if she had not heard the truth of history from Carolyn. Hermes was an ancient person from Earth thousands of years ago who had ascended to the universe. Such a great existence had a taboo name in every civilization. In the West, he was called Hermes. What was it called in the East? Jade Emperor? Hung Jun? Buddha? All of this was not important now. The important thing was that the ancient earth force led by Hermes had opened up two branches of Buddhism and Daoism. Before the invasion of the unknown enemy, the two branches had been fighting with each other. Now, Dichi and the three pillar gods were fighting each other as if they were two branches of Daoism. She was really stunned. Thinking about it carefully, he was terrified. It's as if they're fighting for the position of Hermes' inheritance in the dark. They want to become guardians like Carolyn? The more Meng Mei thought about it, the more afraid she became. A battle for the inheritance of Buddhism? Could it be that the ancient gods are brewing behind the scenes? She quivered. How many candidates were there? Carolyn? The three pillar gods? There was also the reincarnation sovereign? In fact, even the current Dichi could be considered one? These were all reserves for breaking through to the 9th rank. Was an heir going to appear among them? Unbelievable. She felt that the ancient gods were getting more and more unfathomable. Perhaps the ancient gods had already been in this world since the most ancient times? She gasped. The ancient gods were so terrifying. Men may stop thinking about it. In any case, in this universe and the nearby civilizations, there was an 80 to 90% chance that the ancient gods were still ruling. At this moment, she was completely weak. After all, he had cheated a few hundred times, and the tearing pain was almost unbearable. At this moment, she had barely managed to divert the disaster and found Dichi. The three pillar gods had indeed chosen to abandon her, who was no threat to them, in an instant and turned around to kill Dichi. But now, the enemies of two worlds had invaded the 6 worlds. No matter who won, it would cause terrible destruction to them. He was merely delaying his death. Let's rest for a while. I wonder how the battle between these two is going. I might even have to cheat again later. I'll cheat a few hundred to 1,000 times and continue running. Take a break first and continue to cheat later? Her expression changed several times. She felt that this sentence contained incomparable sadness. It was more painful than the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. The pain was unbearable. However, who didn't want to die? Even if it was painful, it was better. Not to mention, he had to bear the burden of the lives of the entire 6 realms. If he fell down, the entire 6 realms would be gone. He just didn't know if he could survive after such a painful resistance. But I can still rest for a while. He let Ermin take control of the body. After all, he didn't have to run now. He quietly went to the outside to check the situation on the internet. Spore Evolution Forum. The netizens were in a complete uproar. Dichi had finally returned, and many people were in an uproar. This was the greatest catastrophe of the entire era. A new era was about to come. This was a supernode in history. A new realm had appeared, and someone was about to reach the 9th level. He had completely entered the era of the heavens. It was equivalent to a heaven truly descending, a mortal god that suppressed the earth. The structure of the era would completely change. What would the future be like? He was not sure. But at this moment, even living on was an extravagant hope. In front of the terrifying existences of the 3 pillar gods' world, even ordinary gods were as weak as mortals. They were easily eaten to replenish their own energy. After all, the true birth of a Tier 9 meant the destruction of a world. He turned himself into a world. Naturally, it had to devour the energy of an entire world. At the same time, Alchemy Monarch was also in a hurry. He was constantly communicating with the racer of Mount Harana, trying to find a way to save the 6 realms from this deadly situation. This was an unprecedented crisis in the entire world. Screenshots. Screenshots. The golden magic core of a tycoon. There were also many golden earth vines. The alchemy emperor said, "Good fellow, explain to me, why did Dichi suddenly take out this thing? Why did it look a little like the rich gold slime that someone had replicated back then?" Baring teeth. The racer of Mount Harana, it's hard not to tear it down. Anyway, you've already guessed it. The crowd was completely silent. How could everyone not understand such a situation? The products of this alchemy factory were in front of him. It was obvious that someone had also arrived in the 6 worlds and was still in Dichi's body, acting as a biological replication factory. Although I can't directly copy your bloodline into your body, it's possible to clone and implant some special bloodline organs into your body as peripheral organs so that you can use the cultivation techniques of that bloodline. The alchemy monarch thought, "You're still hiding things from me? Didn't you say that you don't know where Dichi is? He only told us that Dichi still went in ahead of us." The racer of Mount Harana replied, "I really don't know," trembling in fear. Everyone's face darkened. Thinking about it this way, he really didn't know. If it was in the body, how would he know its exact location? A netizen asked, "Do you pay for the processing of your factory? Boss Daiki, do you have a lot of in-game purchases? Is his money easy to earn?" Torture was still too serious. Someone tried to ease the atmosphere. The racer of Mount Harana, "I'm crying. I'm crying. How would I dare to ask the Imperial Army for money? Usually, it's the big boss who plagiarizes the other party's bloodline and body structure, gives me the analysis blueprint, and lets me be the processing plant for free. I'll just take money from other people's in-game purchases." In reality, the racer of Mount Harana's species was very similar to the entire race. They were all created creatures, but in reality, they were completely different. His species was truly imitating and cloning similar biological structures. They had similar biological bloodline functions, although they were inferior. As for the entire race, they seemed to be able to create any living creature, but they were all empty and in essence, still ceramic, just like a lump of molded mud. Even if you were to create an ancestral wizard, it would be of the entire clan's ceramic bloodline, not the sorcerer clan's bloodline. However, the racer of Mount Harana was a different story. He was a real clone. The alchemist who claimed to have destroyed Dichi's alchemy factory, the bug tribe's mother nest, and the others was no joke. The alchemy emperor was helpless. "You're really going to get him killed. Dichi could only copy cultivation techniques before, and now you're copying bloodlines. Now he's copying bloodlines and cultivation techniques." The crowd was completely silent. To what extent had the Deluo Heaven Sutra evolved? Implanting the peripheral equipment blood vessel organ was like installing a mod. At this rate, it wouldn't just stop at 4 gene life forms. It would also be possible for him to reach the unattainable 5 gene life form and form more than a dozen gene life forms. He continued to insert blood vessels and organs into his body. The Deluo Heaven Sutra created by Dichi was all-encompassing. It was even more terrifying than the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. It was a pity that the Deluo Heaven Sutra was an idea of Dichi's cultivation technique and could not be learned by others. Besides himself, no one else could learn what he did. The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. "Don't panic, everyone. I have a surprise for you. Do you think that Dichi has only shown his level? No. He's only trying to copy the other party's bloodline foundation. After implanting a magic core and a dragon's vein, with these bloodline organs, I guess I'll be able to start officially learning cultivation techniques." "What do you mean?" someone asked. "The racer of Mount Harana, you don't have the corresponding bloodline. How are you going to learn his cultivation technique? Even Dichi couldn't do it. Back then, why was Dichi able to learn the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? It's because Dichi is a member of the Wu clan." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Now that the world has changed and become more complicated, there are many cultivation techniques that can only be cultivated by the native transcendent races of my world. Without a bloodline, even if Dichi learned the knowledge, he would not be able to put it into practice. That's why he is now cloning and replacing a part of his bloodline. Everyone was speechless. They were instantly stunned. So it was you. Damn scammer. He had nothing better to do than to copy and paste from Dichi, claiming that he could replace him, but in the end, he ended up like this. The ability that Dichi learned couldn't allow him to cross races, so it couldn't have been that exaggerated. It was you who made him eliminate the racial bloodline isolation. It was a cultivation technique that transcended bloodlines. The racer of Mount Harana, cough, cough, cough. I know you guys are going to hit me, but I still have to say this in advance. This proves that I'm a good person. After all, with the bloodline, Dichi would probably have started learning it by now, right? Learn what? Of course, once he had a magic core, he would learn the arcane magic of the magic core lineage. With the incense, he began to gather the incense spirit and weirdness. This is the general content. Oh, I almost forgot. Dichi's father is a super genius at improving. Any cultivation technique will be improved directly in his hands and new changes will appear. It will surpass the original cultivation technique and even merge cultivation techniques. Maybe we can look forward to it. What kind of expectation? You're asking for a beating. Everyone's mind instantly went blank. This guy was so reckless, cheating people to spend money everywhere, and in the end, he got himself involved and even implicated them. At that moment, Meng Mei was already exhausted. Her eyes widened instantly, and her legs went soft when she saw this. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You're still coming? This is just the beginning?" Chapter 709. Flood of Life. The cold wind was biting. Su Ji's expression was as calm as water. He was sitting on his balcony, wearing a black down jacket and drinking hot tea. He looked like a young man from a wealthy family, quietly looking at the land in the distance. The ground was raised to the ground, turning into a red carpet. On the vast land of blood in the orchard, there were a few humans of similar size as him fighting on a huge square arena. My orchard is about to be blown up. This is the first time a large-scale battle has broken out at this level. I even thought that the world wall would not be able to hold on any longer and would soon break out. It would blow up my courtyard, my living room might collapse, and my refrigerator, sofa, chair, oven, everything would be shattered. Su Ji looked into the distance and muttered to himself, times are really changing. Ordinary gods can't control the overflow of their power. They must live in the small space of the divine world and can't easily descend to the mortal world. Once they descend to the mortal world for too long, their power will keep flowing out as a high-energy body due to the low energy concentration. Only when one reaches the realm of a high-level god can he form a seamless energy. A living god can easily wander in the human world. The low, middle, and high god realms were the continuous accumulation and control of power. Su Ji watched all of this quietly and said, when one steps into the realm of rank 9, one can perfectly control the energy in battle. There's no leak, and every trace of energy can be saved. The fine control has reached the law level. Otherwise, a battle of this level would have dried up the sand and stones on the ground and destroyed the entire world's ecosystem. After all, the destruction of the world is something neither side wishes to see. Their battle was indeed to protect the environment. However, Su Ji knew very well that even though he was trying to control the environment without damaging it, the world wall he had set up was still able to withstand the terrifying pressure of the two terrifying existences. However, when their battle energy bombarded the world wall at this time, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to cause any waves no matter what. No matter how hard he tried, he could not hit Su Ji's orchard. He couldn't leave the world. This made Su Ji look even more amazed. The Zerg sub-brain is indeed worthy of being the last Zerg queen. She used her own body to create the 5 Geno-Zerg heroes. She has the 5 ruling Zerg genetic talents of the Zerg queen. It was only then that Su Ji truly felt that the energy shield was becoming stronger. It seemed that the stronger the Zergs inside the sandbox, the stronger the world's protective barrier. The energy they sent in was all absorbed by the energy shield and even became Su Ji's energy. He felt extremely happy as he watched the energy increase rapidly. And why would the energy shield become stronger as the Zergs became stronger? This feeling was similar to the 3 pillar gods. Once Du Shuai, the daughter of Sheng Lin, and the others broke through to become gods, the common people would become stronger, and the 3 pillar gods would also become stronger. This was because your bloodline magic core was a part of your opponent. It was like a back door. The stronger you were, the stronger your pillar god would be. You would never be able to resist. I couldn't understand it before, but now I kind of understand the principles of the Zerg sub-brain. Su Ji's face turned slightly serious. The Zerg sub-brain. It's probably a pyramid structure similar to the three pillar gods. The stronger the average combat level of the Zerg, the stronger the level of the Zerg sub-brain, which is the pillar god's heavenly Dao. Therefore, the three pillar gods did not care about the resistance of their own race. He also didn't care about all kinds of secret plots against him, as if they were rebellious children who disobeyed him. He still carefully cared for them and appeared to be extremely magnanimous. The insect race is essentially similar to the three pillar gods. Su Ji suddenly laughed out loud. The stronger the race, the stronger the pillar god. There's no way to resist. Is this the logic behind the previous Zerg empresses? There were many things that he could not understand with his previous knowledge. However, with the constant deduction of the world's sandbox, understanding knowledge and obtaining many truths, everything that was obscure before was explained one after another. However, I'm not afraid of them destroying my orchard. The matter and soil on the ground will still be evaporated. Su Ji's expression was no longer calm. After the battle, his orchard might really be destroyed. After pondering for a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat. Gulu. A white excavator with an exquisite structure appeared in front of them. Su Ji called the young butler over and threw her a space ring. Then, he tore open the space and got her to drive an excavator to the Mercury power station and throw it there. Go and dig up some sand for me. Boom. The ground was shaking. With a bang, he sank down. Just as the three pillar gods had said, the previous battle had indeed been to train their bodies. At that moment, the three pillar gods had completely erupted with all their strength. It was his true strength. Bang 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 bang. Countless fists smashed down, as if a cat was trampling on an unkillable ant, as if it was crushing rice cakes. Every second, Dichi would explode violently and die a dozen times in an instant. The three heads of the three pillar gods were shining brightly. The 9 revolutions mysterious art is indeed terrifying. There are more than 17 billion common people, more than 40 gods, and more than 100,000 celestial emperors in your body. As the world's furnace, they are constantly providing energy in your body. At the same time, they are sitting cross-legged to recover their strength, contributing to the operation of your world's machine. Although our high-intensity destruction is far faster than our recovery speed, I'm afraid we can still hold on for half a month. By then, it might be us who are exhausted. Then I'll show you the true power of the laws. This is our true power. It's this one. Genetic lock, open. The three pillar gods' entire bodies bloomed with white gold flames, and their eyes were filled with divine fire. At this moment, he had truly entered the form of war. It was the undead race's gene lock form. No, it could be said that it was the terrifying gene lock form of the entire undead race. Our energy is too little. We can only activate 20 times more power than before. But have you seen it before? In an instant, the three pillar gods seemed to have transformed into Subaru, who had fought against the joyous emperor in ancient times. That beast race war god with monstrous fighting spirit kept waving his heavy fists that were like meteors. No matter how strong your defense is, it's still far inferior to our attack. It's like the strongest spear meeting the strongest shield. However, we're not just that. The three pillar gods roared. The bloodlust in their eyes was ignited, as if it had been injected with the emotions of all living beings. They became incomparably crazy, anxious, bloody, and combative. Do you want to see true death? Puchi! Puchi! The black gorilla's body suddenly became thin and turned dark red. 2 arms stretched out from under his ribs, wet and sticky with a viscous liquid. The surging power was like a dark red black hole. In an instant, he turned into a 4-armed giant. Puchi! The 3 furry arms suddenly twisted his neck as if they were squeezing a screw. He pulled out 3 white bone skull swords, as if he had turned into 3 headless white bone swordsmen. What is this? Facing such a strange and horrifying scene, Dichi's expression changed completely. It was only at this moment that he realized that the 3 pillar gods had truly revealed their full-on war form. What he had learned before was only superficial. The Monster Core clan had perfect control over every part of the body, so they were able to squeeze out the potential of every cell in the body like a juicer and enter a berserk state. Their specialty was explosive power. It was the nemesis of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. She. Sword. Immortal. The headless gorilla slowly opened its mouth and bent down slightly in a half-squatting charging posture. It held a long sword, which was 3 real white bone skull swords, warm as jade. They were the beast-shaped god pillar sword, the plant-shaped god pillar sword, and the human-shaped god pillar sword. Die! He said one word. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was as if the entire universe was like a wooden table that had been flipped over. The palms of the 3 pillar gods spewed out countless chaotic air currents like a waterfall, intertwining with countless great Dao laws. Each wisp contained countless Dao runes and affected the power of the entire world. The 3 pillar gods had completely exploded. With their own power as a weak rank 9 and Subaru's 20 times power, they launched tens of thousands of slashes every second, wanting to completely annihilate him. You want me to be beaten to death in an instant? Dichi's expression changed slightly, and then he smiled calmly. Then, I'll show you my full strength. Boom! Within the 9 inner worlds, a total of 17.3 billion living beings looked up inexplicably. The speed of the car on Mount Harana was also very strange. Only the moon god palace's moon goddess Iyun, who was taking care of the flowers in the garden, suddenly said, "Close your eyes." The racer of Mount Harana had his eyes shut. Boom! The world was like a tsunami. When the racer of Mount Harana opened his eyes again, the entire world had changed. The sky was blood red. The ground was filled with minced meat. Countless cities, tribes, mountains, and rivers turned into flesh, blood, bones, and clothes. There was not a single living thing left in the 9 heaven aperture. You killed them all. Chu Mingshan was dumbfounded. That's 17.39 billion living beings. They have been nurtured for thousands of years. There are more than 40 gods. That was 2.5 times the population of Earth. Seeing all of this with his own eyes, he was extremely silent. Was this the eye of such a terrifying existence? This was an ancient overlord that viewed all living beings as ants. The living beings of an entire world seemed to be nothing more than weeds that would be reborn hundreds or thousands of years after being killed. To the racer of Mount Harana, this was simply too shocking. In front of a god like Dichi, 2 living beings from Earth could be easily killed. Was this the true cruelty of the universe? The racer of Mount Harana found it hard to accept this. Kong Yun only smiled. Boom! In the outside world, Dichi raised his arm high. This is my strongest attack, and I've sacrificed everything. An attack from 17 billion lives. He roared. Boom! The ancient mythological emperor leaped into the air, his arm falling and a punch landing. Every hair of the real entity of Pangu on his body was breaking down, and his endless flesh and blood contained the spirit of a life and death battle. His whole body seemed to have exploded like a supernova, turning into the purest and most dazzling light. Boom! The 3 pillar gods and Dichi collided fiercely. Both sides revealed a determined, crazy, and bloodthirsty aura, igniting and burning everything. The world turned into light. In the center of the explosion, endless electric sparks were flashing. In order to resist that attack, Dichi sacrificed more than 17 billion lives in the entire inner world. This is an unimaginable sacrifice. Su Ji was stunned and stood up suddenly. How generous! Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! In an instant, he felt an endless amount of energy flowing into his body. It was as if the violent energy had broken through the shackles of that realm, and he had completely stepped into the high-tier heavenly emperor realm. In an instant, it pushed the energy of the entire high-level heavenly emperor to the peak limit. Even the accumulation of the god realm began to accumulate crazily. The current of life in a world, my path to become a god, is it going to start now? Su Ji was stunned as he looked at the terrifying battle in the distance. Hoo! He was panting heavily. It was like a huge wind box that pulled the entire world. Your most powerful attack didn't kill me. I survived. Dichi's body was bathed in blood, and his flesh and blood continued to grow and recover. However, he was extremely weak, like a long-distance runner after a marathon. He crouched and bent over, and his arms drooped down as if they were broken. It was a terrible sight. Dichi took a deep breath. It's hard to imagine that I had to pay such a huge price to block it. 53% and 100% fusion are two different creatures. I've completely stepped into the realm and my flesh and blood have completely transformed. The difference is so great. This one is weaker than a rank 9, and it hasn't even absorbed any energy to increase its cultivation. Foolish! Stupid, stupid! The three pillar gods were incomparably furious as they stood opposite him. They were like cold machines that had entered the emotional frenzy of living beings, just like Subaru's manic state. You actually destroyed a world. The energy in that world is enough for us to completely become a true 9th rank, filling up 30% of the water tank is no longer 1% of the exhausted energy. Such a price, just to block one of our attacks. The three pillar gods' voices interweaved, all of them almost incomprehensible. From their point of view, their heartache had reached an unimaginable level, and they had wasted to the limit. Dichi's inner world was his own. He didn't bring all the living beings on planet Gumu, but he had grown them for thousands of years. They were already enormous, and that was still 1/3 of the 6 realms. Isn't this good? Dichi's flesh and blood recovered once again. He stood up and said indifferently, "This is really an exciting battle." "It's not good." The three pillar gods' expressions turned completely grave. The headless gorilla brandished the 3 white bone longswords and said coldly, "Do you think that was our full power attack?" "That was indeed our full power attack, but this was our normal combat situation. Any casual attack we made would be a full power attack, and it would be 80% of the previous attack's power. We can't hold on any longer." Yes, it was. After sacrificing a world's massive resources, the resistance was only to block one attack. What about the next time? The gap was just so huge. In the distance, Ermin and the others' expressions completely changed. They had thought that the other party was very strong, but they had never expected that he would completely reveal his true battle form. The difference between an existence at this level was truly so great that it was despairing. He had to ignite 17 billion lives in a world to block a blow from his opponent, and this was a weak Type 9 who had just transformed and had not absorbed any energy. A true 9th tier full of spirit, that was simply unimaginable. That's right. My full-powered attack just now could only be blocked once. Dichi's expression suddenly became calm, but what about my full-power strike this time? At this moment, his body was constantly crackling as if the entire 9 Revolutions mysterious art had undergone a super terrifying major update. Chapter 710. Grand Fusion Cultivation Technique. Peng peng peng. Boom. 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 In his inner world, the racer of Mount Harana was once again greeted by a strange and terrifying sight. White bones mixed with flesh and blood mixed with clothes, and the ground turned completely black and red. The tragic scene of the extinction of all living things was too shocking. At this time, the endless incense vine meridian map that ran through the 9 space apertures suddenly began to gather the endless resentment of the deaths of more than 17 billion living beings into a terrifying grotesque. Black emotions instantly filled the air and gathered into a black torrent. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Pained screams, sorrowful cries, unwilling roars, desperate resentment, and mournful roars were all mixed together. It was as if they were the sorrow of an entire world. It was weird. It's incense. The racer of Mount Harana knelt on the ground in a daze. So that's how it is. Compared to the kind gods who need to accumulate positive energy over a long period of time, those black emotions of fear, despair, and hatred only need an instant to form. Because hatred comes 10,000 times faster than love. The racer of Mount Harana shuddered as he raised his head to look at the blood-red sky. You can't use your upper body to fall in love with someone in a second and fall in love at first sight, but you can hate someone completely in a second. The racer of Mount Harana could not help but mumble as he looked up at the sky. The large-scale grotesques of despair only need to be created when the world is destroyed, bringing fear, despair, and hatred. At this moment, he was looking at the huge object, the real entity of Pangu. Boom. 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 It was like a huge, precise world. At this moment, the structure of the living beings had changed. The blood vessels interweaved together, and the vengeful spirits and ghosts attached themselves to the corpses, wailing and groaning. Countless grudges gathered into a strange thing. For a moment, they seemed to be unwilling to accept their death and were immersed in some kind of illusionary world. What's going on? He walked through the blood-colored space and saw piles of flesh and bones that did not look human. His eyeballs were about to fall out, but they were still emitting spiritual fluctuations. Candied haws, selling candied haws, 10 wens a stick. What just happened? Wasn't I just buying some vegetables? It's fine now. Let's continue to buy groceries. He looked to the other side. Why did you suddenly get distracted just now? I see. Is this some kind of spiritual spell of your ancient cloud sect? It's the scheme of your Azure demon sect. Let's cut to the chase and hand over the treasure quickly. We're here for the Angelica de Hurica whip that you obtained from the ancient immortal, exalted immortal Yungziao, more than 1,000 years ago. The flesh on both sides was emitting spiritual fluctuations. The racer of Mount Harana was almost going crazy. His mind was blank. Dichi is such a serious person. He can even copy such a strange scene. The 3 pillar gods just now were strange enough. Human head talking. You learned it with a flip of your hand. The racer of Mount Harana almost lost his voice. His understanding of Dichi had reached a new height. He looked at the strange blood-red world and said, "What kind of reform is Emperor Qi carrying out? It's such an earth-shattering reform." Boom! 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 The next moment, he saw an even stranger scene. These souls of flesh and blood, who thought they were not dead, kept talking and gathered into a blood-red torrent that surged on the ground. The golden incense meridians that were connected to the 9 heavens suddenly became hollow. They were like wriggling blood vessels that continuously sucked the blood and flesh from the internal space, turning the Earth's Joss flame meridian into the hollow blood vessels in the body. And then use the flesh and souls here to absorb into the blood vessels? It's like a torrent of blood, with 17 billion souls wandering in it. He was completely stunned. In the outside world, the 3 pillar gods' expressions were calm. Your 9 major acupuncture points have all been cleared. They are all dead. Without the world power furnace, how are you going to block my next attack? There was no way to fight back in this battle. This attack had detonated his own world furnace, so how was he going to resist the next attack? Without the drive furnace to provide the body with the 9 revolutions mysterious art to recover energy, I just need to build a new drive furnace. Dichi said indifferently. Boom! It was as if something in his body had been forcefully opened. You! The 3 pillar gods stared at Dichi in surprise. In their all-seeing eyes, the real Pangu body of Dichi was still a flat diagram of the body. They could see that the meridians had become blood vessels that were connected in all directions, and the sound of living things flowing came from them. It turned out that he had killed more than 10 billion living beings in a world not only to resist, but also to take the first step in his super-large self-renewal. How bold was this? How bold was he? This is the result of observing your bodies. Your unique Dao formation technique is very interesting. Your heads form cells and use some special method to hypnotize all living beings. It's similar to what's in front of us. With his hands behind his back, Dichi said confidently, but I can't hypnotize all living beings. There were simply too many of them. Therefore, we used the fear generated by their death to guide the terrifying bizarreness born from the destruction of the world, forming a beautiful dream that they were unwilling to accept. Similar to the god of dreams in the primordial world, we put them in a state of half-life and half-death. Let the entire world become my blood, providing me with motivation and nutrients. Dichi continued to speak in a calm tone, but the concept and theory in his words were stunning. Blood is originally the meridian that creatures provide energy. This is just a return to the original, but this is only a temporary move of the warehouse. He spoke with fervor and assurance. Their original flesh and blood will only be used as temporary carriers for their souls to wander in the river of flesh and blood. In the future, I will create magic cores and place their souls in them to become red blood cells. They live in the world of the spirit, but in reality, they live in the river of my blood. My world has become a surging mother stream of the world's true spirit. These souls are constantly cultivating and emitting Joss flames, which are absorbed by the hollow dragon veins to provide nutrients for me. Dichi said indifferently. This was a terrifying improvement. It had completely fused the dragon vein, the fiend core, and the true body of Pangu. Turning the meridians of the dragon veins and incense into the blood vessels of the dragon veins and digging out the dragon veins to let all living beings live in the hollow dragon veins was simply an improvement and simplification. When the cute girl heard this, she couldn't help but exclaim. Emperor Qi is planning to make more than 17 billion earth gold magic cores. This ancient mythological emperor has a grand plan like the Great Wall of China. Using magic nuclei to replace the red blood cells in the blood? He simply doesn't treat the employees of the red blood cell magic core processing plant as humans. I can already imagine the fate of a certain alchemy factory. The blessing of 996 is waiting for him. Meng Mei, who was hiding in the dark, was completely shocked. Regardless of whether she could survive or not, she still picked up the notebook, her eyes shining. However, this is simply a great fusion of cultivation techniques. I'll combine my incense dragon vein, the real body of Pangu, and the magic core system perfectly, using the dragon vein as blood vessels, spreading them all over my body, and the magic core as red blood cells. It'll be a super update. On the rooftop of the orchard, the cold wind blew. Su Ji also quietly took out his notes and was a little excited. It's indeed a new revolution. Qi was forced to kill the living beings in the inner world and merge them into his blood vessels. Otherwise, it would be a perfect circulation system. The souls of the living beings in the 9 inner worlds would flow into the blood vessels after death and become red blood cells, wandering in the river of dead souls and continuing to cultivate. The 9 apertures in my body are the living world. The endless blood vessels in my body are the nether world. At that moment, Su Ji felt as if he was looking at a dissection diagram of a body with blood circulating through it. This is the real 9 revolutions mysterious art. The real body of Pangu at the universe level has a cycle of life and death inside it. Perfect. It's perfect. Su Ji's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in amazement, I was thinking of extending the use of Caroline's God of Death's immortality to make magic cores in my mind to store spirits of the dead. Now, it seems that it was just 2 cultivation techniques that were forcibly pieced together. Now, it's the great fusion of the demon core and the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Even he had to admit that as the founder of the Deluo Heaven Sutra, Qi's talent in learning, improving, and integrating techniques was simply terrifying. Such a terrifying person. In fact, the 3 pillar gods also wanted to pick up the notebook at this time. Knowledge was power, not to mention such a terrifying knowledge and philosophy. The details of the various cultivation techniques and the content contained in this grand fusion were simply astonishing. And Qi's personality was one that never hid anything about himself. At the same time, he didn't need to hide it. After all, if others improved and learned it, it would return to his hands sooner or later. He was confident of this. In fact, it was the best for him. He was in extreme favoritism, he did not have the talent to innovate and open up new paths. Letting these people create new paths, learning and improving on their own, would definitely benefit him greatly. For example, right now. But at this time, the 3 pillar gods' expressions were completely unsettled. This fearsome primordial mythological emperor of the innate ancient court had actually learned the devil cores of the pillar gods, the dragon veins of Mother Earth, and his own Pangu true body through a few battles and sparring. The new drive furnace is even stronger than before. The 3 pillar gods took a deep breath. However, the flaw is even greater. Your power furnace is not in an alternate dimension. It exists in the form of blood. This means that as long as I blow you up once and drain all the blood in your body, you will have no energy supply at all. The 3 pillar gods' expressions were completely solemn at the same time, as long as we eat your blood, it will still contain a large portion of the world's energy. To us, it's the biggest flaw. Yes, the biggest flaw was right in front of him. Qi said lightly, I know this. However, in the form of a power furnace with blood energy, it can nourish the whole body as a tonic. The blood, flesh, and bones of a world's powerhouses flow in the blood vessels, and you can cultivate martial arts that require blood and natural treasures. Your defense will be doubled, and you may not be able to break through the blood so easily. You. The 3 pillar gods' expressions changed completely. Chapter 711. The Instant of War. Indeed, different from the hidden power furnace in the 9 space apertures, Qi would lose his power as long as the energy of an entire world was drained. However, the energy of the flesh and blood of countless gods, celestial emperors, and common people was simply the world's most powerful natural treasure. It flowed through his blood vessels and nourished his body, allowing him to completely begin cultivating the martial path. At this moment, in the inner world of Mother Earth, countless powerful gods were already shocked like a tsunami. So, recultivating martial arts was also part of Dichi's plan? Such combat talent! No wonder he could defeat a stronger opponent. He's simply amazing. No wonder Mother Earth, Dao Changsheng, ancestor of sorcery, god-slaying Heavenly Emperor, Broken Heavenly Emperor, Green Emperor, and other ancient and amazing existences were almost beaten to death by this ancient mythological emperor. How ruthless! After killing the living beings of an entire world, their souls will be used as a furnace, and their flesh and blood will be used as treasures to cultivate martial arts. It's simply the best use. Dichi is the same kind of person as the three pillar gods. The lives of the people of an era are just energy that can be absorbed. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They all knew that with such a huge amount of energy, if they were to cultivate martial arts, they would probably be able to instantly push it to a high level. Their defensive power would indeed increase by many times. One had to know that martial arts and the real body of Pangu were actually extremely incompatible. Why? This was because the 9 revolutions mysterious art that usually cultivated martial arts was of a normal size. In this kind of small size, the defense power was indeed multiplied. What about the giant in the true form of Pangu? This was the form of a newly born external bone. The newly born tender flesh naturally did not practice martial arts, so its defense was extremely weak. However, without expanding its size, the energy output of more than 10 billion people was not enough for a huge world furnace in the body. It was like an aircraft carrier's superdrive furnace installed on an electric car with excessive energy. Only by expanding its size could the advantage of the world's drive furnace be maximized. Therefore, he had to enter the second combat form of the true body of Pangu. Expanding the body size also means that the defensive power is weakened. After all, the new exoskeleton body has not been trained in martial arts. And training such a huge body also requires a lot of energy. Dao Changshen's expression changed slightly and he muttered, "But now, Dichi crushed the power furnace. The energy of a world is enough to bathe this body in the precious medicine and completely improve the defense of this body." Crazy, that's the entire world. Ermin pursed her lips nervously. She thought that it was impossible to achieve such a shocking feat after thousands of years of accumulation. Bang 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 bang. A series of bone-cracking sounds came out from Dichi's giant body. His whole body was like a burning furnace, as if he had turned into an ancient sun, emitting an endless sense of dominance. At this moment, the three-pillar god's expressions completely changed. What a waste! I don't know how much energy I've wasted by forcefully raising my height and madly attacking my martial body. You're going to consume all of them and waste them by force. You won't leave any for us. The three-pillar god's expressions changed completely. How could they not know about martial arts? They had even found a way to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Although they could not achieve mastery through comprehensive study, with their computing power, they could copy and learn in an instant. They could implant 9 spaces in their bodies like Carolyn and cultivate the pseudo-9 revolutions mysterious art without much effort. However, the energy was too little. There was no energy to cultivate a new cultivation technique at all. Moreover, it was not the time to cultivate other techniques. At this time, they had only filled up 1,000th of the space. They were like travelers dying of thirst in the desert. As long as they had energy, they could beat them up. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. It's hard to imagine that there would be such a variable. The three-pillar god's expressions changed completely. They suddenly stopped in their tracks as they looked at Dichi. As a weak rank 9, it was a piece of cake for him to slaughter a world to obtain energy. Even if there were heaven-defying experts joining forces, they might not be able to resist him. Even if they could resist him, he did not have to fight with them. He would eat the common people first to replenish his energy, and then eat them. However, he didn't expect that the 9 revolutions mysterious art would be a safe model. It was too depressing. It was a cultivation technique unique to the natives of the 6 worlds, the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It allowed one to bring an entire world with them as they ran. Who was the one who thought of this? Three-pillar gods, have you finally experienced the pain I suffered back then? Dichi gave a faint smile, crossed his hands behind his back and said, "Back then, I was also very aggrieved. I am also very vexed. Back then, when I descended, the entire world seemed to have been emptied by a group of hateful bandits. It's like a swarm of locusts, not leaving a single flower behind for me." Dichi sighed with emotion. He looked as if he was chatting with an old friend who had the same goal after a meal. That's a group of guys with extraordinary thinking who created such a shameless cultivation method. Peng peng peng. As Dichi spoke, not only did his defensive power increase by leaps and bounds after cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but he also began to unlock the gene lock and entered the flesh rampage state, which increased his defensive power by several times. You want to make a move? Now, you can't kill me in a short time. Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me? They could talk about national affairs. Tell me about the progress of this civilization. Form a friendly relationship with my ancient heavenly court and let me observe your corporeal body to have an in-depth exchange. Boom. 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 The 3 pillar gods brandished their swords and turned them into a gale. Peng peng peng. The outer realm barbarians are indeed uncivilized. Dichi laughed out loud and retaliated in an instant, raising his realm. The 2 figures instantly crossed each other, and Dichi was still being beaten until blood was spurting out of his body, and he was forced to retreat. Even Suji's expression changed. Dichi had cultivated demon cores, dragon veins, and various improvements, and he actually had the aura of a reincarnation sovereign. Emperor Qi truly is Emperor Qi. Suji's face was full of admiration. No wonder he's the most powerful peerless genius in the world. Back then, the sub-brain of the bug race said that others only had the possibility of becoming bug race heroes, but Dichi was destined to become one. In the past, he was too behind and couldn't keep up with the times. Now, he has learned countless cultivation techniques from me. Perhaps, in the same realm, 2 Dichis would be able to fight with me. Suji thought to himself, of course, the premise is that he can't secretly learn from me. How strong was the Samsara official sovereign? In the same realm, Emperor Yun, who had integrated countless talents, was not his match. Dichi had only learned half of it. Suji had the bloodline of the entire clan, the bloodline of vital energy, the eternal life of the death god, and various top-notch true cultivation techniques. It was the unification of the countless systems of the entire sandbox civilization. That was why the Samsara official sovereign was still the strongest among those in the same realm. The 3 pillar gods were still not considered true rank 9, so the others used their own shoddy nomological phenomena to distort themselves to protect themselves from being pierced and distorted by the other party's nomological phenomena, and they could still fight. His energy level was 1, and Dichi's was also 1. Although it was a qualitative change of 1, it was not a big difference. When his energy level reached 1000, he would be a true 9th rank warrior, and he would not be able to fight against him. But I've cultivated 7 to 8 different cultivation techniques. Suji kept weighing his options. If the Samsara official sovereign could reach 53% of Emperor Qi's level, he might be able to disregard the difference in power and fight the 3 pillar gods, who were weaker than rank 9. He would truly defy the heavens and destroy the Dao. He would shock everyone and beat the 3 pillar gods to death, making them the most aggrieved rank 9 in history. After all, the 3 pillar gods were not considered strong among those of the same realm. Because they were cultivators of a single attribute, they couldn't keep up with the latest era, just like Dichi. However, things might be different in the future. The other party would definitely start to cultivate the various cultivation techniques of the 6 realms in secret, drawing on parallels by analogy and cultivating multiple systems at the same time. But when he thought about it this way, it made it seem like the 6 realms were the origin of everything. However, the 3 pillar gods should also know that Dichi is too terrifying. Even with my absolutely crushing strength, I'm still being caught up to. I have to change my strategy. The look in Suji's eyes changed slightly. He sat on the roof of the building, enjoying the cold wind. He took a sip of hot tea while sitting in a chair and continued to look at the arena that looked like a blood-red land. Boom! The 3 pillar gods continued to punch holes in Dichi, causing him to bleed non-stop. The 3 pillar gods were constantly drinking blood to replenish their energy. However, Dichi's body was constantly being destroyed and was actually becoming tougher and more powerful. This was the progress of the cultivation of the martial path. After all, the cultivation of martial arts focused on tempering one's body. By using external forces to temper one's body at the brink of death, and then nourishing it with a large number of heavenly treasures, one could say that his progress was rapid. The 3 pillar gods gradually could no longer cause such terrifying injuries. Furthermore, the other party had also opened his genetic lock. However, his opponent's genetic lock could only be said to be an incomplete product. Under such a serious self-destructive burning, it only increased his strength by 2 times. However, the 3 pillar gods still had an absolute advantage. If this situation continued for a few days, they would still be able to beat Dichi to death and drain all his blood. However, when the efficiency of the bloodletting began to decrease and Dichi was bleeding non-stop, they chose to stop. Boom! His killing intent exploded. The 3 pillar gods turned around and charged toward Mother Earth, who had been watching from afar. They were beating them up. Why did they suddenly think of him? Meng Mei was stunned. She instinctively turned around and ran away. She couldn't help but cry out. The 3 pillar gods knew that Dichi was constantly learning. I don't know what kind of new technique he developed when he was about to be killed. Therefore, he wanted to find a pushover and kill me to eat my energy. After replenishing my energy, Dichi would no longer be able to defeat him. She broke into a run and was so scared that her soul almost left her. Pft! 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 The 3 long swords behind her exploded with endless attacks across the air like a tsunami and a rainstorm. In an instant, her body was turned into meat paste, and her bones and blood were mixed into soft mud. This was a fatal blow in an instant. He wanted to kill her directly without mercy. Decisive and cold. Ta ta ta! This is crazy. As Mother Earth Green Vine ran madly, a pile of flesh and blood fused and grew once again, converging into a human form. In the fear of death, her speed completely exploded. The 3 pillar gods chased after her once again, and their expressions changed drastically. I've only just rested for a short while, and I'm going to cheat again? Peng peng peng. The scene had once again entered an extremely strange chase. Dichi, save me. If I die, you will die as well. Mother Earth took a detour and roared as she ran, if he kills me to replenish his energy, he will be complete. You will be killed in an instant. In the current situation, everyone was in the same boat. Of course I know. It'll all be gone if you die. Dichi's face was calm and reserved, turning back into an elegant emperor. But I'm not good at speed, far less than your ability to sharpen your sword for thousands of years. In terms of speed, you are the best in the world, and I can't outrun you. Let me learn from you. Meng Mei's face darkened, but it was indeed so. Ta ta ta! The cute girl was extremely excited. The 3 pillar gods did not pay any attention to Dichi, who was standing in his original spot, and continued to chase. In terms of escaping, Mother Earth is indeed the #1 person in this era. Emperor Qi clapped his hands and laughed. Even he could not help but look full of admiration. Thinking back to the era of the ancestors of sorcery heavenly court, Deist Changsheng took a world to hide. I took 11 ancestors of sorcery out of Dalashan and they were simply amazing. At that time, I was thinking, who was it that robbed my world? Now, it seems that the ancient times are playing out. In the long years, I left the prime of my life and returned to this land in my old age. But you are still so young and energetic. You vowed to do it for the common people, for the world, for the peace of the world. Although Dichi was still talking, his eyes were fixed on the green vine of Mother Earth. After a while, he said, there's a way to improve it. You can listen to it and increase your speed by 30%. You can last a little longer. Meng Mei's expression changed slightly. Learn? He wasn't Dichi, nor was he Zhang Wuji before Zhang Sanfan. Was he the kind of person who could learn it on the spot? You've already learned it and even improved it, she couldn't help but say loudly. Why don't you come and help me run? You're too heavy. Dichi shook his head and answered seriously, if I carry you, it will be much slower. I need to improve a little more. You can continue to persist. The cute girl was completely silent, completely numb. As for letting her enter Dichi's internal space? That was impossible. If he could trap another space within the space, wouldn't he be able to trap an infinite number of them? The body of the 9 revolutions mysterious art contained a group of people who practiced it, and their bodies contained another group of people who practiced it. In the inner world of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, a stable and mature large space could be used to store small spaces, and the interspatial ring could still store things. However, the larger a space as large as one's own, the more unstable the space would be, and it would collapse directly. Ta ta ta! The cute girl ran for another day, 2 days, 3 days. 324 deaths. After the first time, she had rested for a period of time to replenish her energy. Now, the second time, she was even stronger. She was constantly torn apart, killed, and turned into fireworks of flesh and blood. This made Cutie Pie feel like she was about to become a second Subaru. But even so, she could not take it anymore. It was almost as if he was supporting himself with a strong will. His head was getting heavier and heavier. Everything in front of him was a blur. And NBSP, tap tap tap. She was like a female giant who would forever chase after the sun. The moment she fell, it was the moment of her death. Finally, Ditchi's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. He flashed up and turned into an incredible meteor, carrying the green vine of Mother Earth on his shoulder at an unimaginable speed. Meng Mei was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but she finally survived. She was carried on Ditchi's shoulder as they flew. Suddenly, she saw a gentle and elegant woman standing on Ditchi's shoulder and looking at her. He instantly recognized who it was. Celestial Empress. Goddess Qingyun. Meng Mei cried out. This was the ancient Celestial Empress who had ruled 2 ancient divine courts. The first was the innate ancient court of the innate life forms, the later was the ancestor of Sorcerer's Heaven court of the post-innate life forms era, and the second was the Celestial Empress, the mother of the world, the moon goddess Iyun. She was the woman who had accompanied Ditchi as the mastermind for 2 generations. Long time no see, Qing Teng. Kong Yun looked at the man in front of her and said in a soft voice, back then, you were the only one left in the era of innate ancient gods. I never thought that we would meet again, and you have not been killed. Meng Mei only smiled. Boom! Ditchi's speed increased. His figure was illusionary, and even the 3 pillar gods behind him could not attack him. We can't even predict our fates. We're not omnipotent when facing outsiders. Suddenly, the 3 pillar gods let out a rumbling, cold, and mechanical sound, and they stopped in their tracks. The 3 pillar gods silently looked at the sky. Kakat! A snow-white spatial gate opened. The 3 pillar gods' figures were hidden in the void. They tore through time and space and slowly walked on the land of lava. Back to the ancient land of lava? Meng Mei was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed. She clearly knew that with the 3 pillar gods' absolute rationality, there was no chance now. After all, she was running with the world and had no other way to deal with herself. There was no point in continuing the chase. However, he was still weaker than a tier 9 and could make a comeback at any time. He could block it for a moment, but not forever. In such a situation, it could at most be considered a temporary truce. However, in the next second, Meng Mei suddenly realized something. The 2 world's greatest enemies had finally decided a winner. However, the pillar god had left, and there was another super monster, Ditchi. Plop! In the next second, Mother Earth was casually thrown to the ground. The cute girl's scalp was completely blown away, and only then did she realize what she was about to face. Ditchi looked at her with a faint smile. Then, let's discuss the private matters between us. Chapter 712. 7 Realms, Mythical Ancient Immortal Court. Meng Mei's face darkened, and her mind went blank. This was a very strange 3-way force. Ditchi, the 3 pillar gods, and the 6 realms. However, it was clear that the battle between Ditchi and the 3 pillar gods could not end each other's lives. On the other hand, both sides had the ability to kill each other easily. Previously, the 3 pillar gods could still struggle a little. They relied on their fast speed to run and get beaten up. But now, Ditchi's speed was even faster than hers, so there was no possibility of them even struggling. Especially now, she had led people to rebel against Ditchi and even ridiculed Ditchi just now. It was obvious that she wanted to settle old and new debts and she was going to die. Emperor Ditchi, please spare my life. Meng Mei hurriedly said, I welcome the return of your majesty, Emperor Qi. Puchi. Beside her, Iyun covered her mouth and laughed, her smile as beautiful as a flower. You're still such a clever girl. No wonder you haven't been beaten to death for so many years. Ditchi's expression was still calm as he said, don't play with your little tricks. Remove your Pango true form and ask the others to come out. The cute girl was completely terrified and did not dare to object. Hwalala. The huge body of flesh and blood slowly shrank, as if the big tree in the sky had instantly experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes and turned into thin and withered wood. The entire true body of Pangu had turned into a black skeleton, as all its energy had been drained. 5 figures that formed the true form of Pangu walked out. They were Dao Changsheng, Ermin, Green Vine Mother Earth, Hu Hai Han, and the body of a Dao Lord. The 5 realms. Dichi looked at the few people in front of him and glanced at the green vines of Mother Earth. What about the 6th realm? The 6th world is the ultimate of darkness, a strange place. Mother Earth Ivy said hurriedly, and the god of dreams is the master of the ultimate, born from the anomaly in the palm of her hand. She had invaded the ancient lava land before, but we have lost contact with her. I'm afraid she has been beaten to death by the 3 pillar gods, and it will take some time for her to recover. If you can't make it, then forget it. Dichi waved his hand and an ancient sun god palace stood on the ground again. The palace was resplendent with gold and jade. With a slight wave of the long sleeves of his dragon robe, Emperor Qi slowly sat on the emperor's throne high above. Beside him, Celestial Empress Siyun also sat beside him, exuding the absolute beauty and majesty of the Mother of the World. It was as if the ancient mythical immortal court had reappeared. Those who are willing to enter the palace, enter my supreme ancient immortal court. Dichi said lightly. He sat on the ancient throne of the legendary heavenly court and looked at the 5 people outside the door. Shuala. Ermin and the others looked into the palace, and their expressions changed slightly. Everyone knew what it meant if they didn't go in. This was the judgment of the victor. After the great battle, it was obvious that Dichi wanted to rebuild the ancient mythical heavenly court. The alchemy monarch also walked out from the side. He looked at them and nodded. Go in. The times are changing. In fact, this was also the reason why Dichi was invited in. Although Dichi was a terrifying monster and had once destroyed an era, the biggest difference between him and the 3 pillar gods was that Dichi would not casually kill people. This was because he had yet to complete the 9th step. This meant that he was safe, at least in the short term. Even though he was born as an innate ancient god, he didn't like post-nate living beings and didn't treat the mortals as real living beings. He didn't treat them as wheat that he could harvest at will. However, Emperor Qi cherished talents. He did not care about the ordinary mortals who did not have any natural endowments. He felt that they were all pitiful, laughable, and ants who did not understand the meaning of their existence. There was no difference whether he killed them directly or let them die of old age. However, he also respected and admired the peerless geniuses who killed their way out of each era. He had a true emperor's tolerance for the heroes of his time, the hot-blooded heavenly emperors. It was just like how he respected Ren Zhuge for years. There were many times when he needed powerful geniuses to bloom bright flowers in this era and open up an unprecedented path. He would hide behind the scenes. Therefore, it was different in the hands of the 3 pillar gods. In the hands of Emperor Qi, it would at most return to the era of the most ancient mythology heavenly court. That high and mighty ancient emperor ruled everything as the mastermind behind the scenes, constantly learning new techniques. Kakat. Ermin and the others looked at each other and could only try to survive. Even Dao Changsheng took a deep breath and slowly walked into the oldest sun palace. They clearly knew that the terrifying man in the ancient mythology heavenly court was about to return and rule this land thousands of years later. This was because there were too many treasures on this land that he could learn from and dig up. Meng Mei and Daoist Changsheng raised their heads and looked at the decorations of the entire palace. It was still the heavenly court of the most ancient mythological era. They still remembered the prosperous time when the civil and military officials went to court. Hualala. Hu Reneng of the Great Zhou dynasty, Lu Wenjian of the Mount Shu Sword Immortal, and the Blood King of the West, the Blood Emperor of North Korea all walked out from their inner worlds. The oldest group of people, such as the God-slaying Heavenly Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew what they were going to face. I am naturally broad-minded and have forgotten about things from the ancient times. An imposing voice resounded. Dichi looked down at the few people below, his voice rumbling through the magnificent Sun Palace. He then changed the topic. It has been 6,000 years since the era of the Xiantian ancient court and the era of the post-celestial ancestors of sorcery. After the Kaiwan heavenly court, I wasted my time in the battle outside the realm. Today, I have returned and will rebuild the primordial mythological immortal court. All the new faces are the inheritances and follow-up of my ancient desolate land. His gaze swept across Hu Reneng, Lu Wenjian, and Lin Hongfeng. These were all descendants of the orthodox primordial era. The Great Zhou dynasty, the sword immortal of Mount Shu, and the Wushan Palace. They could be said to be the true descendants of the sect. Furthermore, the outer realm demonic realm has entered the ancient desolate land. Are you willing to submit to the heavenly court? Dichi said indifferently. The Blood King and the others didn't say anything. Your subject is willing to submit, said Ermin as she stepped forward. On the Emperor's throne, this unparalleled existence said indifferently, there are already 6 realms. In addition to the realm in my body, the netherworld, there should be 7 realms now, the 7 realms of the primordial myths. The mortal, immortal, devil, netherworld, void, demon, netherworld, and new heavenly courts will be established. The Kaiwan Heavenly Court. Remove the meaning of the Yuan and Ji era. It was called Kaiwan in ancient times, why is it called Kaiwan today? Dichi asked Celestial Empress Siyun. Halcyon is the best choice. After all, the Golden Crow is the light. Kong Yun's voice was majestic. Dichi paused for a few seconds and then said indifferently, since that's the case, today's heavenly court, after 6,000 years, shall be called Chongming, the original heavenly court, and nicknamed the original Great Luo, Emperor Jinwu Chongming. Since I've returned in the future, the 3 pillar gods of the barbarian world outside may not let this matter rest. They might make a comeback and invade the 7 realms again, causing great suffering. However, in front of the great enemy, they still have to re-divide their duties and establish a new system. This time, I'll re-list the innate godhood. The ancient mythological emperor sitting on the emperor's throne was in the celestial dynasty. With the enemy in front of us, everything will be as simple as before. Dichi looked at Mother Earth, Ivy, and the others quietly. Ancient gods of the ancient heavenly court, Mother Earth, Thunder Emperor, and the others can return to their divine duties in the ancient heavenly court, such as Creation Wood, Thunder Hammer, Moon Laurel, and so on. Chapter 713. Reigniting the flag and drum before the great enemy. Blood covered the entire land. A large portion of the bloody dark red soil had already disappeared. It had been evaporated alive. This was an unimaginably huge loss. A meeting of the heavenly court had actually started in this piece of land that had just been borrowed from the wolves after the war. Return to your position. The other gods didn't understand what was going on, but Mengmei and the others were all stunned. What was the meaning of this? Mengmei was going to be a creation wood again, the kind that couldn't move. Wouldn't she be sitting in a cage again? The Thunder Monarch and God-slaying Saber would still be in charge of their old positions. A god was actually going to be the innate divine weapon. God execution stage, Thunder Hammer. The most miserable one was the wizard ancestor. Ugui. What was a moon laurel? In the Moon Palace, he was constantly slashed by Wu Gang and fed his flesh and blood to the entire celestial heavens. A god's headless body had to be continuously chopped off, and his head had to be suppressed under the Longyang mountain again. It was too tragic. And you say you won't hold a grudge? This was simply a heavy punishment. Do you have any objections? I am a reasonable person, Emperor Qi said indifferently. If you have any objections, you can come forward and have an audience with me. No objections. Mengmei said, Your Majesty is wise. Yes. Dichi nodded, the positions of the innate ancient gods will remain the same, and so will the positions of the gods from the devil world and other worlds. The position will be decided for now. Dichi's voice resounded throughout the Sun God Palace, let's chat about the enemies from the outer realms and the distribution of power. All the gods nodded. He was going straight to the point without any hesitation. Since Emperor Qi had the intention to return, he would also take up his responsibility and bear the burden of the invasion of the 3 pillar gods. The 3 pillar gods in front of him had not been prepared for any unexpected changes the first time they had come. They had not expected to be injured by an accident and had temporarily retreated. However, they could make a comeback at any time. After all, their cultivation level had always been there weaker than a level 9. 100 steps to the 9th step, the soul and flesh as one, just absorbing energy was enough. And the 7 realms? The fastest in the 7 realms was still Dichi. Only 53% of the flesh had fused, but in the eyes of the energy detector, the head, arms. Half of his body had turned into a dark red charcoal-like state of soul and flesh fusion. Therefore, although it looked like a temporary retreat, it was actually just a temporary truce. A second invasion was basically inevitable. It's impossible for the 7 realms to reach the weak rank 9 realm in a short time, Dichi said indifferently. There will be people who can complete the path of rank 9. The 3 pillar gods are still terrifying enemies of the extraterritorial race. Today, I managed to defeat him. What is the reason? Dichi stood up from the emperor's throne and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Because his knowledge is shallow. That's because his knowledge is outdated. He has only practiced one system. Therefore, although his level is high, he still can't beat the combination of several of my advanced arts. If he can't beat me, I will target his various weaknesses. I can see through his body. But if we manage to repel them this time, what will happen in the future? Dichi's voice gradually became louder. His voice was heavy, loud, and extremely solemn. The 3 pillar gods have returned this time and have a full understanding of the 7 realms. They will definitely make up for all their shortcomings. Practicing martial arts, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and all kinds of top cultivation methods, from a weak level 9 who only knew one system to a weak level 9 who knew many systems? What about us? Everyone's hearts trembled. At that time, the 3 pillar gods would make up for their shortcomings and cultivate all kinds of top-notch techniques of the 7 realms. Both sides would be on equal footing, and they would probably be beaten to death. The difference in cultivation techniques was not obvious. It was the absolute suppression of cultivation realm. The next time the 3 pillar gods invaded, the second great battle would break out in an instant, and the 7 realms would not have any power to resist. One of the 3 pillar gods is the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor. Dichi's expression was grave. This person quietly broke through the void and left the moment I fought with the 3 pillar gods. I'm afraid he had already predicted that there would be a draw. This battle had no results and he left early. She's extremely smart. She used the aftermath of the battle to escape and used the terrifying explosion of the laws of the 2 sides to kill each other and erase the traces of the teleportation. This made it difficult for us to track her down and find the root of her world. Everyone was slightly surprised. What a good plan! It was no wonder that he grabbed onto Mother Earth, who ran the fastest, and not the Cherry Blossom Emperor, who was relatively slower. It was because the 3 pillar gods had already discovered that she had left. Meng Mei's expression also changed completely. Carolyn had long predicted that the situation would turn into a stalemate, and that the 3 pillar gods would attack the others, killing them and devouring their energy. Was that why she had been left alone to be beaten up? No wonder it was chasing him, who was the fastest. Indeed, even the 3 pillar gods who had become weak rank 9s would find it hard to trace the coordinates of the small universe world. They were able to find the coordinates of the 6 worlds because the god of dreams and the others were in their hands. The 6 worlds had used the time worm to cut off the connection between them and the god of dreams and invade the lava land. Originally, it was impossible to find them after cutting off the connection, but the 3 pillar gods distorted the laws and modified the physical parameters of the universe, reconnecting this cut line and climbing over with the god of dreams as a medium. This was the completion of the thread. As for Carolyn, she didn't have any medium at all. Naturally, she couldn't create something out of nothing. It was a distortion law, not a creation law. This is a 3-way game, Dichi said indifferently. Among the 3 worlds, the Chongming mythological celestial court is the easiest world to enter. Everyone was completely speechless. In the game of the 3 worlds, the situation was completely formed. He had entered an era of war. There's still an ancient star in the outer realm among the 7 realms, Emperor Qi continued. It has become the vanguard of the heavens of the Chongming mythological celestial court. It's a bridgehead, where resources are mined and civilizations in the outer realm are explored. Everyone's hearts trembled. There was also a party from the outer realms exploring a small world and constantly floating around the various heavens and worlds. Dichi ordered everyone to consume their information and remain silent. Suddenly, he looked at his huge panga body, which covered the sky and stood between the heaven and earth, and did not choose to disintegrate. After all, how could it have disintegrated? An ordinary panga true body could be disintegrated easily, just like the combination of 5-9 revolutions mysterious art of Mother Earth and Green Vine. After all, most of the energy could be recycled. However, the body in front of him was a martial arts body that had consumed endless flesh, blood, and bones of the living beings of an entire world to nourish. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and it could be said to be the most powerful weapon of war. Naturally, he had to keep it. Dichi muttered to himself, this huge body can replace the true body of Pangu in ancient wood planet, but it will have to wait until the war is over. I still need to use it for a while. Turning around, Dichi stared at the crowd in the blood-red land, which was riddled with holes, and said, when the next great battle begins, I'm afraid that the three-pillar gods will finish cultivating and using their computing power to deduce and learn our techniques before invading. It won't take long, but it won't be short either. We should raise the flags and drums again and repair the entire common people's land. This land has been dried up by the slaughter, and more than half of it has been dried up. It can be said to be a dangerous place, and the bridgehead planet in the outer realms can provide a large amount of sand and stone resources to make it complete. The gods nodded. This was truly the most difficult problem. It was indeed the best to replenish the consumed materials from the outside world. I will contact, Dichi said with a smile. But he wasn't done. He suddenly walked out of the Sun Shen temple and looked at the sky. Boom! 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 Endless grey sand and metal particles turned into a waterfall that covered the sky. They poured down from the sky and filled up the physical sand and stones that had disappeared. What is this? Dichi was stunned and his eyes widened. Chapter 714. History uncovers. Hwalala. The sky seemed to be pouring. The grey-black gravel, mixed with the endless raindrops with a metallic luster, rushed to the ground. This. Dichi looked up at the sky, his face full of disbelief. Of course, he could do that. Pouring sand and stones from the sky was his original plan, but it was not the sky. It was the world wall. This was something that even he found unbelievable. Some unknown and terrifying godly power penetrated the world wall and threw sand and stones from the outside. Kakat. The world wall suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely see that outside the wall, there was a mysterious world-grade wondrous object. It was driving on the wall of the world. Its shape was very blurry and it was ancient. It was constantly pouring sand and stone and it actually broke through the wall of the world. What sort of ancient divine earth artifact is this? Dig up the soil and dump the sand and stones of an entire world. Dichi's expression changed. Looking up at the sky, he could not help but exclaim, it can break through the wall of the world and is extremely huge. It seems to be 4 or 5 times larger than the body transformed from the real body of Pangu. It's an earth-shaking behemoth. Who is it? Who is it that is filling this world? Daoist Changshen's face was full of bewilderment as well, and he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. I don't know. It's not normal sand and stones, Ermin said. She looked up in shock. There are a lot of metal particles, and there are even some ancient remains of unknown plants and animals that are emitting a burning light. Could he be the god of creation? Everyone was completely shocked. Mother Earth had once said that every time the world shattered and changed drastically, there would be the incarnation of the ancient Great Dao that would descend to maintain the order of the entire universe. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed very possible that he was a god of creation. After all, the world was destroyed and people were in misery. No, that's not it. Meng Mei, on the other hand, cried out in surprise. She looked at the gravel and almost jumped up as if she had sensed something. It's the ancient Buddha, the ancient Dao. It reminds me of the ancient battlefield hundreds of thousands of years ago, the hell of Avicenarika. That's the sand from the Buddha land, it's the Buddha's light. This cry of surprise made all the gods confused. Buddha? An ancient battlefield from hundreds of thousands of years ago? The long years had almost made them stop breathing. Their entire civilization had only developed to this day for less than 10,000 years, and in this long period of hundreds of thousands of years, they seemed like insignificant dust. As for the ancient battlefield that was hundreds of thousands of years old? Ancient civilization? It was as if a grand and magnificent scroll of 10,000 years of ancient history was slowly unfurling. They recalled the words of Mother Earth, which brought them endless peace and ancientness. All laws are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning. They should be observed as such. The physics Buddha. It's you. The voice in their memories wasn't loud, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in their hearts. Buddha? The Buddha of physics? What was that? People? Civilization? Faith, or inheritance? What kind of ancient legend did Mother Earth know? Hwalala. The gravel emitted a shocking radiation, and there were even some broken ancient relics in it. They poured down from the sky. It was a special energy radiance. It seemed to have existed since ancient times. It had some 5-colored glaze, but it was surprisingly corrosive. The gods had already sensed that even some celestial emperors might not be able to withstand it for a long time. The remains of ancient creatures, the ruins, and the metal grains were like broken divine weapons in an ancient battlefield. As time passed, they gradually lost their god power. It was as if a pile of materials from the ancient ruins of a mythical battlefield had been poured into the ruins of the world that had just finished a war. Mother Earth, what is this? Even Dichi could not help but ask. Everyone was also in disbelief. They looked at Mother Earth in shock, wanting a reasonable explanation. Your Majesty, if I'm not wrong, everything in front of me. It's an ancient god. Mother Earth immediately stopped talking and looked around. She said solemnly, don't panic. Such a terrifying miracle of divine power was created by this level 9 existence. Oh! Dichi was slightly startled. He didn't know what kind of existence this 9th rank beast was. The war had ended at the last minute, and this had happened. They had probably been silently observing the war in this world? Yes, if I'm not wrong, the substance placed here should be the Avicii Inferno. I've heard people talk about the ruins of the ancient battlefield. It's very similar to the material we're seeing now. Meng Mei said, putting all this in is not a crisis, but a huge opportunity. It should be the inheritance of an ancient rank 9 existence who has fallen. Leave the Buddhist and Daoist lineages to us. Boom! Everyone's head exploded. As soon as he said this, even Dichi started to lose his calm. The ancient inheritance of a tier 9 existence? This was an unimaginable treasure. Whoosh! He looked at the gravel storm in the sky, mixed with endless mysterious withered corpses, most of which were the roots, branches, and leaves of plants. The gods around them were all unnatural. The more they looked at this kind of miracle, the more extraordinary they felt it was. They discussed it and felt that it was incredible. A rank 9 inheritance. This ancient rank 9 is also watching us from the dark? As for the inheritance, I'm afraid it's a bloodline cultivation system. I can feel that the remains contain a unique bloodline structure. Yet, if we extract from it, perhaps I can go down a new path, the ancient inheritance. Buddha, Dao. Unbelievable. The sky was still pouring with sand and stones, as if a curtain of rain was pouring down. The gods were like people taking shelter from the rain in the sun god temple, under the eaves, watching the rain beat the earth outside. Mother Earth, I order you to tell me everything you know. Dichi said. Mother Earth didn't hide anything. This has to start from the most ancient era. As he continued to narrate, the entire group of gods fell into a perilous situation, and they were overwhelmed by the ancient and heavy myths. So that's how it is. These two ancient existences are related to this heavenly region. They once ruled all the worlds nearby. That was an era of prosperity that we could never imagine. They're like a group of ants. I can't imagine the world of adults. It is even to the extent that the level 9 existence who died was Hermes, who had once appeared briefly in our demon world and then died mysteriously. Ermin covered her mouth in shock. The war at that time had already entered its end? How could she not be excited? The enemy of the land of gods, who had been pursuing the mystery of Hermes's death, finally understood the truth. If Medusa was here, she would definitely be extremely excited to understand a lifelong worry. The fall of Hermes, a rank 9 existence, and Hermes's old friend the mysterious ancient god and the ancient god in front of them was going to pass Hermes' rank 9 inheritance, the Buddhist and Taoist lineages, to them again? As for the name, it was almost unimportant to an ancient existence like a rank 9. They had their own names in each world. In the sorcerer world, they were called Hermes. In the ancient world, what was their name? Back then, he only passed on his ideas to us, but today. Ermin looked at the sky excitedly. The rain of sand and stones was pouring down. She could not help but mutter, Buddhism. Meng Mei's expression was also serious. She saw the remains of leaves and animals in the sand. They were the Bodhi tree and Bishoni he had seen in the hell of Avicenarika. In the previous world of 6 paths of samsara, he had extracted 2 great void transcendent genes from them, namely radiation and genuine qi, and obtained the inheritance of Buddhism and Daoism. With such a body part and bloodline in front of them, they would naturally be able to obtain the two ancient transcendent bloodlines. I'm really grateful to the ancient gods. Meng Mei muttered to herself. Even Diqi's expression changed drastically. After knowing the truth of the entire history of ancient myths and legends, he was extremely uneasy. Especially after they found out about the blood of eternal life, the two level 9 existences that had been immortal for hundreds of thousands of years, the three pillar gods, and the cherry blossom emperor, the two great worlds, were actually fighting over the next inheritance. He wanted to become the next generation's guardian of the ancient gods. The world has become interesting. It will welcome the next arrival of the three pillar gods, and Diqi couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the land that had been contaminated by a special force with anticipation and said, "Will the next era of the seven realms celestial heavens be the era of Buddhism?" Chapter 715. The outbreak of an era. Tongchang. An orchard in the countryside. Why is the excavator operating like this? On the roof, a lazy voice continued to command, "Pour it evenly and carefully." The Ishtar people really don't have the technical knowledge of excavators. A white excavator began to adjust its position in the sky along with the sound. It was sliding and rubbing in the air like a pair of skating shoes, constantly pouring out sand and stones. Large amounts of sand and stones fell down evenly as they were rubbed back and forth. Ka ka ka. The housekeeper girl was controlling the excavator. Although Mercury was a rocky planet, the metal content in the rocks was extremely high. After being ground up, it was almost like sand mixed with metal particles. Naturally, there were also plants from Mercury's power station mixed in and some nuclear waste. Su Ji was sitting on a chair on the roof, drinking tea. He said slowly, "Hurry up. It's almost time for dinner. We have to cook." Boom. The excavator suddenly sped up. "This is more like it." Su Ji shook his head. The people of Isodar did not even use excavators. There was no knowledge memory in this area implanted into the AI database, but it had to be admitted that the learning ability of the AI was strong. It understood with a few simple reminders, and the excavator technology improved instantly. Hualala. However, things have become a little strange. Su Ji's expression suddenly changed as he stared below the excavator. On the blood-colored land where gravel was spewing like rain, a group of ant gods were pointing at the sky and exclaiming. Now, these guys had completely spread this history? Even people like Diqi and Ermin are starting to believe it. Su Ji felt a little uncomfortable. Even the serious people like Diqi, Dao Changsheng, and Ermin started to believe it. But whatever they want, just give them. He stopped thinking and felt that he had already gotten used to it. What was the best use of imagination? He would be able to patch up any unreasonable flaws and derive the most reasonable ancient history. They had all used the reality that had really happened as a basis to make up for everything they had seen. In this way, the history of the orchard will be complete. Since they think so, I will follow their wishes. Su Ji muttered to himself, stood up, and looked at the entire land of 100 acres. He was filled with the spirit to rule the world. And the three major extraordinary worlds are completely on the right track. They have begun to race against the 9th level and wage war against each other. It's like the tripartite balance of the ancient three kingdoms, the ancient land of lava, the legendary heavenly court of the seven realms, and the era of the small universe. Only Carolyn's small universe era was still in its infancy. However, it was obvious that the speed of development was extremely fast, and the potential was also extremely terrifying. After all, the early stages were planetary civilizations that used world lines to accelerate. Furthermore, what was Carolyn's advantage? The other two worlds didn't know his coordinates, but he knew the coordinates of the other two worlds. He could attack and defend. And the seven realms? He would be in an absolutely dangerous situation. It seemed like he had repelled the three pillar gods, but what about the next time? The three pillar gods only lack energy. They can attack and pillage at any time. The other two worlds can only resist them and have no chance of winning. After all, no matter how much I try to suppress it, it's only a matter of time before I reach the 9th step. Su Ji's eyes turned. Three pillar gods, go back and start learning the other party's cultivation techniques to increase your combat strength. After all, their combat strength was weak in the same realm before. It was only because they spent all their energy on the road to advancing to rank 9 that they broke through extremely quickly. This time, they put all their energy on cultivation methods. The next invasion will probably be very, very fast. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at the ancient land of lava. At this moment, the three pillar gods returned. The terrifying three pillar gods stood on the ground and pondered for a long time. It seemed that they were still using this special form to deduce something. Then, they completely dispersed their bodies. Hwalala! All the heads on the ground instantly floated back to the body and were embedded on it. Boom! The world seemed to have sound in an instant. How about watching tonight's opera? The batch from Bomi Theatre. Ha ha ha, those beauties are so beautiful. They're simply tickling my heart. The countless stone statues began to move. The common people didn't understand what had happened and continued with their daily lives, communicating with each other. Ah, Milza, why did you suddenly die of illness? Did Peter also suddenly die of illness? Although the three pillar gods were not injured much, some of their cells were still damaged, causing the death of some living beings. We have defeated Cyberton. The Cyberton dynasty has finally fallen. The daughter of Shenglin, Du Shuet, and the others felt that things were going unexpectedly smoothly in their memories, but they vaguely felt that something was wrong. They used the great prophecy technique to ask for instructions from fate. After a series of twists and turns, 3 days later, they received guidance from fate and began to cultivate martial arts. They also had the cultivation information of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The 9 revolutions mysterious art they cultivated was a pseudo 9 revolutions mysterious art implanted into their internal space, but it was still relatively powerful. At the same time, he began to practice martial arts. What did this mean? All the living beings on this land began to cultivate martial arts. This meant that the next time their heads were taken off and their bodies formed again, they would have a terrifying body with a martial arts body. The world is really changing. The terrifying war machine has been completely activated. The three pillar gods are planning to launch a second attack in about 100 years. It can be said to be swift and decisive. Su Ji said indifferently, and the three pillar gods seem to have broken down their bodies, revealing a weakness. The 7 realms can take the opportunity to attack and kill all the living beings, so the three pillar gods cannot be reassembled. In fact, it was a trap. With the terrifying calculation power of the three pillar gods, how could they reveal such an obvious flaw? As soon as the three pillar gods returned, they used this body to deduce a new arcane art. The first reorganization was very time-consuming. However, he had a similar experience for the second time and even developed a similar arcane spell. The reconstruction took only an instant. If the mythical heavenly court from the other side takes the opportunity to invade, they'll just be walking right into a trap. Su Ji looked at the thriving towns and cities of the lava land. The streets were bustling with activity. There were farmers pushing carriages everywhere, arcanists in gorgeous clothes, and armored knights riding horses. However, Dichi will not fall for it, because he knows that the three pillar gods are truly thorough in their calculations. It is impossible for them to have any slip-ups. What a lovely world war! It allowed me to break through the peak of the heavenly emperor realm in an instant, and I've even stepped a distance away from the level of a god. If this situation continues, I'm going to break through as well, if another few dozen world destructions happen. Su Ji stopped in his tracks and looked at the development of the times in both worlds. He suddenly frowned slightly and looked at Caroline in the small universe. Time passed. In the new era, Star Wars finally appeared. Heavenly Emperor-ranked existences had gone from being extremely rare in the past to the point that some people had even begun to become gods. After all, it was a large area of land, and with the guidance of the world line, the appearance of the gods for a short 300 years was a relatively reasonable time for the former Isodar. It was even a little slow. After all, without Caroline's guidance in the dark, Caroline was able to do as she pleased and suffered a beating from society when she was outside. Caroline had always been proud. To be exact, she was the pride of the people of Isodar. Now, after being taught a lesson by the three pillar gods, she finally feels a strong sense of pressure. Su Ji gave a half-smile and transformed into a super-ancient god, walking through the vast universe. He looked at this moment. The entire pixel planet seemed to have changed. So that's how it is. Are you going to fight against the three pillar gods in this way? Chapter 716. One is all is all. In the vast universe. Pixel planet. The ground was filled with pixel-like trees, flowers, and animals, forming a strange pixel world. If the whole real world was high definition and uncensored, then the one in front of him was 480p. In the end, they were all creatures made up of rough and visible particles. Pixel City. The streets were made up of squares and surrounded by green trees. People with different square-shaped faces walked on the street. Ta ta ta. The earth was shaking. Some pixel knights were holding pixel swords and shields with patterns of eagles. They rode tall and powerful pixel beasts on the streets. Ever since this planet was ruled by Stone Star, it had become a battle planet. As a race with extremely heavy weight and a naturally combative nature, because of their high average quality, they were known as the #1 battle race in the universe. They constantly provided soldiers to the front lines of Stone Star. Below them was the country of gemstones. Although they were ruled by the same Stone Star civilization, they were still fighting among themselves. The higher-ups of Stone Star even encouraged them to fight among themselves. The first was to weaken the resistance of this planet. The second was that internal fighting could cultivate true warriors. Hualala. An ancient deity with a white porcelain body was sitting on a cliff on the ground, constantly deducing and looking at all the living beings on the pixel planet. The journey to Mount Shu has taught me the importance of forging one's will. The path of the 9th rank is essentially to polish the soul, to hammer one's life with a sledgehammer and cast it into one's flesh and blood. Only through repeated tempering can one's soul and flesh become one. So I went astray. Caroline continued to deduce. She felt lost as she said, "It's too comfortable and too peaceful. There's no sense of oppression. There's no blood-stained madness like Lu Wenjian and the people of Mount Shu." She wasn't referring to his lack of pressure and comfort, but the entire world in his spiritual universe. She recalled the low civilization city of the 3 pillar gods. The 3 pillar gods, as the virtual heavenly Deo of the race's will, still maintain the era of cruel slavery, constantly making their common people suffer and struggle. They deliberately don't move towards a high level of development in order to create trials and pain. Without human rights, they can only let the common people fight for human rights. And as a physical pillar god, the Isodolans established a perfect spiritual universe system, and they lived well inside without any training. Therefore, the living being of the spiritual universe in her mind cultivated slowly, and the fusion of souls was also very slow. As a result, her progress as the pillar god of the entire spiritual universe was naturally slow. He didn't fully utilize his advantage. Like the 3 pillar gods, when the common people under her command became stronger, she would also become stronger, because they were a part of her body. In a sense, he was the pillar god of the will of the great path. "You have an idea?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice was heard. Caroline turned her head to look. It was the ancient god. She could not help but take a deep breath. With an apologetic face, she said, "I have let you down this time." Su Ji shook his head and looked at her. Caroline bit her lips and said firmly, "I do have an idea." The 3 pillar gods were originally virtual pillar gods that were split up. They used all living beings to cultivate and then merged to form a physical pillar god. And my path should be the exact opposite of his. I can also go against the path. I was originally a solid pillar god that could split into the entire common people, let them cultivate on their own, and then unify. A similar method? And turn them into physical human cells? Su Ji was slightly taken aback and could not help but say, "You're going to materialize your own life and turn yourself into a virtual pillar god? To let the entire world descend into the mortal world? Or should I say, let the entire old Ishtar civilization re-emerge?" Caroline shook her head. "I don't intend to let the Ishtar civilization re-emerge in this universe. It will be in another form, abandoning our hotbed and all our technological advantages, turning into an ordinary warrior to train and break through. All these years, we've been too reliant on our own talents and have forgotten about the bloodline itself, the original impulse of the soul, and the miracles." As she spoke, she looked at the pixel warriors on the entire pixel planet. Su Ji was stunned. The entire Isodalian race had descended from the spiritual universe, intending to transform into a pixel warrior. This was not a technical problem. This was because pixel creatures were originally a form of evolution for the entire race. The fine ceramic cells of the entire race had evolved into enlarged, super coarse particles, but they still had supermass and were extremely heavy. At this time, even Su Ji was amazed by Caroline's reckless behavior. The people of Isodar were a bunch of mad scientists. What was the current situation with Carolyn's spiritual universe? It was a perfect and sound utopia. It was exactly the same Isodar civilization. After setting up the program in his brain, he would automatically train. Once he reached adulthood, he would reach the 4th rank. At the same time, he didn't need to train his battle techniques, as they had already been written into his mind. Therefore, no matter if it was a high-level expert or an ordinary person, they were not really experts. They were essentially a group of civil scientists, scientists of the entire nation. This was the true and pure meaning of knowledge is power. And now, putting down the test tubes and flasks in his hands, programming software, mechanical control and research, and going into battle? A scientist who didn't know how to swing a hammer wasn't a good warrior. Are you sure you want to do this? Su Ji was stunned. This was a very crazy move, and only the people of Ishodar would be so fanatical and reckless. After the Internal World Parliament's review, all 11 representatives have passed the vote. Carolyn said, "We live too comfortably. We like peace and order, but that doesn't mean that we're really flowers in a greenhouse. We're truly weak." Su Ji was stunned. He suddenly laughed and said, "You should know that they have lost the combat AI and computing power of their magic cores. They have left their own mechas and have become native warriors by fighting with their own hands. After all, the spiritual universe is more comfortable now with a sound social system. There are many young genius scientists who have never killed anyone or even a chicken in their entire lives. There's a first time for everything. Society is too perfect. Let them experience the life of an ordinary person." Caroline said indifferently, "But this situation is like the sword furnace in Mount Shu. The rough iron is put into the hammer forging, and it is constantly hammered and tempered. In the end, it will turn into smaller pieces of fine iron." Su Ji stopped talking. Similar to Dream Dao? A dream that could transform trillions of living beings into living beings, allowing these living beings to comprehend the Dao and refine their souls? Boom! Caroline left the pixel planet and strolled in the dark universe. Her porcelain-like body suddenly enlarged, and the fine and tiny cell particles suddenly turned into huge pixel-like cells. Boom! 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 She was like a 1.7-meter tall delicate white porcelain doll. Every cell in her body instantly expanded like a sponge or rapidly expanding white foam, turning into a rough giant with a 10,000 feet tall cosmic pixel. Every single cell was incomparably huge. Every pore and cell on his face could be seen clearly. Bang! It was like a brilliant firework. Countless pixel particles exploded like a big bang. In an instant, her entire body exploded and turned into ordinary pixel creatures that floated in the universe. Tens of billions of pixel creatures swarmed toward the huge planet in the distance. Su Ji sighed. Carolyn has now also become a virtual pillar god without a physical body. Is she using this method to allow all living beings to control a part of their bodies and help to advance the integration of their bodies, integrating every soul and cell? One had to know that each of Carolyn's split bodies was a divine body. A total of more than 10 billion divine bodies. No matter who was controlling the creature inside, whether it was a rank 5 or rank 6, they all had this part of their body. In this era where there weren't many gods, the body of a rank 8 god possessed crushing power. However, Carolyn had sealed this power. He even sealed all of their cultivation and made them start cultivating from stage 1. Only when they died would this power be unsealed, bringing their divine bodies, which had not fully integrated with them, back. Soul and flesh as one. It was a kind of training, a kind of training. After all, the souls of the people were part of her soul. All living beings helped to temper their bodies, and tens of billions of people turned into blacksmiths to help them integrate into the path of level 9. This method was indeed very fast, which could be seen from the speed of the 3 pillar gods. In fact, it was actually somewhat similar to the theory of Su Ji's previous multiverse crystal wall system and himself, who had countless multiverses, practicing 10% of it by himself and then fusing them. But it was different. The divine pillar divination was the heavenly Dao. The fate of a race was not an avatar, but the countless lives under its command. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the 100 trillion creatures flying toward the pixel planet. Boom! In the distant universe, the first divine official slowly arrived. As the divine official in charge of the major planets, he naturally sensed the abnormality here and respectfully said, "Full Spirit." He was shocked. After seeing the terrifying scene, the other ancient god expanded rapidly and exploded into countless creatures, rushing to the pixel planet. His Majesty, the other one, the first high priest said. One is all, and all is all living beings. Su Ji stared at the first divine priest and laughed. The first divine priest was shocked and incredulous. Tens of billions of lives? What kind of vast power was this? It could clearly sense that each of the 10 billion living beings had their own complete soul and consciousness. They were all living beings. This was too terrifying. One is all is all things, this is the true God. Creating a planet, seeing the past and the future, and personally witnessing the creation of countless creatures. Su Ji said, don't tell anyone about the changes here and the billions of pixel creatures. Announce to the public that they are creatures from a pixel planet in a parallel universe who were teleported into this space-time by God. There's no need for special treatment, and everything will be fine as usual. Yes. The first high priest said hurriedly. In just over 30 years, a large number of pixel creatures had descended on the planet. Although they were still colonies, they had completely promoted the prosperity of the planet. Ta. In the digital city, a huge, mysterious pixel square platform stood on the ground. Many pixel warriors stood on the square platform, their fighting spirit high. This is the Level 6 Warrior Advancement Workstation in Division 7. Down below, there were people with pixels carrying luggage. It was obvious that they had come from a remote town. The white dwarf up there is the legendary strongest race in the universe, the Frost Demon race? You've never seen it before. No, I didn't. I've heard that many geniuses have appeared in this ranking competition. Even the greatest aristocrat in the universe. The noble Frost Demon clan, which has the least number of members, only a dozen or so, have all come to watch the battle. One of them had a squarish head and looked charmingly NAVE. Both of them were tilting their heads and discussing animatedly, giving off the impression that they were really from a tribe in Minecraft. At the workstation. It was invented by those ancient digital beasts. Although they had separated themselves from the pixel race and become the digital race, becoming the pixel pets of the major civilizations in the universe and being deeply loved, the workbench they left behind controlled the mysterious decomposition and synthesis. With continuous evolution, it had become the cultivation system of the pixel warriors today. The warriors of the pixel race were different from the natural breakthroughs of other races. They needed to stand on a working table and form a kind of transformation, reconstruction, and synthesis of their own bodies. And in front of them was the stage known as the ranking competition. They are going to fight. Indeed, the ranking competition is to fight in the bloody battlefield to advance. After all, the breakthrough of the workstation requires a huge amount of energy. If it wasn't for the wealthy nobles who could spend various resources to walk onto the workstation to evolve, the civilian soldiers can only go to these large-scale work tables and fight each other on them, using each other as resources for their own advancement. Some low-level warriors with pixel graphics were completely discolored. When they came from the countryside, they had all worked hard to gather resources. However, in the later stages, the resources for advancement and breakthrough became more and more. It turned out that some of the strong people in the big cities had chosen to walk on such a platform. Without resources, he could only go to the ring and let other warriors become his resources to break through. This was extremely cruel, as if he was raising a venomous insect. However, this was the advancement method that the Stone Star race had intentionally guided. They needed real universe soldiers. But, why would the noble Ice Demon race pay so much attention to us low-class space soldiers? It's said to be the legend of the Super Sima. That legend. The crowd took a deep breath. This legend was left behind by the Digital Beast clan, who had left behind the mysterious workstation. They looked forward to those ancient wise men. Super Saiyan. Countless warriors muttered this name in silence. Yes, Super Sima. It's a special transformation form of our pixel combat race in the universe. It's said that the legendary super soldier only appears every 1,000 years. According to the ancient digital tribes' records, their great legend, the Digital King, space-splitting throne, prophesied, once a Super Saiyan appeared, it would form a terrifying great harmony. The entire universe will be filled with a great and mysterious holy light. Wherever it goes, it will be filled with Mosaic's glory, and even blood will turn green. Su Ji's expression changed slightly in the crowd. What kind of ancient legend was this? What the heck? The super competition. People. What kind of legend did those idiots leave behind? He went out for lunch to see how Carolyn's physical race was doing. She had turned into a pixel creature. Not only did it speed up the 9th rank, but he also planned to let some of the outstanding geniuses, such as Harlandon, try to break through to the 9th rank. He wanted a Type 9 expert to appear in his own race. This was something that even the 3 pillar gods could not do at the moment. Subaru, the daughter of Shang Lin, and the others had only just stepped onto the path of grade 9. However, the 3 pillar gods had magic nuclei, so what was the advantage of turning them into cell nuclei? She was now an entire race of cells, and the cells did not have a nucleus, but she also had her own unique advantage of being an entire race. She could try it with the shortest and absolute advantage of the pixel creatures rank 9 path. There were cell creatures with less than 1,000,000 pixels. Even the weakest 9th rank was still a 9th rank. This was also one of the reasons why she had turned her entire race into pixel creatures. However, some ancient digital creatures, the legend of the Super Simians, had actually led the entire era astray, causing Carolyn's race to receive a lot of attention. The surroundings were still bustling with activity. Such a terrifying super soldier. It is said that the frost evil demons are also afraid of our potential. After all, they were weak slaves, white dwarves. Later, some outstanding individuals have the ability to transform. They are also afraid that we have the ability to transform. It's said that a few years ago, our race from a parallel space and time descended on this land and let them know how important we are to the whole god. Those clansmen didn't say a word. They didn't say where they came from, but now they've integrated into our lives normally. They're working hard in cultivation. Shh. Lower your voice. Countless people's expressions changed. Chapter 717. An astonishing accident. There are some things you shouldn't say. The white dwarves were sitting on the round mini spaceship and hosting the advancement competition. The pixel warriors who were still talking below did not dare to make a sound. Obviously, many people believed that the legend of the Super Seaman was true. After all, the entire god system was watching them in secret. A few years ago, a terrifying population of more than 10 billion people had moved in. Many people even thought that the legendary super space soldiers might be born from these pixel soldiers. The ice demon race needed the power of the warriors from the pixel planets to conquer the universe. At the same time, they were secretly afraid of this mysterious and strange race and the legendary warriors. Boom! A group of digital warriors were killing each other. The entire ring was torn apart by countless mosaic fragments. There was no blood, but it looked extremely tragic. In the end, a tall and handsome pixel person with bare shoulders and a blue gem hanging on his chest won. Hwalala! The light of the workbench started to glow. In the ring, the pixel corpses of countless warriors were continuously broken down into the smallest cell particles. Like endless streams of data, they swirled and gathered on the pixel person's body like ribbons. It was like the super evolution of a digital beast, making him more delicate and exquisite, giving him a sense of perfection like a checkered shirt with alternating particles. This is. My body has become more refined and heavier. The number of cells has increased, and it's also relatively rounder and finer. Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of longing and desire, wishing he could replace her. After all, a level 6 pixel warrior was extremely rare. Not to mention, this level of promotion competition only happened once every 3 years, so many people did not understand. This is the essence of evolution. In the crowd, an old creature with low pixels said, among the many life structures in the entire space civilization, our life structure is special. We don't have a cell nucleus or other structures. We are just single crystal particles, and the great Dao is simple. In the most ancient era, we are close relatives to the most ancient race. All the pixel creatures were filled with pride. How could they not have seen the origin murals of the most ancient era? An ancient insect creature had given birth to their first ancestor. We're all life forms made up of fundamental particles, the old man continued. The pixel body's path of advancement is synthesis and decomposition. The increase in cultivation level is related to the body. It was related to intent. It was related to fighting spirit. The most ancient digital sage once left a sentence that can summarize the entire realm of our civilization, the origin of our life's improvement, and even the secret key to breaking through to the Super Sima. What did he say? Someone cried out in surprise, his eyes burning with passion. The old man turned around and looked at the young people around him. His voice was solemn and full of majesty. There's no code in my heart, so it's naturally high definition. Boom! The old man's voice was not loud, but every word was like thunder, exploding in everyone's mind. The short 8-character proverb shocked everyone on the spot. At this moment, everyone felt that these words had become the wind, the rain, the tsunami, and the entire universe. It contained the essence of their lives. So, this might be the key to breaking through to the Super Sima level? Su Ji's face darkened as he hid in the dark and listened to the exchange of these pixel natives. These people are really poisonous. Su Ji's head hurt badly, but he did not say much. The concept of a world had been implanted in this way. After so many years and countless eras, it had been firmly believed in. There was no way to correct it even if one wanted to. At this time, the Pixel Warrior was received by the Frost Demon. After asking about his well-being, he was officially welcomed into the 3rd Space Special Force of Stone Star. After everything was settled, they gradually dispersed. The Pixel person also slowly disappeared into the crowd, preparing to leave the planet in 3 days and enter the Sea of Stars. He walked back to his room and suddenly sat down. Su Ji walked out slowly. "Greetings, ancient god." Harlandon greeted. The Pixel person said, "You're still as kind and peaceful as ever. Your appearance hasn't changed." Su Ji was filled with emotions as he looked at the ancient creature that had once lived in the land of lava. The overlord of the Sea Tribe, Harlandon, who had led the Sea Tribe against the Ishtar people. Back then, he was also the one who had walked with her on the zombie-covered land and studied the zombie virus. At this moment, Carolyn had already turned into a virtual pillar god. Just like the 3 pillar gods, she belonged to the fate of the heavenly Deo. As for Harlandon and the other illusionary creatures in the spiritual universe, they had instead turned into real entities. "Long time no see indeed," Su Ji said indifferently. Harlandon wasn't surprised. Although it had been a long time since they had last met, Carolyn had often discussed many things with him in his spiritual universe. "Ever since the destruction of the ancient lava domain, I've been willing to accept my loss and brought the entire Sea Tribe into Carolyn's spiritual universe." Harlandon said, "Sometimes, I even wonder if I had almost replaced Caroline's position and become the next successor you have chosen." Su Ji just smiled and did not answer. "It's a pity that there aren't that many ifs. She's already our pillar god of fate," Harlandon said. "I'm also training again, trying to break through to the 9th rank. In fact, since Carolyn was able to defeat me in that era, I believe that it was the right bet for me to stand on Carolyn's side. She would defeat the other experts and the 3 pillar gods, becoming the true victor and your Deo protector. It won't take 200 years, Harlandon said. I'm afraid it'll be soon." This was a race of speed. However, the 3 pillar gods would probably start invading the 7 realms again in 100 years. The 3 forces were competing in secret. However, speaking of the present, Su Ji had come to see Harlandon out of interest. Naturally, he wanted to see the current state of Caroline's body and do some research on it. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Harlandon was progressing since his combat talent was the strongest. To be honest, Su Ji had great expectations for the biological cultivation system of the Pixel planet. "I've made some progress in the current cultivation system." Harlandon laughed. Super Saiyans. There was no code in his heart, so it was naturally high definition. "The more I think about these 2 ancient legends, the more profound I find them to be." Su Ji was confused. He didn't know how to react. "At the beginning, I couldn't understand it either. But those people have brought a lot of information about the civilization," Harland said seriously. "In the Journal of the Netherworld, there are books about the 9 revolutions, mysterious art and all kinds of mysterious cultivation methods. What we have in front of us is not something out of nothing. It must contain some very powerful information. Therefore, I have been deliberately inquiring about the ancient knowledge of those creatures over the years and obtained information that many people don't know. When I read through the ancient slates, they often discuss some books, abhorring them, and often say that Mosaic covers all the truth of the world." Harlandon took a deep breath. "I personally think that the path we're covering up is the 9th rank." Su Ji had a strange feeling that he had probably gained a lot from this trip. Su Ji's expression was stern, and he could not help but feel impressed. "So, you've managed to figure out the secret of the Super Sima through this? That's right, but I've been hiding it, Harland answered seriously. Once I become a high-level god, I'll transform into a rank 9. If I'm found out, Felisa won't let me live. He's 9th rank magical beast just by transforming? Su Ji was immediately very shocked. What did those idiots do? Chapter 718. Decoding Mode, The Great Path. What exactly happened? He actually used this to research some kind of grade 9 path? Looking at Hai Landong's serious face, Su Ji's current mood was one of shock and confusion. Even though he had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, he still felt a little unnatural. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. So it was like this. No code in the heart, naturally high definition? Was this the secret of the path to level 9? It seems like you've made a pretty good discovery after recultivating and experiencing life. Su Ji stood in the corner of the shabby room and was filled with admiration. He said calmly, the path to becoming a 9th grade monster is endless. Although they all point to the same essence, the path of 10 billion cells where the soul and body are one, everyone's path is different. Harland Dong sighed as he stood by the bed. It was indeed so. The ancient god had seen many geniuses in the long ancient mythological era, so he naturally knew about them. Honestly, walking this path, one step at a time was not feasible, because the journey was too long. The path of hundreds of billions of cells fusion was something that an ordinary level 8 god might not be able to achieve in their entire life. For someone like Dichi, who had used up almost all of his lifespan to barely walk half of it, was already an extreme exaggeration. Therefore, he had to find a shortcut in this path. If he had to break through honestly and follow the rules by foot, then he had to find a way to ride a bicycle or a mechanical lava tank and travel at high speed on this road. And this shortcut on this path could be called forming the Dao. Harland Dong gathered his thoughts and said. Although, in essence, the end of the path is the fusion of trillions of cells, during the process, all kinds of amazing breakthroughs have appeared, extending in all directions and leading to the same path. The three-pillar god's nuclear fusion used the nucleus as the center, and Caroline turned into an entire race. The entire race's cells did not have a nucleus, so she created the Dream Dao Vindication technique. Harland Dong's face was full of hope and passion. At this moment, he seemed to see a wide golden road with countless amazing figures. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own amazing skills and techniques, chasing each other to reach the end of this road. Even he couldn't help but admire the power of these magnificent and mythical figures. Hai Landong said, pixel creatures only have a few 100,000 cells. Among all known transcendent creatures, they have the least cells and the shortest path to rank 9. This was, of course, inevitable. You have hundreds of thousands of cells, while others have 100 trillion cells. The difference is simply like heaven and earth. It was not an order of magnitude. How could the 7 billion population of 15,000 Earths be compared to the population of a town? It was no exaggeration to say that with more than 100,000 cells, even the slowest and worst god would only need a few years to complete the entire path. And then he would be able to break through to the 9th step? Even if he had the least number of cells and was the weakest type 9, he was still a type 9. Su Ji muttered to himself. Hai Landong continued, in the beginning, we thought that there should be no threshold for pixel creatures to break through to rank 9. However, we found out that there were many problems after real deduction. The heavenly Dao is balanced. According to the future world line of the pillar god Caroline, although this rank 9 path is the shortest, it is too short. There is no way to break through to rank 9. A pixel creature was actually unable to break through to level 9 so easily. Su Ji was stunned. There are two difficult problems. Harlandon was as serious as a real Isodarian scientist. His eyes were bright as he said, the first problem is that we found that there is a minimum number of cells on the path to rank 9. Cells below this number cannot break through to rank 9. The principle was simple. The 9th rank was a world, and one could turn themselves into a world. The body of a world contained hundreds of billions of lives, but if there were only a few 100,000 lives, could they be considered common lives? Could it still be considered a world? At most, it's just a tribe, just like the incense of the common people in the ancient world. There are too few of them, only hundreds of thousands of people worshipping them. It's impossible to form a law phenomenon. Su Ji frowned. This was indeed the case in a level 9 world. At this moment, he finally realized that he should have discovered this a long time ago. And this lowest number of rank 9 cells, according to the Pillar God's future deduction, can only form the lowest level of law phenomenon at 108,000. This was the lowest threshold, and it could indeed form the weakest 9th grade creature, but to what extent? So weak that even after replenishing his energy and being full of energy, he's only comparable to the 3 Pillar Gods, a weak rank 9. Su Ji was completely silent. A complete rank 9 like this was really too weak. It was only on par with the current rank 8 Dichi. It would be a real battle against geniuses like Dichi. Was everything in the world balanced? Just like the immortal bloodline, they all had fatal flaws. In the entire universe, there were no bloodlines that were truly heaven-defying and powerful. There were only people who were heaven-defying and powerful. However, even the weakest 9th rank was still a 9th rank. What they fought was the suppression of their cultivation levels. How many people at Dichi's level could there be? The second problem. Hai Landong said, a weak type 9 like this is not a stable world at all. It was even impossible to achieve a self-circulation of energy like a powerhouse and recover his physical strength by resting and meditating. They need to constantly devour the energy of external objects in order to maintain their cultivation level. Su Ji frowned completely when he heard that. Even an ordinary living being could recover its energy through rest, sleep, and food. As for the powerful ones, they could even skip eating and enter a state of inertia to absorb the energy in the void, light, heat, and other energy sources to recover their strength. Only in this way could it be considered a normal creature. These incomplete creatures couldn't even perform the most basic internal energy circulation. To maintain their rank of rank 9 without falling, they had to madly absorb the energy of the outside world and eat. Thinking about it, this kind of pixel creature was weak and incomplete when it broke through to the 9th rank. It was a cripple among cripples and was indeed of little value. I've thought about these two difficulties for a long time, and I think there must be a way to solve them. Hai Landong said, I went to look up a lot of information and even obtained information about ancient digital creatures. They often say that mosaic covers up all the truth in this world. I think there must be some shocking secret hidden within. Until later, Harlan Dong's voice gradually became lower, and his face became serious. He said, I vaguely sensed something. Their words clearly contained two meanings. Su Ji's expression also turned serious. He was filled with curiosity. The 9th rank of pixel creatures. Su Ji had a strong feeling that this path to grade 9 would affect the foundation of tens of thousands of years of civilization in the entire small universe era. It might even affect the war between the 3 great worlds outside. If he could successfully deal with it, more grade 9 experts would appear. Even though it was the weakest type of 9th grade. First, a Super Saiyans. This was the solution. As an incomplete world, it needs to constantly replenish its energy to maintain its state. In that case, I'll reduce the energy consumption by transforming. During battle, I'll transform into a rank 9 god, and when I'm in my normal state, I'll fall back to the state of a rank 8 god. Hai Landong said, this is a Super Saiyans. Su Ji's mind went blank. This was simply breaking the dead angle of thinking. Even he had to admit that this method of transformation had perfectly solved the problem of not being able to cycle internally. At that time, when I realized that transforming could solve the energy consumption, I was very surprised. Harlan Dong couldn't help but praise. Those descenders from other dimensions are indeed worthy of being the publications of the netherworld, the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the history of various civilizations, and the mysterious and unknown creatures that have visited several civilizations. Even when I recall it, I still feel frightened. They were amazed at how terrifying they were, and their words always contained information that was so terrifying that even the gods were shocked. They often said, mosaic covers up all the truth of the world, mosaic covers up the mystery of the structure of living things, then, but the world. The body structure of a Type 9 world. Su Ji did not say a word. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. She felt that they were probably talking about different worlds and different dreams. They were not on the same latitude. They even said that the script can see through the mosaic. The book they're talking about must be some kind of secret book of the world, which contains the truth of the entire world that is covered by mosaic, Harlandon said with great expectation. Perhaps so. Su Ji could not deny it. He fell into a long memory and thought of the distant past. Harlan Dong's expression turned serious as he continued. But even if I can't see the Book of Legends, I've already deduced it. There was no code in her heart, so it was naturally high definition. That's the way to break through. Don't be confused by appearances, and you can see the whole world. Oh! Su Ji was stunned. He suddenly had an increasingly strong premonition. History might remember this scene and engrave it in the mythological murals. This digital planet as a slave, this path to level 9, would ignite the revolution of the entire universe. 108,000 cells is the lowest threshold of the 9th rank. Then, I'll keep fusing 99% of the 9th rank, fuse 107,000 cells, and fuse the last bit of cells during the battle to break through 100%. After the transformation and the battle, I'll self-sever and fall from that realm. Su Ji was shocked. This kind of transformation can be called a decoding. He said softly. Boom. Dissolve. Su Ji's mind went completely blank when he heard that. So it was like this. The chain of blocks symbolized the Arcana civilization. Physics and chemistry symbolized Buddhism and Daoism. Mosaic, all sorts of decoding software, symbolizing a Type 9 transformation civilization. Everything in the world had its destiny. Even on the tiny Earth, the various creations that developed naturally and adapted to the times also contained some truths of the universe. After deducing several sandbags of extraordinary civilizations, Su Ji was even more certain of this. And this means that I can only stop at the weakest 9th rank for my entire life? Hai Landong said, that's not the case. Pixel creatures have very few cells at the beginning. After breaking through to rank 9, they can divide their cells bit by bit, increasing the number of cells and achieving the second and third decoding transformations. They correspond to 10.8 million cells, 108 million cells. In the end, as the cells continued to increase, it would enter a permanent transformation state that could self-circulate normally at rank 9, even reaching the 100 trillion cell state of an ordinary rank 9 creature. It's the normal combat strength of a rank 9. Boom! Su Ji's mind was suddenly shaken. It was as if the layers of fog had been completely lifted in an instant, and the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. There was a kind of hearty and comfortable feeling. Su Ji thought to himself, normal creatures are born with billions of cells. When they reach the 9th level, the threshold to break through is naturally very long. The advantage of pixel creatures is that they have a small number of cells. With millions of cells, they can break through the 9th level first and force their way through the threshold, becoming the weakest 9th level. They can't even maintain the normal state of the 9th level. Then, they can increase the number of cells little by little and keep splitting the soul and cells until they finally become an ordinary 9th level. This was because other creatures had no advantage. It was impossible for ordinary creatures to increase their cells in this way, but pixel creatures were particles that were decomposed and synthesized. Su Ji's eyes instantly burned with passion and burst with endless light. The more he thought about it, the more clear his mind became, and he was pleasantly surprised. This is simply a perfect path with great potential. It is indeed the perfect breakthrough path for pixel creatures. The prospects of this path are extremely terrifying. It will completely break through the threshold of the 9th level, divide the difficulty of the breakthrough, and then completely form a true 9th level. It could only be reached by the entire race and the cellular structure of pixel creatures. It was the unique way for this civilization to break through to rank 9. It was just like how the Magic Core clan used magic cores as cell nuclei, which were the unique breakthrough methods of the clan through nuclear fusion and fission. Every civilization has its own unique level 9 Dao forming technique. Su Ji was so excited that he could not help himself. At this very moment, he felt that it was too much of a favoritism to have derived a level 9 from nothing to the most primitive path of cell barbarism to the various shortcuts of civilization breakthroughs. This was the complicated universe. This was the true vast universe, with a civilization that had endless possibilities. Even if they were on the same path, leading to the same endpoint of rank 9, they were still completely different civilizations. This is a pretty good path. Su Ji sighed sincerely. Yes, this path will lead to an unprecedented era of change. The racial advantage is too great, so it's still dormant for now. I still feel that there will be a war in the future, and Flissa will definitely be afraid of our rise. After all, the ancient legend of the super seaman is a double-edged sword. It not only facilitated our breakthrough but also made others afraid of us, so I'm still hiding my tier 6 realm. Su Ji naturally understood. As the most powerful master in the spiritual universe, Hai Landong was a god who had already begun to step into the 9th rank, and was even stronger than the daughter of Shanglin and the others. After all, he was the overlord of the sea race in the previous civilization era. He had secretly recultivated in the past 30 years, and with enough energy, he was now at the peak of the Celestial Emperor level. If he wanted to, he could break through to the god level at any time. Chapter 719. The response of the netizens. Recultivating was naturally fast. He had experience in any realm. He did not need to break into a new realm or control the precision of energy. He only needed enough energy to develop rapidly like a rocket. However, if Harlandon chose to become a god now, he would probably be discovered because he needed a large amount of energy, which would be difficult to hide. Over the years, people like Flissa and the king of Cyber Tan had already broken through to the realm of high-level gods, although they had no idea what the path of grade 9 was like. His speed was comparable to the time of the 3 pillar gods. Civilization developed from nothing, and in 400 to 500 years, powerful gods such as the daughter of Shanglin and the Great Joy Emperor appeared. After all, this was a race that had laid the foundation of civilization with the deduction of world lines and sat on the high-speed train. Not to mention, the minor realm of gods was more about the control and energy supplement. How many people were there in the current small universe era? A population of more than 100 billion. And this terrifying number had yet to reach its peak. This was a super large sandbox, comparable to a mini-universe sandbox in Huaxia's territory. The more people there were, the more energy there would be, and naturally, the faster one's cultivation level would increase. That was why Su Ji felt that his opportunity to break through to become a god would be in this new land. What are you going to do? Su Ji laughed. Joined the universe special forces, walked around the planets, carried out missions, and collected energy in secret. Helen Dong smiled. If you keep hiding after you break through to god level, you won't be discovered unless you face the gods directly. Su Ji was speechless. Everyone in the spiritual universe was now completely immersed in this world and would live a complete life. However, under such circumstances, if he wanted to rise up, he would have to face the punitive expedition of all the major forces. It would depend on how long he could hide. Good luck. Su Ji smiled, stood up, and left. Suddenly, Harlandon, who was behind him, laughed. As born on a slave planet, we have to have an official name after we become space warriors. Can the ancient god help me give me a name that symbolizes luck so that my future journey in space will be smooth? Badich. 10 years had passed. All the pixel creatures on the entire pixel planet became stronger and stronger. This was especially so for the pixel life forms from the parallel universe. Many powerful pixel warriors had appeared, and they had become famous throughout the entire universe era. Another 10 years passed. Felizak and the king of Cyber Tan climbed to the peak of the high-level gods and found a new barrier to the realm. They had a terrifying race of speed and began to try to step into the road of level 9. However, they did not have any knowledge of this realm. They only tried to walk it. Gradually, the number of Ram people completely expanded, and they became famous slaves in the universe. They were sold, and digital beasts gradually became the love of the universe's powerhouses. Many rich powerhouses liked to keep a few digital beasts. The era had completely entered a stable and mature period. In this era, a terrifying change happened again. Sal rose again, and when he reappeared, he was already a high-level god, which made the other two civilizations wary. Another 20 years passed. A huge battle broke out. Harlandon was finally discovered. In this life, he was a cosmic warrior named Badich. He was only a mid-level god, and he was forced to rebel. The gap between a single realm was too great. At the same time, the pixel creatures did not have any racial talents. Compared to Flissa, who had 3 transformations, they were no match for him even in the same realm. Even at the same level, he would be beaten to death. Even Harland Dong had to admit that this man was extremely talented. I'll be back. I've found a way to break through to become a Super Saima. Badich left a final sentence. At that time, I will awaken the great advantage of our race. Pixel Planet. In one of the spaceships, Flissa extended a finger, and endless light waves revolved around it. You've successfully angered me. Warriors of this planet, let this planet feel the cold. Bang! The entire pixel planet was hit by a huge shock wave. Like an earthquake and tsunami, the entire living creature was instantly covered by the inexplicable freezing radiation, and a large number of pixel warriors died. This is a lesson for you. Flissa turned around and left. A large number of pixel life forms died, and billions of people died. However, a long time ago, many pixel life forms had secretly moved away and wandered around the major planets. They even became a mysterious organization among the people and spread. The legend of the superseaman was getting more and more popular, and the rumors among the people were getting more and more strange. On the internet, people were still discussing the terrifying scene of Dichi's battle. Half a day has passed, which is equivalent to 50 to 60 years. I don't know what Emperor Qi is doing on the other side, but he established the Tiangong ministry. The entire mythical heavenly court is constantly modifying his Pangu body, as if he is modifying his flesh and blood. On the land of lava, the three pillar gods are also cultivating martial arts. Arcane knights and arcane swordsmen, all of them are on the move. No one could remain calm. Both sides immediately prepared for battle. The super daddies on both sides were ready for another all-out fight. After all, a 9th rank was too terrifying. This was a battle that would decide their fate. As for the small universe era, some people shook their heads and felt that it was not possible. In the clash between the three forces, he should be the weakest. Although it was the land given to Caroline by the ancient gods, it was undeniable that this land had endless potential and was greater than the other two extraordinary civilizations. However, how long had Caroline been to that world? They couldn't keep up with these two old transcendent worlds. The foundation of the civilization was extremely lacking. There were high-level gods, but there was not even a god who had stepped onto the path of grade 9. It was simply a world of difference. Ordinary high-level gods and those who had stepped onto the path of grade 9 were two different levels. But recently, there's been a lot of news in the times of the entire small universe, such as the legend of Flissa, Salu, and the Super Saiyan. What Super Saiyans? Super Saiyans are Saiyans, but can't we type and talk without using dialect? I'm still competing with the chicken. Funny face. He's a super see-me man, serious face. JGG. Everyone was jealous. Could it be a pixel planet? What was going on? Bai Zia-jun, that's right. They're Super Saiyans. After all, with Flissa, Salu, and Dragon Ball, the Saiyans won't be far away. We thought for a long time but couldn't find it. Then we suddenly realized that parallel universes might not necessarily be the same fighting race. It was very likely that our planet was Super Saiyans. Right. Fang Yan's harmony. Therefore, in order to fit in with the ancient history, we left behind the legend of the space soldiers. Even though we don't know what the breakthrough method is, since it's a mosaic, we left behind a metaphor to break through the mosaic. If the heart has no code, it will naturally be in high definition. Hiss. Everyone could only feel a surge of cold air. What a strange way of thinking. What Super Saiyan? They are just pixel creatures. Do you think they are a fighting race with tails? At the same time, did you really treat him as Mosaic and teach and deal with him according to Mosaic's method? Does that mean we need to decode it? Or remove the Mosaic? Bai Zia-jun, but then again, something terrible has happened. The pixel creatures have formed a secret organization. The owner of our digital beast is a member of this organization. We have obtained a lot of information. It seems that they have really found a way to transform into a Super Saima. What the heck? Everyone was stunned. Super Saiyans? Since they had found it, could it be that it was really in line with the historical development and they were really Saiyans? It just looked a little different in this universe. Many people were stunned, but they immediately shook their heads. This was simply unrealistic. What are the Super Saiyans? His worldview was set to be heaven-defying. Every transformation was extremely terrifying. From normal to Super Saiyan 1, it was 50 times more. Was that even possible? This wasn't an explosive battle technique like the 50 times fist. It was a complete increase in your realm by 50 times. The realm of a high-grade god was 50 times higher than that of a high-grade god. Wouldn't that directly break through the ceiling of level 9? Many people felt that it was impossible. This was simply unrealistic. You don't say. Bai Xiajun said, the leader of the resistance is called Badich. The crowd was completely silent. It was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Bai Xiajun continued, according to the inside information, they have already started to transform. But they fell off very quickly. The transformation state is unstable. It is said that the combat power of the Super Sima can be increased to the 9th rank once they transform. Furthermore, they have also developed a new combat glasses. Screenshots. Screenshots. It was a pair of black-rimmed combat glasses. Yes. Bai Xiajun said, they turned a Type 9 cell into a combat power of 1. According to their calculations, their Super Simi Man 1 can reach a combat power of 1.08 million. They were still deducing the legendary Super Saiyans 2, which had a combat power of 10.8 million. A complete Type 9 is 100 trillion combat power. This. Everyone's mind went completely blank. Such an exaggerated increase in combat power was indeed the way in the Dragon Ball, but what strange way? This wasn't the traditional realm at all right? Where did the 9th rank path go? Where did the threshold of the realm go? This time, everyone felt goosebumps rising in their hearts. They were really Super Saiyans. Those idiots actually got it right this time. They broke out in cold sweat. Something big was going to happen in this small universe. Maybe a Super Daddy would appear? Did he really want to turn around and beat the 3 pillar gods and ditch Yi until they called him Daddy? So, this is what it means to fit history. Super Saiyan, I see. History didn't lie to us. There's Badich. It can be confirmed. The group of netizens were surprised and happy. It couldn't be such a coincidence. This was a Super Saiyan. I understand. The Dragon Ball is indeed a mosaic. Think about it, when was the Dragon Ball serialization? It's from 1984, that era, that kind of resolution, isn't it just mosaic? As soon as he said this, everyone came to a sudden realization. They had actually hidden such information. This is probably fate. Su Ji looked at the internet quietly, his entire person appearing unusually calm. Hai Landong and the others thought that they were very powerful. They imagined Harlandon and felt that he was very powerful. Bai Xiajun said, we are travelers who know about history. Who doesn't know that Badich is the protagonist of this era? The rise of a Super Saiyan? So, we went to communicate with them directly to express our goodwill. Immediately, everyone was full of admiration. He felt that he had done a good job. It was too terrifying. With that kind of combat strength, who could withstand it when he became a 9th rank in an instant? The Dragon Ball system was simply a cheat. We got in touch with Badich through some special channel, Bai Xiajun said. They were very interested in us. They even wanted to ask us for the book. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Badich, a serious and hot-blooded battle maniac. I didn't expect you to be such a person behind my back. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What about you? Someone couldn't help asking. Bai Xiajun, oh, in order to show my goodwill to this kind of fellow cultivator, I specially found a type and decided to give him the book number 18. I wonder how he will respond to my gift. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 720. Transformation, Weak Type 9 Form. As soon as he said that, everyone instantly had goosebumps. Let's sort out the logical sequence. Why do I feel that something is wrong when you show Sun Wukong's father the book number 18? Everyone fell into deep thought. However, just as everyone was praising Bai Xiajun for doing the right thing by clinging onto the thigh of the big boss Sima, another person appeared. Medical student Little Tian Tian at Bai Xiajun, you're looking for death. Don't get along with these shameless guys, get angry. Everyone was excited and rubbed their hands together. If his girlfriend came over, he was afraid that she would be beaten up badly. They would allow you to find a boyfriend and even become a mother of a few children, but they would not allow you to learn from those idiots. Bai Xiajun, I'm innocent. It was the other digital beasts who helped me make the decision. I've never studied these things before. You know me, I only collect figurines. Crying. Ha 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 ha, this is too tragic. You were bragging excitedly just now, but now you're as helpless as a 250-pound child who got into a huge accident. It looks like I'm kneeling on the washing board at home. My knees are black. You look like I'm kneeling on instant noodles at home. You're not allowed to break it. It looks like I'm kneeling on a figurine at home. I can break it easily. Everyone instantly burst into an uproar and started quarreling. However, many people's expressions changed slightly, especially those from the Seven Realms. They fell into a deep confusion. What the hell was a supersion? There was also the latest combat power monitoring glasses. A new set of glasses had been built. One Type 9 cell was 1, and a Super Sima had 1.08 million combat power. Before this, they were as determined as the netizens to not believe it. The pixelated creatures were the Supersion race of this universe, but after all kinds of evidence, they were completely convinced, but wasn't this too exaggerated? In the late stage of the Super Sima transformation, his combat power was really increased by hundreds of millions. Or even a few trillion. A single transformation could increase the strength of one's realm by tens or even hundreds of times. It seemed that this kind of calculation system could only be used to monitor the battle data of the Supersion. However, no matter what, it still made people feel that the current era of the small universe was somewhat terrifying. Something shocking was being nurtured, and it was very likely that Carolyn had begun to secretly take action. The racer of Mount Harana. The explosive star daddy is here. Super Saiyans. It's the three-pillar god's turn to cry this time. Menmei was speechless. The system terminator, I don't know if the three-pillar gods will cry or not. Anyway, our 7 realms have been getting beaten up, crying. Meanwhile, in various secret research institutes, countless scientists in white uniforms were walking around. Various countries were still paying close attention to this terrifying alien game Spore Evolution in secret. So that's how it is. Mosaic is also a metaphor. In front of a complicated and precise large white instrument, an old man sat in a chair and operated it. His face was solemn. It's just the beginning. According to the analysis of our current combat system, the Dragon Ball system is not valid at all. It's too exaggerated. Even if elements such as Flasa, Salu, and Dragon Ball appeared, it's impossible for a real Sion to appear. After all, the Dragon Ball world itself is a collapsed combat system, so it's impossible to be valid in reality. But now, the terrifying system of the Dragon Ball has really been realized. No one could remain calm. A single transformation could instantly increase one's combat power by millions, tens of millions, tens of billions, or even trillions. However, in the early stage, a few million combat power of a Beyond One was enough to blow up a planet. In the late stage of Dragon Ball, after the advanced transformation, the terrifying combat power of hundreds of millions or even trillions was still fighting on a planet, and the aftermath only blew up a few small mountains. At first, they felt that this was too much of a disaster. It was impossible to achieve in reality, but... Steve, this is really happening! A golden-haired old man screamed. Another white-haired old man hugged him tightly in excitement. Oh! Oh my God! Charlie! I didn't believe it at first. However, reality proved how shallow our research was. Just based on our crude knowledge, we can determine that the combat system of this comic is unreasonable. It's really shocking. Continue to investigate this mangaka. He can predict what's going to happen in the small universe. Be more friendly and remember to urge me to update. Yeah, Dragon Ball is the best. No matter how bad it is, there will be a new one. We are all looking forward to it. According to speculation, it's very likely that there are still ancient immortals living on Earth, and they hint and induce some ordinary people in their dreams. They tell us the information of the universe in advance, and even the ordinary people themselves don't realize it. It can be completely concluded that in this modern society, there is a high probability that there are ancient immortals who may have returned here from the universe to live among the ordinary people. It's even very likely that a super ancient god lived on Earth, living a simple life in a remote countryside farm. It's very possible. Even if it's not an ancient god, it must be some other ancient immortal. For a time, all the major research institutes were completely shaken. They even planned to investigate the mountains and rivers recorded in the major myths and even look for some remote countryside cities. The era of the small universe. The secret force of the resistance on a certain planet. Whoosh! This is the treasure you requested. One of the digital beasts handed over a secret manual. Badich opened his eyes slightly and grabbed the scroll from the air. He slowly flipped through it, and his expression became more and more strange, from the initial anticipation to shock. He was extremely shocked. It was as if a whole new world had been opened up, and this was the first time he had known that there was such a form of carrier. Nonsense, this isn't a real script. Badich snorted coldly. You glib-tongued digital beasts. How dare you use this to humiliate me? Spare me. Please spare me, Lord Badich. This digital beast was a player, and he was currently shivering. So he was still too gentle? Not explosive enough? This wasn't even the real script, yet he felt that it was humiliating him to this extent? He didn't expect his taste to be so strong. Don't worry, we will show our sincerity. The player trembled in fear. Let's go down. Badich's anger was slightly restrained as he waved his hand to dismiss the man. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire hall was empty. Harlan Dong knew that the book was very precious. It contained the truth, and the other party would not give it to him so easily. However, he did not expect the other party to use such a shameless book to trick him. Forget it, I'll continue to train my body. He returned to his room and opened the special gravity room. Boom! The terrifying gravity crushed every cell in his body and began to train his body. This was the result of Carolyn's studies in Mount Shu. The gravity room in front of her was a large-scale sword forging furnace. She used terrifying pressure to hammer his entire body, soul, and flesh to a high degree. Boom! 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 Even a high-level god like him was squeezed by the huge gravity, and the cells in his body oozed blood slightly. A year had passed. Other than Harlan Dong, there were other pixel creatures that kept changing their names and cultivating to become stronger. They had also achieved a lot. If this continues, Carolyn's speed will still be a little slow. It's impossible for her to reach the peak of the 9th rank in a few hundred years. Since she can't stand up, she can only rely on me to break through to the 9th rank and resist the outside world. Boom! He continued to train. On this day, dark clouds appeared in the sky. A terrifying alien spaceship slowly stopped above the planet, leaving a thick black shadow on the tall buildings. Have you finally found my location? Harlan Dong stood up and looked at the sky. He knew that he would be found sooner or later. After all, Shi Xing's current power was too great. Then, let's verify the results of my cultivation. He slowly stood up and looked at the sky, his battle intent burning. I see, Badich. The legendary space warrior with the highest chance of becoming a Super Sima. The short and horned Flissa showed a strange smile. In an instant, he disappeared. Bang! Badich was instantly sent flying, smashing through countless buildings. Too weak. Your race doesn't have any strong combat talents. Other than their weight, they have no other advantages. If it wasn't for the fact that their reproduction rate is relatively high, they could be used as a batch of space soldiers. They wouldn't even be as good as the high green planet people. Flissa laughed. Don't you know how to transform? Then transform for me to see. Badich stood up from the ruins and smiled. Then I'll show you my power. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying air pressure filled the air. Decode! Badich bellowed, and his body seemed to have advanced in some way. The precision of his body was getting higher, as if it had changed from a low pixel 480p to a high pixel 1080p. Endless golden flames rose from every cell. His entire body was wrapped in golden light, and his white hair instantly fluttered in the air. He looked like an eternal god of war from ancient myths, and his entire body was filled with a terrifying aura that surpassed level 8 gods. This recultivation is not bad. I've returned to my peak very quickly. Harlan Dong clenched his fist and sensed the power in his body. But a 100% rank 9 is too weak. This is the first time I've seen such a weak rank 9. Boom! So this is a Super Saiyan's? What a strange aura! Flissa, who was on the other side, didn't understand what was going on at all. Crackling sounds could be heard all over his body, and his body was raised to the ultimate transformation in one breath. A handsome white creature slowly walked out, exuding a powerful aura that was not inferior to Badich's. You're very strange. You're obviously exuding a high-level aura, but you seem so weak, only comparable to me. Harlan Dong's expression didn't change. He stretched out his palm slightly, and large amounts of energy were absorbed. The previous 3 pillar gods were weak rank 9s and couldn't absorb any energy. I've already made preparations to replenish the massive energy needed after my transformation. Let me become a true rank 9. Boom. Rumble. A large amount of energy poured into his body. He was like a traveler walking in the desert, hungrily replenishing all the nutrients in his body, raising the strength of his whole body to the peak, replenishing his spirit. The flames around his body expanded completely in an instant. Flissa's expression changed completely as he looked at the man in front of him in horror. Fewer cells, lower capacity. I've collected the energy of countless planets' deaths, Harlan said. And you're satisfied with that? This kind of complete 9th rank combat power, weak to this extent, is only comparable to the weak 9th rank 3 pillar gods from before. This kind of combat power was even weaker than he had imagined. As expected of the weakest tier 9. A full rank 9 energy replenishment was only equivalent to the 3 pillar gods in their weaker rank 9 state. However, this kind of power is enough to crush them. Boom. Harlan Dong disappeared. Bang. He threw a punch. Flissa's face was instantly smashed and sent flying. Even if it was comparable to the combat power of the 3 pillar gods, it was not something he could resist. A monster of this level, Flissa's expression changed drastically, and he turned around and left in an instant. He disappeared from the planet and flew into the universe. You want to escape? Badich's expression was calm as he chased after him and kicked him. Flissa was instantly kicked into space and turned into a shooting star. All the experts on the nearby planets looked up at the sky. What's that? That's the overlord of the Northern River System, Universe Emperor Flissa. How did you? Is that the legendary space warrior from Pixel Planets? Countless people on the passing planets exclaimed in surprise. Peng peng peng. Flissa didn't even have the strength to fight back. Boom. At this moment, Salu flew over from the distance. The king of Cyber Tan also slowly walked out. They had been observing in secret and were terrified of this terrible power, but they didn't dare to let Fraser die, because once he died, the remaining 2 of them would no longer be able to resist. This is the 9th grade god above the 8th grade god? Salu's face changed dramatically. What a magical path! King of Cyberton, Optimus Prime, muttered, but it feels like the weakest rank 9. However, how can a mere transformation erase the threshold of the realm? Do you want to join hands? Badich's body was burning with flames as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Then, I'll beat you all to death and make you submit. He actually has such terrifying power. I can only use that attack. The 3 of them roared and surrounded Badich in a triangular formation. Boom. 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 The terrifying faith induction turned into endless radiation waves, surging toward the planets that they belonged to. Almost every living being on every planet heard the figure. Our people, please give us your power. The 3 of them slowly raised their hands. This was his most powerful attack. The 3 champions had already made their preparations and had their people contribute their strength at any time. They had originally planned to use this move on others, but they did not expect to use it on this mysterious Super Saiyans. Boom! Endless radiation waves gathered in their hands, and the 3 of them instantly condensed their strongest attacks. A huge radiation ball was smashed toward the center. Badich clenched his fist, and his fighting spirit rose. Then let me block this attack. In the outside world, several digital beasts were live streaming. He really transformed. Sima, decoding and transforming? Shocked. He had transformed into a super seaman and truly stepped into the threshold of level 9. This battle in the universe caused the entire network to explode in an instant.